Oh, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. You had better wake 'em up. It's Monday. Not just any Monday here on Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up. It's game week for the Texas Longhorns. 5 days out to the Longhorns season opener 2023 and the first full slate of Saturday college football and college football across the country. Had a smattering of games on Saturday. Some actual games that matter. We'll certainly dive in on this Monday morning. We're really getting you ready for Texas and Rice to open the season. Game week for the Longhorns. Also, the NFL's preseason officially in the books, over after last night's Texans-Saints game. We'll recap and see if we can figure out what we learned, if anything, from the three preseason games played by all of the 32 teams in the NFL. Major League Baseball, there's a new team atop the American League West this morning, as we predicted may happen. We went into the weekend. We've got plenty of diamond talk to have in golf. 25-year-old Viktor Hovland is the best player in golf this morning. Also had a busy weekend out at the Moody Center at Dell Diamond. All kinds of things to talk about as we start your Monday, the 28th of August, and we are glad you are with us. However you're finding us this morning, could be on 101.9 FM, AM 1260, and of course streaming digitally on our Digital Horn app, which is free to use and so easy to use. Also on our website at hornfm.com with the Twitch channel there. Also our YouTube channel is growing by the day in the morning. We appreciate that. It's Austin's only local morning sports conversation, 6 to 11 every weekday morning right here with Ian Rod B. And look who it is. The shutdown corner himself, holding down his side of the show tremendously for 5 hours each day, 5 days a week, from DB High in the 713 and DBU here in the 512, well as 4 different stops in the NFL. He's a lifetime Longhorn, a football theorist, number 21 in your program, but number 1 in our hearts. He is our man, Rod Babers. Rod, how was your weekend?
It was a great weekend, and, man, it's going to be an even better week because it is game week.
Yes, sir.
So we'll dive into the Rice Owls a ton, and, of course, Jerry Jones, damn, that man knows how to steal a headline. So we will discuss the big bombshell trade that happened. Man, it seemed like they were trying to bury it because it happened
Friday
Friday, like 3 or 4 o'clock, somewhere around there. But yeah, Trey Lance now a Dallas Cowboy. We got to get into that. So we'll discuss it from every angle. But of course, we like to give a shout out to all of those who choose to serve our society built on the selflessness of service. So we appreciate all those who serve, whether it be God, country, or community. We know you're up early, so we're doing our best to salute you, whether it be soldiers, first responders, teachers, nurses, waste management, doesn't matter what you are doing. If you're serving, you're one of the guardian angels of our society, so we appreciate you.
No doubt about that. Appreciate you being there. Always use that Specs text line, 512-337-3776. A good way to get to us also on Twitter and the social medias. We'll talk about the weekend and recap it with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Plenty of all three over the weekend, and it is game week, so that is really a good thing. Steve Sarkisian will have a game week news conference at 11 o'clock this morning. We'll preview coming up behind the burnt orange curtain. Will there be a depth chart released? What are the anticipated conversations of this morning as the Horns do get ready for the Rice Owls? But Ty Henderson is through the glass as well. He will contribute throughout the morning. Appreciate him being there as well, and appreciate you. And as we've said, if you do serve or know somebody who serves who would like a shout-out, pat on the back, little accolade here on Ian Rod B, send that to us. Get it to us on that Specs text line. We love to give a shout-out each morning, or several shout-outs to those who are in service of our community and do it on the daily. Appreciate that each and every morning. Including this morning, the 28th of August. Rod, let's get people caught up on the busy weekend. Headlines to start the 6 o'clock hour. UVO Business Services brings it to you. We'll start with the Longhorns. Yeah, it's now game week as the Longhorns begin their final season as members of the Big 12. Before conference play can begin, it's 3 straight non-conference games, including this Saturday's opener with those Rice Owls. Texas currently a 35-point favorite. According to those in Vegas, it's the 2:30 kickoff. Horns are ranked 11th in the preseason AP poll, 12th in the coaches poll, the consensus preseason favorites to win the Big 12, entering head coach Steve Sarkisian's 3rd season. Rice is picked to finish 12th in the 14-team AAC after a 5-8 record in 2022. It's the 6th year for their head coach Mike Bloomgren. Plenty on that game and the Rice Owls all week long. College football season opened this past Saturday. Few games of note on 0 week, including 6th-ranked USC. They rolled San Jose State 56-28. It was only 21-14 at halftime, but the Heisman Trophy winner Caleb Williams did toss 4 touchdowns. In Dublin, 13th-ranked Notre Dame walloped Navy 42-0. New Irish quarterback Sam Hartman threw 4 TDs, 2 of them to the true freshman from Westlake. Jaden Greathouse was tremendous on Saturday. In the NFL, the league's 2023 preseason officially in the books. That came to the end following Houston's 17-13 win over New Orleans last night, after which Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans officially announced that rookie C.J. Stroud will be their Week 1 starting quarterback. Not a surprise, but it's now official. Dallas Cowboys wrapped up their preseason Saturday night with a win over Vegas, 31-16. Dak Prescott didn't play, but called plays for the night, and reserve quarterback Will Grier took every snap for Dallas, threw 4 touchdowns, but was told before the game that he would be his last game with the team. He was going to be waived following their trade on Friday to acquire Trey Lance from San Francisco for a 4th-round pick. Major League Baseball, the streaking Seattle Mariners are now in sole possession of first place in the American League West. First time this season. Rangers had held at least a share of first place every day since April the 8th, but they lost for their 9th game in their last 10 yesterday in Minnesota, 6-5 in 11 innings. They now trail Seattle by a full game as they finished off a sweep of the Royals in Seattle. Houston walloped Detroit 17-4 in the rubber game of that series. They're also a game back of the M's, tied with the Rangers at Dell Diamond. Round Rock Express won again, rolled past Salt Lake City, 11-2. And from baseball, how about the moment in Williamsport, Pennsylvania yesterday, where young Louis Lappy lived out every kid's dream. His team from California locked in a 5-5 tie at the championship game of the Little League World Series.
Challenged him, and this game is over! Louis Lappy does it again! California, your Little League World Series champs on a walk-off home run!
Unbelievable. Yeah, Carl Ravitch on ABC. They beat Curacao to win it 6-5. They are the Little League World Series champs. In golf, 25-year-old former Oklahoma State Cowboy Victor Hovland ran away from the field at the season-ending Tour Championship outside Atlanta. Hovland finishes the week at 27 under. He is your FedEx Cup champ. We won over on the past 2 weekends and cashes checks totaling $21.6 million. Also this week on Austin FC fell to 9th place in the Western Conference of the MLS with a 1-0 loss at FC Dallas. And a great weekend at the Moody Center for your pro bull riding team in Austin. The Austin Gamblers, they finished off a 3-0 weekend on their home dirt. They win Gambler Days in front of a packed house. Gamblers now 12-1 on the year in the PBR Team Series.
All right, Cowboys fans, I need to know how you feel about your new third-string quarterback.
Yeah.
He was soon to be a second-string quarterback at one point. We just don't know exactly how it's going to play out. But Trey Lance, now a member of the Cowboys organization, 512-337-3776. I'm excited about this, and I'll tell you why. Because the Cowboys, for a long time, I've even said it on the 3 weeks we've been on the air together, or whatever it is. I've said the Cowboys have a bad organizational habit of not drafting quarterbacks. They just don't do it. I don't know why, whatever. You look at the common draft. Now, I'm not going supplement or anything like that. I'm talking about the common draft. In the last 34 years, they've only drafted 7 quarterbacks. 34 years. That's crazy. That's
7?
7. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. The Eagles have drafted like 7 since, I want to say, in the last 15 years. Somewhere around there. They just don't do it. They've only drafted like 6.
Now, quarterback is the most important position in the sport, correct?
I think it is. I think we all agree it's really valuable.
It's the most important position on a team.
The Patriots have drafted 14 since 1998. The Cowboys
7 and 3, almost 3.5 decades.
They just don't draft. I don't know what it is. I'll go back and count it again. Those are my old notes. I'll go back and count it again, see if I was mistaken. But it's a crazy number. They've drafted the fewest quarterbacks in the NFL in the last 2 decades, and like I said, it's a bad organizational habit. You go look at the Eagles, they've drafted, think about the quarterbacks they've drafted, even though they drafted, like I said, 7 quarterbacks in the last 15 years. They got Nick Foles as a part of that draft. They've swung and missed on a Carson Wentz project. They've got Jalen Hurts, another now franchise quarterback out of that. They've lived 3-4 different quarterback lives through drafting quarterbacks just in the last decade. But the Cowboys don't operate that way. So I think this is growth for them. They didn't draft him, but essentially they traded a mid-round draft pick for Trey Lance. And I think it's just a healthy organizational habit. You want to give yourself margin for error when it comes to the quarterback position. The late, great Bill Walsh used to famously say, very few people can evaluate the quarterback position, and even fewer can coach the quarterback position. and you can flip them if you want to. It doesn't matter. And it's truer now as it was back then when he said it. And that's why, like the Patriots, they drafted 14 quarterbacks since 1998. A lot of those guys drafted ahead of where they drafted Tom Brady. They drafted 10 quarterbacks after drafting Tom Brady while Tom Brady was still a part of the organization. Because they were understood, hey, man, we got to look for the next Tom Brady. They know they lucked out with Tom Brady. 6th round pick, 199th overall. They know that was a luck move. They know they Forrest Gumped their way into it. But at least they acknowledged that it was luck and it's a lottery. And in order to win the lottery, you got to buy more tickets, draft more quarterbacks. You never know when you're going to hit on one. And when you hit, ask the San Francisco 49ers. Ask the 49ers, who drafted since 1999, 13 quarterbacks since 99. Some you hit on, some you don't.
Surprising move for the Cowboys for sure. And,
it's a great move.
When I heard it was for a 4th-round pick, that one really knocked me over because that's a lot. I mean, that's a heavy pick for someone who we thought was going to be waived potentially. But you know that the Niners were trying to recoup something because they gave up so much to acquire the pick in which they used number 3 overall on Trey Lance. But it obviously means the Cowboys had a high grade and high opinion of Trey Lance coming out. We know his career has not gotten off to a very good start. You gave the numbers last week of how few passes Trey Lance has thrown in his career. And my question will be with Dallas is just like it would have been in San Francisco as the 3rd quarterback. How do you develop a 3rd quarterback? I mean, this is a project that's longer than just this year. I get that. But, you know, they're now focused on this year. Training camp is over. All the offseason work is over. Now it's about Dak Prescott and Cooper Rush navigating the 2023 season, which is a high bar season for the Cowboys. But now Trey Lance is in the fold for a 4th-round pick. Obviously, they're looking down the road here, but I don't know that you're going to get much out of Trey Lance this year or either will be able to develop him very much this year. That'll be a project that can begin in the offseason.
I'll tell you why I think the value is immediately, because I'm with you. I think obviously it's a developmental project for the Cowboys. And Brian Broaddus, who we both listen to, and Brian Broaddus is great. He's fantastic. He's really plugged in. He said the Cowboys, it's a deal for them because they had a 2nd-round grade on him. So they had a 2nd-round grade on him, which I mean, obviously the 49ers gave up 3 eventual 1st-round picks for him and a 3rd-round pick. So obviously a little bit higher grade than a 2nd-round grade. But for the Cowboys, that's still value, though. If you're looking at acquiring value is how you should look at it in the commodities market. They still acquired great value if they got a guy who even they had a 2nd-round grade on him, but they got him for a 4th-round pick. So essentially like drafting a mid-round quarterback. But here's the immediate value. First of all, Cooper Rush is on the 2-year contract. You can trade Cooper Rush. He's flippable, right? Because he started his career as really good 4-0 as a starter. 6th quarterback in the last 20 years to go undefeated in his first 4 starts. Like Patrick Mahomes, Jimmy Garoppolo is in that group, Big Ben. So it's a good group to be in. So he's tradable, right? That's a tradable piece. You can flip him now.
After the year.
Whenever it is, whenever you decide to do it, that's now. Or, hell, who knows? Now you got Trey Lance. He's tradable. He's flippable too. Some team may decide, hey, man, actually, we wanted him. We didn't get a chance to get that 4th-round pick out there, but actually we want him. So you can flip him too. But here's the immediate impact. And I've been saying this for years, and I think the Cowboys are going in this direction. And it's brilliant if they are. And it's Dan Quinn if it is. The NFL now is more of a running quarterback league than it's ever been. Ever. All right, you have actually more designed quarterback runs than scrambles for the first time in NFL history. They be keeping track of it. Since you play so many of these dual-threat quarterbacks, you need one that's going to be on your scout team. You need one to practice against. It can't be Dak. Dak can't be that guy that's practicing for the defense. It ain't Cooper freaking Rush. I can guarantee you that. I need somebody who can simulate these 3, 4, 5 quarterbacks I'm going to see a year in practice. And by the way, I'm seeing more of them being drafted every year.
Well,
you have to be able to simulate that in practice. And Sean McVay said it famously. He said Lamar Jackson, the first time you see it, it's blinding. He said, my guys don't adjust to it. It's like the second half, the speed of Lamar Jackson at the quarterback position. He said, it takes a while, and we don't have anybody in practice that can throw like Lamar Jackson and run like him. Now the Cowboys do. So they have a simulation of a dual-threat quarterback. I haven't looked at their schedule, so I got to go check and see how many of these guys are going to play. Daniel Jones is one. They play him twice a year.
Well, you know,
Jalen Hurts is one. They play him twice a year. All right?
Yeah,
so
in your own division.
you got 4 of them. You got 4 games in your division alone, and you're probably going to end up 3-4 other ones. So that's like 8 games a year. You're going to end up half of your damn games. You got to play a dual threat quarterback. Why not have one that can simulate that in practice rather than Cooper freaking Rush or Will Greer? Ding, 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 ding. That's why they got it immediately. And by the way, that's Dan Quinn.
Yeah, they want
That's Danny boy.
Well, I think that's well said. That's a piece of it I hadn't even thought of. But to prepare for Jalen Hurts in your own division, Daniel Jones with design runs, Justin Fields in your conference with the Chicago Bears. Then there are more and more of those type of quarterbacks. Kyler Murray, when he gets healthy in Arizona, is another one. But yes, I mean design runs and a quarterback like Trey Lance, who at least right now in the immediate can run your weekly scout team and help you prep for that. I think that's
exactly right.
And right this
tomorrow.
Because look, we know what the bar is. If you're Mike McCarthy, you've got to get past the divisional round, and if you don't, you might be handing that job over to Dan Quinn to see if he can do it better. And obviously, they've put the pressure on to Mike McCarthy calling the plays now. He and Dak Prescott, who, by the way, looked pretty good calling plays on Saturday night with the Cowboys. And it's kind of awkward. He's calling the plays for Will Greer, who they knew he was not going to play beyond that year. That was his last game.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, put out some tape, Will, the former West Virginia Mountaineer, and he did that.
Yeah, he did.
So, yeah, we'll get into what we learned and things we maybe can glean from the preseason. But Rod Babers with a great point there on the Cowboys and Trey Lance. Maybe that makes some sense to help prepare. Look, the name that jumps in your mind is Jalen Hurts. I mean, Jalen Hurts rushed for over close to 1,000 yards last year.
But don't forget Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones can go. Hey, I know he's not the right complexion for that guy that can run, but he can run now.
But he's and you're right.
Stereotypes out there
because people you played in the NFL, you understand this. I mean, your backup quarterback doesn't run your scout team. It's usually your third guy.
So exactly.
And your third guy can actually give you reps, legitimate reps, to try to help you with what you have to prepare for to play the Eagles twice a year and play Daniel Jones.
The tush push, you got to prepare for that now. Yeah, prepare for that quarterback sneak. You need a big, strong quarterback that can replicate that. Trey Lance he's basically a mini Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
he's like,
he is. You're right.
He's kind of a mini Hurts in that.
Well, look, I mean,
so he can earn his money right there if he can help you beat the Eagles twice a year, just because he can give you a great simulation in practice.
Yeah, give your defense more prep look.
Oh man, that's trust me. I remember VY at giving us scout team looks, and that wasn't fun.
Before he became VY.
As a young freshman VY, just trying to show off. And like, Coach, this ain't fun. This kid out here showing off. Yeah, exactly. So trust me, that can make you better as a defense, no question. That's what, and I know Dan Quinn's thinking about that. I don't know if that's what because by the way, Jerry Jones said he did not consult anybody. He said he didn't consult Mike McCarthy. He said he didn't consult Mike McCarthy or Dak Prescott. He didn't say Dan Quinn. So I wonder if he consulted Dan Quinn before the move, but he claims he didn't consult anybody when the 49ers called him. He said he couldn't hang up the phone. He would not hang up the phone.
All right, so the 4th-round pick for Trey Lance. Cowboy fans, what say you as the Cowboys now prep for their season opener September the 10th against his New York Football Giants? Speaking of Daniel Jones, Texans named C.J. Stroud their starter. They'll now start prepping for Baltimore. Speaking of Lamar Jackson, that's who they open with on September the 10th. So a lot of NFL. College football is underway. We'll discuss the couple of games over the weekend and start looking forward to the Longhorns, including we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain at the bottom of the hour. And yes, because everyone's got to be offended now. Apparently, the Embrace the Hate moniker not going over well with the PC community there, Rod. The Embrace the Hate T-shirts and moniker for the Texas football season has rubbed some people the wrong way. We'll try to climb in and explain that coming up here on this Monday edition. The good, the bad, and the ugly. What say you? Hit us on the Specs text line 512-337-3776. It says, dude will likely not even take a snap in Dallas. Well, that may be true.
My point is, he may not. Exactly. But you get him for the scout team. Y'all not realizing what a value that's. I'll go look at the Cowboys schedule and find out how many of these quarterbacks they play. But as Ian and I just mentioned, you got 2 of them in the division alone. So you got 4 games where you got to play against a true dual threat quarterback. And like I said, Cooper Rush ain't giving you a good look. So and by the way, he's not costing you a lot of money. Right now, he is based on the guaranteed money you owe him, he's the 20th most expensive player on the roster. So it's not like he's costing you a lot of money. Right. And you should have been drafting quarterbacks anyway. Like I said, you drafted 7 of them in the last 30-something years. What the hell? That doesn't make any sense. That is nonsensical. And by the way, that is malpractice from a general manager perspective. And by the way, Mike McCarthy coming from the Packers organization, he knows this because Ron Wolf famously, the Hall of Fame GM, once famously said, man, if they let me, I'd draft a quarterback every damn year. And he's the one that really rubbed off on the NFL and influenced the NFL to draft quarterbacks basically every other year. That's why the Eagles are where they are. They draft quarterbacks essentially every other year. They just drafted one last year, I believe. They always draft a quarterback. They just draft them. Why not? You never know when you find a Brock Purdy. If the 49ers had not been drafting quarterbacks, where would they be right now? Shadow be fired. Fired? Nobody's got a job. Why? Because they're drafting quarterbacks. Guys, it's just smart. And the Dallas Cowboys have been the most irresponsible and the luckiest team in the NFL when it comes to the quarterback position in the last 30 years. I BS you not. Go look at it.
Good points. Rod Babers, as usual, as we start your Monday, the good, the bad, and the ugly from the weekend. What was good for you, including having college football back? How about Jaden Greathouse, the Westlake Chaparral? A couple of touchdown passes from Sam Hartman. Caleb Williams, if you could find the Pac-12 network on Saturday night. I could not, Rod. I could not watch that. I didn't know. I don't have the Pac-12 network.
Part of the problem. Part of the issue.
What do you know? USC, the preseason favorites to win that conference, playing Santa. I couldn't see the game. I couldn't see it. Wasn't on. I don't know where the Pac-12 network is. By the way, Jalen Hurts last year, rushing totals.
Come on now. Give it to me.
760 yards and 13 touchdowns.
Exactly.
13 touchdowns. He
What
was
Come on.
Did he
game
miss
record.
like 3 games too?
Yes, he did.
At the end of the year,
You're right.
in December, before the playoffs.
Yeah, and Danny Boy's up there too. I know people don't hate on Daniel Jones is right there in that category, man. Daniel Jones can run. And by the way, Brian Dable encourages him to run. You need a defense that can be ready for that. So
yeah.
Nope.
Well, so look, if you're the Cowboys and your offseason goals are to, your season goals going into the offseason, we got to get better than Philadelphia because they were in the Super Bowl. That's the reigning champion of our conference, and they're in our division. And you're right, Daniel Jones rushed for 708 yards and 7 touchdowns last year. 708 yards. A lot of people would be surprised Daniel Jones over 700 yards rushing, but that was part of what Brian Daboll brought to that offense. So it's a great point. So if you drafted Mozzie Smith with the first pick, your first-round pick, and part of the reason for drafting Mozzie Smith, the big, powerful guy out of Michigan, is you got to be able to stop that quarterback sneak.
yeah, you do.
How many quarterback sneaks did Jalen Hurts run? I know, good sports talk radio is not quarterback sneaks, but those little 4th and 3rd and shorts where Jalen Hurts gets the first down and they push him into the pile.
Oh man,
Cowboy, you got to figure out a way to stop that.
Yeah, you do.
Got to figure out a way to prevent that. And Mozzie Smith with Leighton Vander Esch back, and now this for Trey Lance to try to simulate the quarterback in Jalen Hurts, or you're going to have to beat, along with Daniel Jones and others in the conference. All right, good stuff there. NFL preseason is in the books. What was good for you this weekend, Rod? Did you do anything super fun, or did you do some final
adulting.
weekend adulting?
A lot of adulting going on this weekend, man. I'm not with it, but I think that's going to be a lot of adulting in my future.
Well,
So
you
I
got
got
a
a kid on the way.
pregnant wife.
Yeah. So we were setting up nursery stuff and doing stuff like that. Adulting.
Nice,
like I said.
adulting.
Yeah.
We did some adulting. Hosted a wedding shower for
Nice.
a good friend's son and soon to be daughter-in-law. So yeah, we had a big party at the house for that. That was a lot of fun. Also, I went to the Moody Center yesterday for the Gambler
The
Days.
mood. How was it?
Oh my gosh, what a
party.
What a great event. Props to JJ Gotch and everybody down there. I mean, sellout crowd Saturday night. They were packed Friday, packed again yesterday. It was really, really great. And bull riding in person is just a thrill. It is an adrenaline rush.
It is, man.
I mean, gosh, Friday night they had two riders had to go to the hospital, Rod. One guy nearly he did break his back. He nearly got paralyzed.
I'm not surprised.
Another guy got stepped on, broke 3 ribs, and collapsed a lung.
It's another day at the office.
Yeah.
That's really how they operate.
One of the first riders out of the chute, he started dragging his foot. Like his foot got caught. Oh my gosh, Rod, it was terrifying.
Oh man.
But yes, that was great. So props to the Gamblers and JJ. They are 12-1 now. That was a lot of fun. Ty, did you do anything fun this weekend?
Went out on the lake
Of course, that's where
That's
you
always
live.
fun.
Friday,
babe. Like
Saturday,
that.
and then I went on my first ever 3 a.m. boat ride, which was interesting.
A 3 a.m. boat
The
ride.
only boat out there. It was glass. The water was
Nice.
amazing. It was fun. Good weekend.
Is that considered dangerous?
It's legal.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess it's not dangerous then if it's legal.
I mean,
Eyes
nobody was really swimming. I hopped in once, but it was more just for the aesthetic. of
So
going out there.
yeah,
Rod
it
and
is
I
nice.
were
I like that.
adulting. Ty was not adulting.
He shouldn't be.
Living the
I
dream.
wasn't. I was 20. What are you? 23.
25.
25.
Oh, 25.
Almost
Yeah.
26.
Living
Oh, man,
the
you get a
dream.
little older than I thought.
Hey,
Right.
coming back, we will discuss the Embrace the Hate controversy. Also, the Longhorns behind the burnt orange curtain. What are the goals for the game with the Rice Owls in 6 days as the Longhorns are to game week? We will also talk about folks being in living the dream. Victor Hovland, living the dream. Seattle Mariners, living the dream. They're now in first place. We'll get to all that. Lionel Messi continues to live the dream. We will recap your weekend with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Glad you're with us here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. It is Austin's only local morning sports conversation, 5 hours, 5 days a week, including this game week. Monday, we'll go behind that burnt orange curtain coming up. Longhorns, what are the goals for the season opener? We'll hear from Steve Sarkisian this morning at 11 o'clock for his game week news conference, getting you ready for the Rice Owls. They had their mock game on Saturday, or their mock week, and we'll get final details as the Longhorns beginning. Got to put it in the dirt, play for real.
It's about damn time.
We'll talk some Texas football and a lot of Texas football, obviously, all day long. This says, guys, it was easy to find the USC game if you streamed it on YouTube. Defense still looks like a Lincoln Riley defense. If it wasn't for a timely kick return after a San Jose TD, they very well could have been in a dogfight in the fourth quarter. You had a freshman take a kickoff return to the house.
He's got some explosive athletes on offense, but defense is still a project for
defense,
USC.
A project. They brought in all the transfers and trying to shore up that side of the ball. Meanwhile, I did get to see Sam Hartman with Notre Dame. Rod, he is we told you that's a kid who's got 4 years of starting experience.
He's the real deal, man.
Through 77 touchdowns the last 2 years for Wake Forest. He's the real deal. And their question is weapons. Jaden Greathouse from Westlake caught 2 touchdowns. 2 catches or 3 catches, 63 yards, and 2 TDs. It'll get tougher because Notre Dame has to play Ohio State and Clemson, and the ACC schedule is tough for them. But gosh, they'll play some tough games here in the month of September, into the month of September. So Notre Dame has a tough schedule, but Hartman is the real deal.
I did not. I mean, I had no doubt about that. I'm glad that Jaden Greathouse, though, early on is going to be one of the targets they're going to utilize in the passing game. And you brought it up last week. They don't have a lot of weapons that are proven commodities. And turns out Jaden Greathouse already making a name for himself. So good for him.
It's rare to have to lean on a true freshman like that, but they are going to. And if there's a freshman that can do it, remember Jaden started as a freshman at Westlake.
Yeah,
which is
tough to do.
He played on it. That's hard to do.
It's tough to do at Westlake to start as a freshman, and it's tough to get playing time at Notre Dame as a freshman. So the kids obviously got a ton of talent. But I will say this though about kind of what Notre Dame is doing. They've been recruiting a ton of the state of Texas though. That's one thing that Marcus Freeman has prioritized is recruiting the state of Texas. And he's doing a really good job of it. We know that here, Central Texas. Already got like 3 or 4 different commits from Central Texas in the last couple of years.
We'll get some Just the Facts, the What the Facts segments before the top of the hour, including I was hanging out with some billionaires yesterday, Ron. Hanging out with some billionaires, rubbing elbows.
Hanging out with
billionaires.
Won't do any
name dropping. But, we had a great time.
I'm sure you did. Well, it's always a great time when you're hanging out with billionaires. What billionaire you hang out with and it's lame? That would suck. All right.
Well,
hanging out with
probably true.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a billionaire, it's always got to be a good time.
Billionaire.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. But right now, let's go behind that burnt orange curtain. It's time to talk some Texas football game week.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right. There's a lot to discuss, obviously. Breaking down Rice. We'll get into Rice, obviously, as the week goes on. I'm sure Longhorn fans don't want to get that deep into Rice. They want to talk more about what the expectations are for the Longhorns in this game. So we'll get into some of that, too. And today, of course, Steve Sarkisian will be speaking to the media at his game week media availability game week press conference. We'll have that sound for you guys tomorrow. But after that, I'm sure depth chart is also going to be something that either is released or announced. I'm not sure how it's going to work out, but that'll come out this week too. And I think.
Do you think we get a depth chart today?
I think you're gonna.
I'm looking at an updated one right now.
I think you get it game week, right? That's usually how it works.
Well, Sark said last week that we played the sound that they wanted the competition to be really strong into the mock week, but yet they would have the conversations, and they're going to let people, which players know which one's the ones, which one's the twos, and positions like right guard and backup quarterback. Is it Malik Murphy or Arch Manning? What about corner opposite Ryan Watts? Those are positions that you wonder if today we actually see some clarity on, and Sark will then be asked about it, what that depth chart looks like heading. Now, look, it's pretty clear against the Rice Owls that everybody's going to play in this game. You're talking about what goals you're looking to achieve against Rice is get a lot of players on the field.
Yes.
In the heat at 2:30. Use your depth. Don't want to get anybody injured in this game ahead of Alabama, but at the same time, you should have a chance to get through pretty much all that depth chart and get some guys on the football field as a 35-point favorite.
Yeah, I agree with you. That is the goal, right? We should be able to see – hell, the fans want to see Arch Manning. They should be able to work through the quarterbacks and get a lead that is comfortable enough and get Quinn enough reps that Malik can get some work and then Arch can get some snaps. I don't know if he's getting work. He'll probably get some snaps because I don't know if he'll be throwing the ball that late in the game, but he should be able to get some snaps. That's how you know things are going well. If Arch gets some snaps, there you go. Because maybe you still got the four-game red shirts. You still can give him snaps and then keep the red shirt if you want to. You don't have to freak out about that. So that I think would be the goal versus Rice. Versus Bama, hell, nobody's,
right.
you don't expect anybody to see the field except for your starters and the guys that you are dependable rotational players.
Well, I think that's what your depth chart's about. Who are the best guys that give us the need to be on the field, help us beat Alabama? Right, and to get off to a good start to our season, everybody will play against Rice. But somebody asked who are some of the breakout players for the Longhorns in 2023. I mean, obviously Quinn Ewers could be a breakout player, but the name you kept hearing through Spring Rod was A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah,
A.D. Mitchell,
over and over.
That was kind of like the camp MVP on the offensive side, and that can be if A.D. Mitchell becomes a guy that he came here to be in more of a diverse passing offense and wanted to come back to the state of Texas, AD, because, of course, he was playing for the national champions at Georgia and could have stayed there, could have tried to win a third national championship. He's here. We've talked about that receiver depth. That would be one guy that jumps out for me on the offensive side, who could be a breakout star. Who's this guy? He was the breakout star of the spring game too, Rod.
Yes, he was.
And who do you look out on defense that could be a breakout big-time player that we haven't talked a lot about? Is there one? I mean, Alfred Collins was maybe the most pleasant surprise of the camp.
Yeah, the hope is that, and we've been hearing a lot about Alfred Collins trending in the right direction. If Alfred Collins has a breakout year, it really could change. It really could change the upside, the ceiling for this defense overall. I do believe if he's performing and playing at his level of expectation, which is that he's a guy that can be an NFL player, if he's playing at that type of level, which we haven't seen consistently, we just seen flashes of it, I do think the upside for this defense is tremendous. So he's a guy you look for as a breakout player. Another player that I think this year could end up having a breakout campaign. I don't know if he is a breakout player or maybe he's already had that breakout year. I think Jaron Thompson is kind of lined. I mean, he's the elder statesman in the secondary. He's been in the system longer than anybody else. I've heard his remarks about film study in the offseason, that he's got into film study, the chess match within the game, the cerebral part of the game that I talk about, getting guys lined up. And he's going to have to do that, right? Jalen Catalon is going to be a new member of the secondary. He's going to know the scheme, but he's not going to know it as well as a guy like, Jaron Thompson. So he'll have to get guys lined up. He'll have to, be the guy who makes the checks and kind of the audibles from the back end with that defense. And I think it could be a big year for him. Heard about him making some plays in camp too, making interceptions in training camp, in the scrimmage. That should be a guy that you look for to have a breakout campaign. He should be a consistently dependable player back there. What you really want are ball hawks, guys who go after the football. And I'm hearing that cornerback spot, if it's going to be a young Malik Muhammad, watch out for him because he's forced his way on the field. I think they thought the cornerback spot at the field corner would be not an easy determination about who's going to be the starter. I think the coaches were projecting it to go a certain way, and then Malik Muhammad, the freshman, made their job difficult, which is a good thing. Because he forced his way on the field by making plays in those last two scrimmages and trending in the right direction. So now he's in the rotation for corner. They like what he's done. It's also talk that they like what Gavin Holmes has done at corner. But I think that Malik Muhammad's a guy to look out for because he just seems to – I keep hearing about him just making plays. He's just a playmaker.
Manny Muhammad, true freshman from South Oak Cliff.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Gavin Holmes, the transfer from Wake Forest. And there's a chance for the folks looking for breakout stars, three of them – or breakout players, three of them could be your transfers with A.D. Mitchell. Jalen Catalon is likely to start at safety and brings a real edge to the back end. And just, Sark has talked about how he set the tone for them as a tackling team, a guy who just tackles through ball carriers, bringing that aggressive style from Arkansas. Well, that's why he's had shoulder injuries, right?
Yeah.
Very aggressive player. He's not the biggest guy in the back end. And then there's, Gavin Holmes, the Wake Forest kid who's been pushing. Because as you said, the field corner, you kind of thought it was going to be Terrence Brooks.
Yeah,
the sophomore out of Little Elm is the guy, and Manny Muhammad has pushed his way, and that's healthy competition, right? That's the good kind of competition.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be my question, where we know against Rice, the depth chart is one thing because everybody's going to play, and it's going to be a very hot day, and you want to get as many bodies on the field as you can. But against Alabama, Who runs out there as your number one corner, as your number one right guard?
That says it all. That says it all about who you trust.
Yeah.
Who you're going to play.
If you're going on the
Nick
road at
Saban.
Tuscaloosa,
Yeah.
and you need to bring, is it going to be Terrence Brooks? Will it be, who's going to play right guard? Is it DJ Campbell against that Alabama team? Nick Saban's going to try to push you around and try to get physical in that game. Looking forward to it. We are counting it down. It's game week for the Longhorns. We'll get into the embrace the hate debate because apparently there's some hurt feelings. Even on the Longhorn campus, there's faculty that are not happy that the University of Texas is going with the embrace the hate moniker. We'll put it out there for you to weigh in. Are you disappointed in the Longhorns, as some people are, at least the athletic department? Also, some what the facts coming your way, including the busy weekend. The Seattle Mariners are now in first place in the American League West. Viktor Hovland is the best player in golf right now. And the other facts of a Monday.
Austin, Texas sports. The Horn.
5 hours every day. It's Ian Rod B with Ty producing, and there's some Rolling Stones. When I was arriving at the Moody Center yesterday, Rod, for Gambler Days, the Sunday finale, Kevin Fowler was playing, and he's playing some Rolling Stones on the stage out there right outside the Moody Center.
Nice.
Good to see Kevin, and cool tunes, and that was a good time. I mentioned in our What the Facts segment, Rod, just the facts from the weekend. I was in the close company of some billionaires yesterday. I don't know how often that happens in my life.
It's a good time.
But I was sitting in where J.J. Gotch, of course, J.J. is the team president of Your Austin Gamblers, and he's doing a great job building that franchise from the ground up, the now Team PBR concept. And one thing you find out pretty quickly, the crowds were great over the weekend, Rod. Fans love bull riding. They were there in droves, and boy, they put on a show. Really exciting team competition, and these incredible 2,000-pound bulls and the great best riders in the world. But there's a lot of money in the sport. There's a lot of deep-pocketed people in this sport making this team series go, including Austin's owners. So Austin is owned by a guy named Egan Durbin, who is with Silver Lake. But Michael Dell of Dell Technologies and Dell Computer is also,
he's got a lot of straight cash.
Has bought in, and Durbin is on the board with Dell, and Silver Lake handles the Dell Fortune, right? So that seems to make sense. But those two were right there right next to us.
Yeah, hanging out with billionaires.
Hanging out, Rod.
Hanging out, kicking.
And they were in their cowboy boots, and it was that.
Did you have cowboy boots on?
Not yesterday. Not yesterday.
Why didn't you wear them? What are you doing?
It was daytime. It was Sunday afternoon. It felt like a casual Sunday. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you were going to a bull riding game.
No, it was good. You should have seen people dressed up, man. It was.
Oh yeah,
it was big time. Great event.
Nice.
That's their once a year showcase, and then of course there'll be, all the teams host an event during the course of this team season. So that was cool, and it was a fact. I was hanging out with the billionaires, and Austin went 3-0. They dominated yesterday, and local guy from Rockdale, Zeke Mitchell, clinched the final ride.
Oh, nice!
With an 8-second ride, which was really cool.
Yeah, I met him. He's good. He's a cool dude.
Cool dude. What do you have for just the facts, Rod?
Just the facts. I want to actually get into the Dak Prescott calling the plays a little bit. I thought that was phenomenal. Okay, so people don't know this. Just the facts. This is something Mike McCarthy does. Not often, but he's done it before. He actually let Aaron Rodgers call the plays when he was in Green Bay under Mike McCarthy. And it was a preseason game, meaningless game. Matt Flynn scored 6 touchdowns in that game. And in this game, this last preseason game for the Cowboys, Will Greer talked about, he ended up, obviously, as the quarterback with 358 total yards, 4 touchdowns in the 31-16 win. Dak Prescott called the plays, at least in the first half. I'm not sure in the second half he called the plays, but the first half, you had 285 yards of offense in the essentially first 29 minutes of Dak Prescott's play-calling career. Touchdowns in 3 of the 4 possessions in the first half, 21 points in the first half. Hell, they only scored 23 and 14 in the first 2 preseason games. So shout out to Dak Prescott. But this is something that Mike McCarthy has done before, by the way. Not something he's not something he did just for Dak.
Yeah. And get him ready for game time.
Yeah,
calling some plays, thinking through the game with his quarterback, and Will Greer had a good night in that
Great
spot.
Night.
It is also a fact that C.J. Stroud has been named the starting quarterback of the Houston Texans. That was official. Only threw 4 passes last night, completed 2 of them through a touchdown pass. I will say this for C.J. Stroud in the preseason. His accuracy is as advertised. I mean, the ball placement that he's got, even the 2 balls that weren't caught last night by his receivers were drops. I mean, they were dropped in good defensive plays, but his ball placement was on point. He's a young guy who's trying to make his way, but, man, he delivers a pretty ball, and it's on point. And accuracy is one of the most underrated abilities of a quarterback, to be able to put it where it needs to be, tight windows, tight throws. C.J. Stroud. The question for CJ is going to be: does he pick the right guy? Right? Does he break down defenses, reads defenses, go through his progressions and coverages? But when he locks in and goes, very accurate quarterback.
Yeah, did you see Tank Dell with his
Oh, yeah,
nice
long
little punt
punt return, yeah.
That dude's going to be, I mean, I got to tell you, I think he's going to be a real player for the Texans. I think he's going to end up making an impact immediately.
Well, so good that he's had such a great camp. The rookie out of Houston, U of H, they hardly played him. They treated him like
They're
a veteran.
trying to hide him now
Yeah,
because they
treat him
realize
like a veteran.
damn, they don't, well, look, teams are going to game plan for him. They're like, they don't want teams to game plan for him. They like him to surprise teams, but I think right now he definitely is one of the guys you got to try to game plan to stop.
For a young quarterback like C.J. Stroud, I think his top two weapons early are going to be Tank Dell and the run game with Dameon Pierce and what they think is going to be a very good offensive line in Houston. Dameon Pierce, the second year back, but Tank Dell and then Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz, Stroud has said that he and Dalton have developed a nice chemistry. Of course, he was Dak Prescott's reliable, favorite target a lot of times in Dallas.
That's still weird. We still don't know why didn't Dalton Schultz sign with the Cowboys? Do we remember?
I didn't want him to come back. To be
but
honest.
it was right. They
he wanted more money than he.
But
remember, he played last year on the franchise tag.
He ended up taking less money anyway.
It's like 1 year, $10 million from the Texans.
Yeah. I mean, because he wanted security too, and to me, the Cowboys were offering you security probably not as much per year. I think he was just offended by the franchise tag in the end. And players hate the franchise tag; they don't like it. They think of it as a promise ring, and I think he was offended by it. He was like, you know what? After that, it was too much ill will between them at that point.
Well, and remember the tight end market was minimal in free agency because the draft was so good. Teams that were going to be looking for tight ends, because like when you get in free agency, you're looking for teams that are seeking your position.
That's true.
This offseason, a lot of teams that maybe would have bid higher on Dalton Schultz, they were looking at the draft where you had the kid Dalton Kincaid out of Utah, and you had Darnell Washington out of Georgia, and all
Michael Mayer.
They had Michael Mayer.
That's another one. Yeah.
There were available tight ends, including the Cowboys took the Schoonmaker out of Michigan in the second round. So it was the deepest tight end class in the draft in a long, long time, and that was part of it for Dalton not seeing much on the free agent market. Just the facts, Rod. Just the facts. So this is a fact. This is not conjecture. There are groups who are upset at the University of Texas for embracing the idea, a T-shirt concept and a branding concept of embrace the hate. Embrace the hate. Steve Sarkisian has said it. He says the motto for this team is embrace the hate. I think that they've kind of assumed this mentality. We get it. We're the University of Texas. This is our last year in the Big 12. Then, of course, last week, in an interview with OrangeBloods.com, Chris Del Conte confirmed that we have to embrace the hate because this was before the commissioner of the conference was openly rooting for the opposition, a conference member. But so some people, this ruffles some feathers. Some people don't like this, Rod, because it's a sensitivity, soft community we live in these days. But here's social media, of course, Twitter, the Twitter mafia got out after this thing. And then the Texas chapter of the American Association of University Professors.
No.
So the Texas, academic community also on board, saying exactly who at UT Austin authorized this literally hateful use of the Longhorn brand, asking for all faculty working to instill a positive learning community in our classes and on campus. Surely there are better ways to show UT pride than embrace the hate.
Here.
And now they're selling the T-shirts at the co-op, aren't they?
I'm gonna go buy one just because they're pissed off.
And now you better buy them up before they take them off the shelves. Now they're going to be collector's items. Yeah, matter of fact, I need to head over there and go get one before they take them off the shelves. You're right. Now they're going to end up making them collector's items because they will.
Like, are they reading it? Embrace hate?
Yeah.
Are we taking out the? Like, embrace hate. Okay, no one wants to embrace hate. But the Longhorns know that they're a hated team and program in all their athletic endeavors in the Big 12 this year.
I guarantee you all the people that are pissed off about this have never been to a UT sporting event.
That could be true. That could be true.
You're a graduate, Rod. Are you upset about this?
I'm not offended, but I don't get offended. I don't get easily offended. A lot of people get easily offended, and hey, man, to each their own when it comes to that. I'm not offended by it though. I didn't even know it was going to be offensive to anybody. But hate is a strong word. I guess that's the point they're making.
But you know it's coming. Did you hear the commissioner last week?
Hey.
Did you hear the deputy commissioner of the conference?
Hate. It's haters all over the place, man. Haters make the world go round.
Embrace the hate just sounds better than embrace the dislike. All right, we'll be back. First hour of 5 on a Monday. Look them up, indeed. It's game week for the Longhorns. And game week for most of college football. Looking forward to it. So the NFL's preseason in the books. Now take a week off and get ready for the season openers. A week from Sunday. First game is a week from Thursday to start the NFL season with Detroit and Kansas City. So we got plenty of football on the brain. A lot of texts and action on our Specs text line, 512-337-3776. How about rise above the hate, guys? Rise above the hate. You know.
That's not actually, that's a pretty good compromise, actually, rise above the hate. If they don't want to embrace the hate, I think that's what people are upset about, because hate, as we have been, discussing in national discourse the last few years, is not something that we want to promote. We want to promote love and compassion, stuff like that. But so they embrace the hate for kids and stuff who don't understand like the meaning, then I guess people get upset about that. So rise above the hate, that's actually not a bad compromise. I'll give them credit for that. We know our fans are very creative. They came up with Hook 'em Up. So
hook 'em up. This says I think they already pulled the shirts off the news, off the.
Damn, that was fast.
Really?
They've
already canceled the shirts.
That didn't take long. When did that article come out? Like came out like Saturday, right?
I first saw it on Saturday.
It's like Saturday. I thought
we
first saw it too.
We were hosting a wedding shower, and a buddy of mine showed it to me and says, "Try to explain this to me." I was like, "I can't explain that."
Man,
I'm not sure what people are mad about. Because people are mad because people like to be mad.
Well, you know what? You can still get the shirts, I believe. Somebody else is going to make the shirts. They just can't have them officially made by the University of Texas, endorsed by the University of Texas, and sold at the co-op. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So that's kind of, I bet they're like, nah, we can't do it. So yeah, I get the people who are upset about it. I understand. I'm not offended, but I understand people are being offended. Just because it doesn't offend me, don't mean that it's not offensive. Just don't offend me.
I just, if it said embrace hate, I would get it. It says embrace the hate, and that would be the hate is coming from the teams in your conference.
And the Big 12 commissioner.
You're right, the Big 12 commissioner. And they don't like you.
They don't like it. No, of course not.
And
they blame you for all the hardships the conference has had to go through. They're your fault, Texas. It's you.
The philosophical professors are thinking, let's not build this around the negative. Let's stick it to positive. But either way,
rise above the hate's not bad though. I'm not gonna lie.
Rise above the hate.
It's not bad. Not bad.
Overcome the hate.
Overcome. See, there you go. Now look at you. You already
overcome hate.
Overcome it, baby. Overcome it. All right. See?
Rise up.
See. It started. See, now you're starting to you feel it a little bit. You don't have to have the embrace the hate. It's not. It was catchy, and it flowed a little bit. It was very rhythmic. Embrace the hate.
I said this last week. Would embrace the hate and dominate. If you would have put the and dominate.
Yeah. There you go. Dominate the hate. Whatever. Let's come up with something else. I agree.
Okay. Well, that's where we are on a Monday. The good, the bad, and the ugly from the weekend. There was plenty of all three. And it's a busy one for sure. Let's get you caught up on all that went on this weekend and where you sit on a Monday. UBO Business Services. Yeah, much more on the Longhorns coming up as they are game week now. Longhorns come in number 11 in the AP in the preseason poll, 12 in the coaches poll. They are the preseason favorites to win the Big 12 Conference in their final year in the Big 12. College football season did open this past Saturday with a few games on 0 week, a few games of note. That included 6th-ranked USC, who rolled past San Jose State, pulled away 56-28. Heisman Trophy winner Caleb Williams with 4 touchdown passes. How about the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame? They were in Dublin, Ireland, playing Navy and walloped them 42-0, 42-3 actually. New Irish quarterback Sam Hartman threw 4 touchdowns, 2 of them to the true freshman from Westlake High, Jaden Greathouse. In the NFL, the league's 2023 preseason officially in the books now. Final game was last night. Houston beating New Orleans 17-13. After that game, Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans officially announced that C.J. Stroud will be the starting quarterback. Cowboys wrapped their preseason up on Saturday with a win over Las Vegas, 31-16. If you missed it on Friday, the Cowboys making the move, sending a 4th-round pick to the San Francisco 49ers for Trey Lance. That trade came out of nowhere. Major League Baseball, streaking Mariners are now in first place in the American League West. First time this season. Rangers have been atop the division in first place every day since April 8th, but they've lost 9 of 10 now. Lost in Minnesota 6-5 yesterday in 11 innings. They now trail Seattle by a game as they finished off a sweep of the Royals. Houston walloped Detroit yesterday 17-4. In the rubber game of that series, they're also a game back of the M's, tied with the Rangers. Dell Diamond, Round Rock won again, rolled past Salt Lake 11-2. And how about the moment of the weekend, maybe? In Williamsport, Pennsylvania yesterday, young Lewis Lappy living every kid's dream. His team from California locked in a 5-5 tie in the championship game of the Little League World Series with Curacao.
Challenged him, and this game is over. Louis Lappy does it again. California, your Little League World Series champs on a walk-off home run.
Walk-off for the championship. It was a walk-off for 25-year-old Victor Hovland, the Oklahoma State Cowboy. He ran away from the field in the season-ending Tour Championship outside Atlanta. He is your FedEx Cup champion on the PGA Tour. Hovland finished the week at 27 under, 5 strokes better than Xander Schauffele. It's his first FedEx Cup. The Norwegian becomes just the 5th player ever and the youngest to claim the final 2 legs of the playoff, the BMW Championship and then the Tour Championship. He cashes checks totaling $21.6 million. Also this weekend, Austin FC fell to 9th place in the Western Conference of the MLS with a 1-0 loss at FC Dallas. Austin returns home to host Seattle, the Sounders, on Wednesday.
One thing I'll say about this new attitude the Cowboys have, they have embraced the trade market, and I love it.
How about Jerry Jones becoming the wheeler dealer?
Yeah, I love that, right? That's something that they haven't. We know the Cowboys hate free agency. They hate it. They've been open about they believe free agency, you have to spend top dollar. You're bidding on the best free agents. So usually they creep in at the bottom of free agency toward the tail end where they believe they can get the best bargain. So they don't like free agency, and I understand that, right? That is the most expensive way to acquire talent in the NFL if you're just looking at value. The draft is the best way to acquire value, and that's why the Cowboys are one of the best drafting teams actually in the NFL the last 10 years. But they focus on the draft because that is where you get the best bang for your buck. After that, undrafted free agents is probably even a better bang for your buck. Cowboys love undrafted free agents. They're one of the best teams at cultivating undrafted free agent acquisitions as well. But they haven't really, and since they hate free agency, they haven't really been maximizing every possible means to acquire value and talent. But recently, I don't know who it is, who suggested it, but they have been great in the trade market, which is also another great place to acquire value. You don't overpay in the trade market. You can basically, it's like, let's make a deal, right? You can negotiate those terms. So the Cowboys in the trade market have recently acquired Jonathan Hankins for a 6th-round pick. He was a plug in the middle. Definitely a necessity for them because their rush defense was porous without him, right? They got Brandon Cooks. They needed another explosive wide receiving threat. They got him for a 5th-round pick. Cornerback Stephon Gilmore got him for a 5th-round pick because they needed a cornerback opposite Trevon Diggs. All right, so they got him as a cornerback, and as a former defensive player of the year in the NFL. So he's got some skins on the wall. And then now you get quarterback Trey Lance, and we'll get into that a little bit more in Rod's round today. But you get him for a 4th-round pick, a mid-round pick. Guys, these are starters you're getting, not Trey Lance. But starters that you're getting with Stephon Gilmore, Brandon Cooks, and Jonathan Hankins for mid to late round picks. This is the Cowboys organization that I can see maturing before my very eyes. These are things that we've criticized in the past that now the Cowboys are really, you can see, maximizing that value in terms of talent acquisition.
Well, you had to, right? I mean, like, because last year, 2 years ago, you won the division and you were the best team in the division, and then you lost Amari Cooper and didn't do much in the free agent market, and your roster got worse. And the Eagles got a lot better, right? The Eagles got active, right? They went and got A.J. Brown. Mm-hmm. They made moves to solidify their secondary, and they went past you. I mean, they became a better roster and a better team. I think the Cowboys are trying to keep up with that, and a lot of Cowboys and fans are questioning the move of getting Trey Lance. I think a 4th-round pick is too high. Too much to give up for a player that may have been waived here coming up as they get down to 53 people on the roster. No guarantee on that, but Trey Lance certainly wanted out. But a 4th-round pick, I mean, we don't know who else was offering and what else was on the table. That seems heavy for a guy who may never play for you. Same time, it's a quarterback. It's the most valuable position, and you had the great point last hour, Rod, that he can give them their scout team a really good look in weeks you're prepping for Jalen Hurts and Daniel Jones, both players who rushed for over 700 yards last year. That is a value to you in this current season, and potentially Trey Lance becomes a player that you can try to develop, but at the same time, you're not going to be doing much to develop him here during the football season. It's It's trying to win now. I mean, you're trying to win games right now.
Yeah, Jerry Jones said, and I like this quote, shows maturity on the part of Jerry Jones. Quarterbacks are a precious commodity in the NFL. He said we should have in the wings a quarterback on the come. When San Francisco called, I didn't want them to hang up. We want to back Dak Prescott up as well as we can. You can't have enough quarterbacks. We'll see how it works out, but it is worth any risk we're taking here, end quote. Like I said, that's maturity. You're talking about an organization for the Dallas Cowboys that's drafted 7 quarterbacks in the last 34 drafts. 7. The Eagles have drafted 7 in the last 15 years. I mean, the Patriots have drafted 14 since 1998. And after they drafted Tom Brady and he became their franchise Super Bowl winning quarterback, they still drafted 10 other quarterbacks while Tom Brady was on the roster. Right? While he was building
Winning
his
Super
GOAT
Bowls.
resume. They were still drafting quarterbacks. It's just a healthy organizational habit. Ron Wolf famously said, he would draft a quarterback every year if they let him. And it's just a healthy organizational habit. I'll get into a little bit more in Raj round today, but this is just smart of football by the Cowboys, period. If you're talking about roster construction, if you're talking about just looking at overall value, Brian Broaddus said they had a second-round grade on Trey Lance, so giving up a fourth-round pick for a guy you had a second-round grade on is pretty good. So we'll get into all the different reasons this is a good move for the Cowboys. But like I said, you go track teams and their history of drafting quarterbacks. The Cowboys are easily the most irresponsible team when it comes to drafting quarterbacks in the NFL, but also the luckiest team when it comes to drafting quarterbacks in the NFL.
Wow.
And I think that's actually distorted their organizational habit, a bad one of not drafting quarterbacks. So they believe, oh man, we got Tony Romo, we got Dak Prescott, we're okay. These other organizations have figured out that basically the quarterback position is luck. Nobody knows what the hell they're doing when it comes to quarterbacks. The late, great Bill Walsh always said, very few people can evaluate the quarterback position. Even fewer people can coach the quarterback position. It's truer now than it was then. And if you're going to, be a healthy organization, healthy football organization, you need to continue to infuse that roster and organization with new quarterback blood, if you will. And is it always going to work out? No. Carson Wentz didn't work out for the Eagles, but Nick Foles ended up being a Super Bowl MVP. Jalen Hurts ended up being another franchise quarterback for him. Did the 49ers, did it work out with Trey Lance? Nope, but they found Brock Purdy as Mr. Irrelevant in the 7th round because they keep drafting quarterbacks. You have to keep drafting them because nobody knows what they're doing, so you got to give yourself margin for error. That's what the Patriots did. They figured we lucked out drafting Tom Brady. Let's try to hit the lottery again. And they just kept drafting. And they did okay. They flipped some quarterbacks here and there. But the point is, the Cowboys had to remedy this. And no, they didn't draft them, but at least they acquired them. That's baby steps. This is a good move by the Cowboys every which way you look at it from a football perspective. I know some Cowboys fans are gonna complain about anything. They'll complain about no matter what happens with their Cowboys. But this is a good move, Cowboys fans. This is positive. Don't be upset about it. It's positive. He's like the 20th highest paid player on the roster. You're not paying that much for him.
Well, and he's got this year and next year on his contract.
Yeah.
He could pick up his 5th-year option. But, I mean, I think the argument, and it's not, I mean, if he never plays a snap for the Cowboys and you gave up a 4th-round pick, that you could see that as not enough value for a 4th-round draft pick. But I do like investment in the quarterback position at any time you can.
You got to keep doing that.
All right, so that's out there. We'll get to Rod's rant of the day. We're talking Texas football. Looking forward to the press conference this morning. Now, of course, we are no longer the rights holder for UT, so we can't carry that for you live at 11 o'clock this morning. We will certainly have the highlights as they come in and be talking about what Sark says today all day. Somebody said, didn't people freak out last year when Sark didn't release a depth chart? Why would we expect him to release one this year? Well, he may not. He may not. But the only reason I would say expected is Sark said last week he expects to put out a depth chart and signify clearly the ones versus the twos and who's won these positional battles in camp. He may not today. There's no guarantee. But he also he might. As for the embrace the hate conversation, this says rise above it. that says, no, don't change it and bow down to those people. Embrace
those people.
the hate.
To those people.
This says, this says the 1% mob wins again.
That's
It says, rise above sounds soft. Come on, guys.
Mm.
And this says, subtlety can be lost on many in this country. Young people would have taken UT 10 minutes of teamwork to come up with something more accommodating. But do you have to always be accommodating? Or can you be blunt sometimes? Because I don't think the slogan is offensive at all.
Craig Way once told me some very wise words that I took to heart, and it's the reason that I haven't been like suspended off radio, but I say things that are considered controversial all the time. It ain't what you say, it's how you say it. You can say anything you want to. You just have to be very careful about how you articulate that. And he's right. So it ain't what you say, it's how you say it. That's always a better way to say it. You just got to find the words, and there are plenty of them. There's a big, thick dictionary full of them.
They're sure. I mean, we could go through our thesaurus and come up with new ones. And
it's an academic institution. You're not the Aggies, right? You're not the Red Raiders. You're supposed to champion yourself on your intellectual, academic prowess. Come up with a better one.
Well, we still live in America, though.
Right.
We still do. I'm just
First
saying.
Amendment rights.
But I agree. But it's the university. If they pulled it, then they believe that we were in the wrong here. If they pulled it, I'm not. And somebody said they did pull it. If they pulled it, then
somebody mentioned they may have already pulled the
We
T-shirt.
should make those T-shirts.
Or the T-shirts are just sold out. Or the T-shirts
they
have
could
just
be
sold
sold out.
out.
I'm going to say if they did pull it, then they believe like, okay, you know what? Maybe that other side made a good point, or they just don't want to deal with the blowback.
I don't
of the cancel
disagree that
culture.
there could have been a different slogan that may have been. But at the same time, I don't think there's anything wrong with the one that they have.
I'm not
really
offended.
Don't. I don't either.
I don't get offended by a lot of stuff though. Like
Well-
I am not as offended by most. Most people get offended every day about something.
Right.
I'm not.
I'm
one
with
of
you
those
on
people.
that, but,
some people like to be offended. They wake up looking to be offended.
Well, and those people don't always have to win. They don't always have to be listened to at the same time, right? I mean,
That
because-
is fair.
Now, look, if the statement and sentiment is wrong, then yes, call it out and change it. But in this case, it's not. It's offending a small group of people that think it's not saying what it's saying. It's a pretty simple statement that's saying the point that we are not going to be liked by anybody in our conference this year. Crystal Conti said it clearly. They don't like us. They see us as broken up the conference, and they're going to be out to get us. So so we as an athletic department have to embrace it, understand that it's there,
It's coming.
and get ready.
Get ready for. No, I loved the saying initially. I didn't think people would get offended by it, but some people are offended by it. And like I said, hate. People throw that word around, and considering that we've tried to obviously champion other things like compassion and love, I understand why some people don't like the word hate thrown around by their university.
Okay.
So that's their opinion, not mine though. Like I said, I'm not offended by it. I wish I'd have got one of the shirts. Now I'm upset.
We can make
that
our
they're-
own. Make our own.
Yeah, it's not the same. I don't want to buy it from the co-op. I mean, it's official. You know what I mean? But that's okay.
What's that website or app you can make clothes like Etsy?
It's a ton of them.
Etsy.
It's
We
a ton
can
of
make
them.
our own shirts.
You will see those shirts on game day.
Everyone.
Whether they were sold from the co-op or not, people will have those shirts now more than ever.
I'm in the works of creating my own brand called On This Saturday. So maybe that will be one of the first On This Saturday T-shirts. Embrace the
Oh,
hate.
really?
I'm just assuming when we were
Nice.
on campus on Saturday, there'll be a lot of Embrace the Hate gear.
There will be.
Whether they bought it or they made it themselves.
Mhm.
But that thing is going to stick.
Well, now the other side, so they upset by the people who are really offended.
So they're really going to buy it.
So they're gonna make them. They're gonna go out of their way
There's now a
to
market
make
for
them
them.
and make like Embrace the Hate tailgates and stuff like that. Like now we're gonna see even more of it than we expected from the jump. So
Can we go back to the days where I was at Texas OU and they were handing out Dirty Sanchez T-shirts?
What?
Yeah.
Hey,
There was a bunch of guys outside the gate just handing a whole section at them. It was awesome. No one was complaining then.
Well, you remember it was Tom.
nobody was offended by
No.
that. They probably didn't know what it was.
You know,
They probably did not.
Tom Herman had
Yeah.
the OK Cool Hook'em thing. Remember
Oh
that deal?
yeah, because of Michelle, right?
Yeah, well, his buddy there at Ohio State, Zach, whatever the former wide receivers coach
Well,
is.
no, because I think her response on Twitter
Was okay, cool.
was
Hook'em.
okay, cool, hook 'em. It was
Yeah.
because of her.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
Michelle's wife.
Okay, cool,
Her wife's
hook 'em.
response to him and them talking trash on Twitter was, okay, cool, hook 'em.
Listen,
and then it became a
I
thing.
know my husband's a scumbag. Like, come
Yeah.
on.
No,
Okay, cool, hook 'em.
it was great. I loved it, and it became a thing. Okay, cool, hook 'em, and people really made T-shirts and made hats about it. It was great, but it was an inside joke, and that's why it was cool. It was an inside joke for Longhorn fans. If you didn't get it, you didn't get it. Then it was on you. And Longhorn were like, okay, cool, hook 'em. What the hell is that? It's like, well, then if you don't know, you don't know. You're not in the know. And maybe if Texas can find kind of an inside joke thing, that'd be cool too about this.
All right, lot to do. It is a busy Monday, recapping a really, really busy weekend with sports of all sorts for sure. Before the end of the hour, we'll play some Bullish and BS brought to you by those first-place Austin Gamblers. Good times yesterday out there at Moody Center and this weekend. Also the other top stories from Bullish and BS. We got to talk some Longhorns. Rod's got a rant at the bottom of the hour, which we'll dive into. And do you expect to see a depth chart today? Do you think there'll be one, or does it matter?
I think it would matter to me. I mean, as a player, I like depth charts. I'm old school, but I won the job. I need people to see I won the job. I want everybody to see I won the job. It's my job. I need everybody nationally to know Robbie won that job, that I went out there and competed against the best athletes that Texas could bring to the 40 acres, and I went out there and competed like hell and won that damn job, and I am your best option to go help you win games at the cornerback position. It matters to me. It's a pride thing with me. But like I said, I'm from I'm old school now. Maybe they don't need depth charts, and maybe it's not significant. But I actually, like I said, from a sentimental perspective, I wanted to see my name. It was like a vision board or something. You know what I mean? They made those vision boards or whatever. I needed to see it where I won it. I won the job, and then I was the first cornerback on that depth chart. It meant something to me, and maybe it doesn't mean anything to the guys. They don't care like I did.
Well, I like your side too. But again, who's going to run out there when they play Alabama week 2 is the important part, right? Who are the ones?
Yeah.
Who are your 11
and maybe
best
they don't
on
want
either side?
Alabama to know that.
Right.
And I get that.
I mean, everybody's going to play against Rice. I think we know that. You're going to empty the depth chart in that game. It's 2:30 in the heat of the day. They're going to use their depth to wear Rice out and try to get a lot of people's feet wet into the season. I get all that. But again, it all changes the following week where your best 11 are going to be on the field throughout the game and in critical moments, and you got to know who those guys are. If you're looking for concerns, because there's been a lot of reasons for optimism, we know that with the Longhorns. But, as we've heard from Sark, if the defense has won both scrimmages and the defensive line, anchored by Alfred Collins and Byron Murphy, are continuing to, wreak havoc, then you got to be a little bit concerned about the interior of your O-line, right? You know what you got with Kelvin Banks and maybe Christian Jones at right guard, but you have to settle those. I mean, Alabama and Nick Saban are gonna challenge you in the trenches, and if you're still not there yet, that can blow up an offense if you're getting beat right at the middle. Which it sounds like. And I would also put to concerns, Rod, as we go into game week, the goal of the defense was to force more turnovers, and it sounds like they have, but at the same time, that means your offense was turning the ball over a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And that ball security, it's our ball, y'all. Yep. That has to be a point of focus and emphasis, obviously, this week as you head into actual football games.
And remember, also, Sark talked about pre-snap penalties. More issue in both scrimmages that he didn't like. He has so much pre-snap movement, shifts, and motions before the snap that was an issue about getting that all synchronized. So I do wonder if that's something to watch for early on, right? Just the rust factor with the offense. So I think you're right. Turnovers, that's something that Texas fans should be looking for, because on both sides, defensively, hopefully they're forcing a lot of turnovers, taking the ball away. But offensively, are they taking care of the football? Remember last year, that wasn't a big issue for Texas. They were actually tied with K-State for the fewest giveaways and the fewest turnovers in Big 12 play. But they didn't take the ball away enough, so turnover margin, I think they were 5th in the Big 12 because they were 9th in takeaways. So those are two things that you want to see them continue to take care of the football like they did last season, but you want to see the defense take the football away. Something else I want to watch in this in the Rice matchup too, since we'll get into it a little bit later. I think they're going to be really vanilla, and there are some conceptual signatures of Sark's offense you're just going to see all the time: pre-snap motions and shifts, play action pass, RPOs. But in terms of the exotic play design, I don't think you're going to see any exotic play design at all. I think they're going to keep it vanilla intentionally on purpose, and that may frustrate some Longhorn fans because you may not get the explosive plays and the separation you want early on in the matchup. You may have to wear Rice down just kind of a little bit, and Rice believes they're somewhat talented. We'll get into that when we go behind the burnt orange curtain, but it's going to be vanilla. And if I'm Sark, honestly, man, this week I'm game planning for Bama.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
You know what I mean? Like,
well,
I'm sorry, Rice. Like that's why it may be vanilla and it may start slow. Is because I think they're game planning for Bama this week. I think they're game planning for Bama last week, this week, and next week.
Well, I think Bama's doing the same because they're prepping. They're game planning for Middle Tennessee.
There you go.
And Middle Tennessee and Rice are probably pretty even. Hey, we come back. It'll be Rod's Rant. We talk more the good, the bad, and the ugly from the busy weekend. What was good for you over the weekend? What didn't you like? And what was just downright ugly, including those Texas Rangers plummeting. They've lost 9 of 10, and they've lost their grip on the top spot in the American League West. The Seattle Mariners have taken over. We'll get you details on that, a 3-team race in the West. And Bullish and BS before the end of the hour here on Ian Rodby. It's all about the numbers, Rod. The numbers ahead of Rod's rant of the day. How about Victor Hovland? $21.6 million in checks he's cashed the last 2 weeks and has dominated the best players in golf. He was Tiger Woods-like for the last couple of weekends.
Mm-hmm.
How about rolling into Eastlake? 68, 64, 66, 63. Just laser beams with his iron shots. And first in strokes gained off the tee. He was tremendous. Finishes at 27 under par. The 25-year-old former Oklahoma State Cowboy was phenomenal. If you take what he did in Chicago with that 61 on Sunday and rolled that right into Eastlake, he was staggeringly good for just didn't miss many. Hardly hit any bad shots over 4 days. Is really, really hard to do. And Scotty Scheffler, who teed off with the lead, just didn't have it.
Can't putt.
You can't putt. And you drive for show, you putt for dough. And he kind of lost his mojo on Thursday when he had that first triple he's had all season. And Victor Hovland is the man right now. I would also say that how did the Texas Rangers cough up their lead in the American League West that they have owned since early April? A 1-9 stretch, Rod. They've won 1 of their last 10 games, the Rangers. Meanwhile, the Mariners have gone 9-1, and the Astros have gone 4-6. So all of a sudden, the Seattle Mariners are the first-place team. And as I said to you last week, they're the team that scares. That they look like the best team right now. It's not who's the best team all year. It's who's playing the best when it matters. And right now, the Mariners are pitching better than Houston and Texas. And Julio Rodriguez, this young phenom, has gotten really hot. And they just wrapped up. They're in the midst of their best 50-game stretch in 20 years.
Wow.
They're 34-16 their last 50 games, and they have overtaken the Rangers. So here we go. Now, both the Rangers and Astros are in the wild card race, and if the season ended today, would be in the wild card in the American League, along with Tampa.
Still, though, it's still starting to freak out. If you're a Rangers fan, you got to be freaking out a little bit now.
Nah.
Really?
I'm good.
Okay.
There's bad stretches of the year.
But you picked a bad time to go 1-10.
It's the worst time to have your worst stretch of the season.
It's still equal to Astros.
Yeah. Well, actually, the Astros now have more wins than the Rangers at 74, and we'll see. The Astros lost their first 2 games in Detroit, or first game, and then won the next 2. Put up 7 runs yesterday, 17 runs, I should say, with Jeremy Pena and a 5-hit day. We'll hear from JP coming up, Jeremy Pena. But there's some baseball, a little golf. We know it's football season for sure, and people are locking in and getting ready for it. But by the way, did you see Lionel Messi's pass the other night on Saturday?
No, I didn't. I hear he's not going to start their first MLS game, though. They're not going to start him.
Yeah, they're.
So I guess they're just like.
I don't think he started this game either.
Yeah, he may not have started any game.
He came in the 60th minute.
They just put him in like for a 10-minute spurt, and he just.
Well, he's got to play if these fans are paying $1,000 a ticket. Yeah, you expect to see.
Yeah, you got to see him. So you just haven't started him. So yeah, it's interesting.
He's old.
No, he is old, and you can't afford for him to get hurt. So you just want to make sure you ease him in.
Load management.
There you go.
Management.
There you go. The NBA-ification.
He came he came in the 60th minute with the fans chanting, and the pass he made. He's just so much better than everybody out there. But I read where the value of that franchise.
Oh yeah, man, it's going to skyrocket.
It's unbelievable.
It's probably going to be close to $1 billion.
Inter Miami still has not lost with Lionel Messi. The club is now projecting $200 million in annual revenue. That's 4 times more than they made last year. It would be an MLS record by a mile, and it puts them on par with teams like Newcastle United and Aston Villa in the Premier League. So.
Yeah, and I guarantee, I don't know when the new CBA is up for MLS, but they're definitely going to fix some of the rules where they can have more international superstars like Messi on these types of deals. Because there's a movement. Some in the MLS don't like this. They think this could be bad for MLS to start to set this precedent for players like Messi to come over here and have ownership stake and get a revenue share of the jerseys and the concessions and the merchandise and all that kind of stuff. But how else are you going to get those types of players? And now you are one of the biggest sports stories in the world. I mean, I don't know. I think it's worth it.
Yeah,
you ain't got to do it for every player, but I mean, like 4 or 5 of those guys, they want to come play. And you might get one in their prime. Messi's not even in his prime.
Yeah, he's
a retirement plan.
Well, and you're seeing how it can flip a franchise and make it so much more valuable. All right, we'll get to the NFL as well coming up because the preseason's over. What we'll be watching today is cut down day, right? You got to get down to 53 person rosters, which was always a fearful time for Rod over there. What's going to happen? Am I going to get that phone, bring your playbook kind of thing?
I hated to bring my playbook. It's always sucked.
Yeah, well, today's the day.
They give you a trash bag too, by the way. Still,
trash bag,
multi-billion-dollar business. I believe that when I was there and I saw it even on Hard Knocks a few years ago. So maybe now they'll give you an actual duffel bag, like an actual, you get a team, affiliated bag to take your crap out in. But no, usually trash bag, sir, fill it up and please, don't leave anything on your way out. Yeah. Take all your crap with you.
No keepsake for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks for coming. There'll be no parting gifts.
I did get to keep my playbook with the Lions, though, strangely enough. Yeah.
How?
Because they cut me while I wasn't with the team. I was on vacation or something.
So you still have it?
Me. I actually do have that playbook, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Hey, let's drive into Rod's rant. It's a busy one on a Monday morning.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butt.
All right, let's get to some NFL discussion. The big story, of course, Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys making a move, trading for Trey Lance. And there's so many different benefits to this move for the Cowboys. And I've said it before, and it's an organizational malpractice, if you will, for how the Cowboys have approached the quarterback position. In the last 34 years, I count only 7 quarterbacks they've drafted in the common era draft, which is unbelievable. The Patriots have 14 quarterbacks they've drafted since 1998. Eagles, 7 quarterbacks they've drafted in the last 15 years. So you're talking about damn near every other year for them. Green Bay has drafted 10 since 1999, 17 since 1990. The 49ers have drafted 12 since 99. Otherwise, they'd be up Itch Creek, if you will, without drafting Brock Purdy as the Mr. Irrelevant last in the draft because obviously with the Trey Lance situation, they miscalculated the developmental track of Trey Lance. So if you just draft quarterbacks ever so often, I think it'll keep you from being in quarterback hell. The Cowboys have avoided quarterback hell. I'll give them props because they've really been lucky when it comes to quarterback. I brought this up earlier this week. We talked about, not this week, but last week about the Cowboys, and I didn't even know this was going to be a story. But, they lucked into Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott's Viagra. They had no idea Dak Prescott was going to be as great as he was and a franchise quarterback. They drafted him in the 4th round, turned him into a 3rd-string quarterback. And it was a good move, by the way, as few quarterbacks that they've drafted.
Well, remember, they were targeting quarterback in that draft.
They were. Connor Cook and Paxton Lynch were guys they were looking at.
Yeah.
Then they did not. They could have traded for those guys. They did not. Johnny Manziel, remember at one point, they wanted him too. They were looking for a quarterback, but my point is when they did draft a quarterback, it worked out for him, actually. He was 3rd string, and then Romo gets hurt, and then Kellen Moore gets hurt, and then Dak Prescott becomes guy. And that's not development, by the way. Remember, Dak Prescott became the starting quarterback his rookie year. And that wasn't necessarily development. He was just really good in that offense, and he developed after that. Why some Cowboys fans are displeased with Dak because they believe, oh, man, Dak is regressing. All right, Dak is not as good as he was.
Or he's plateaued.
Maybe that's the right term. Plateaued. Well, 15 interceptions, 17 would say regression.
Plateaued and maybe now gotten figured out a little bit by this league.
Yes, I think that's the concern for Dak Prescott. But this is why you needed to make the move. And some people obviously think you may have paid too much or given too much for Trey Lance because he's going to be a 3rd-string quarterback and gave up a 4th-round pick. I think it was worth it for the Cowboys, and here's why. Last season, the NFL set a record for 68 different starting quarterbacks in the NFL. 68 in 2022. Hell, you had, by the way, 1987, that was when they had replacement players, the NFL strike year. That was the only time they had more starting quarterbacks. You had 87 that year. You won't surpass that, ever, right? But in any other normal year, this is an NFL record. You had 21 teams that relied on multiple quarterback starters. All right. Multiple unique starters at the quarterback position is how they phrase it. You had 13 teams, I counted, that played at least 3 quarterbacks. 13
of 32.
You had more than a third of the league had to play 3 quarterbacks. Hell, you had teams playing their 3rd-string quarterbacks in the playoffs, like the 49ers, like the Miami Dolphins. So if you're just looking at it from a pragmatic standpoint, there are more teams using 3rd-string quarterbacks than ever before in the history of the NFL. As a matter of fact, only 8 quarterbacks started all 17 games. Only 10 quarterbacks had 100% participation. Which is the lowest in the 10-team era. So the truth is, just from a pragmatic standpoint, just as the insurance policy, and if quarterback is the most valuable position in all of football, in all of sports, some people would say, everything valuable in our life, we have insurance on it, right? Our life, our health, our car, our house. If it's important, they tell you to insure it. Well, the backup and your third string quarterback, that's your insurance behind your most valuable asset, which is your quarterback position. And I think the Cowboys, once again, they just bought some more insurance on the quarterback position, which I don't have a problem with that at all.
Yeah, they're bringing in a player like that. Also,
Yeah.
it was kind of a shame for Will Greer, who was told it was going to be his last game and then went out and threw 4 touchdowns. Played great in the preseason game with Dak Prescott calling plays, but he put tape out there for other teams to have a look at.
And he did. That's important because I think Will Greer's going to end up somewhere. He's better than like I said. Most teams now with the quarterback rule, they're going to have a third string quarterback on the roster. They're going to try to keep one on the active roster. And I think
Sam Ehlinger is going to be
exactly
probably the emergency quarterback in Indianapolis behind Anthony Richardson and.
So I think some teams are understanding
Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, they don't want to be in that position. But also, and I brought this up earlier, man. If let's just say Trey Lance doesn't help you out at all, and that's the hope, right? Because you don't even want your third string quarterback to have to play. That means your starting quarterback got hurt and your backup got hurt. You don't want to be in that situation. So even if Trey Lance never gets to start or take a snap for the Cowboys in an actual game, here's how he's going to help the Cowboys immediately and impact them immediately and help them win games. I brought this up earlier. We are living in a time in football where the dual threat quarterback is more of a weapon than ever before. Last season was the first time since they've been tracking it, that quarterback design runs actually they had higher rate, I should say, of quarterback design runs than they actually had of quarterback scrambles. That's never happened in NFL history. The reason is because we have more dual threat quarterbacks in the NFL than ever before, and the NFL has now basically decided to accept and evolve and tailor their offensive game plans to the specific unique skill sets of these dual threat quarterbacks. Hell, the Cowboys face 2 of them in the division, in Jalen Hurts and Daniel Jones, 700-yard rushers. Hell, Jalen Hurts may be the best dual threat quarterback in the league, some people would say. Got the tush push to deal with and the basically the souped-up version of the quarterback sneak that the Eagles run. You got to face those 2 quarterbacks twice a year. That's 4 games right there. You play Josh Allen, I believe. You play the Bills later on in this season. So that's another of the top, dual threat quarterbacks in the NFL. So that's 5 games you're going to end up playing a dual threat quarterback. And hell, like 4 of those are division games. Those are crucial games. You got to find a way to win that series or split those division series. Now you actually have a dual threat quarterback. I'm talking about a guy that has elite explosive athleticism at the quarterback position in Trey Lance, who can be a simulation quarterback in practice for Dan Quinn's defense when he's got to play against the Eagles and game plan against Jalen Hurts and Daniel Jones and Josh Allen. Trust me, he was not getting that kind of look with Cooper Rush. And Dak Prescott does not provide reps for the scout team for the defense. He don't do that. Remember, we heard the stories, about Brock Purdy and how he was performing versus the 49ers defense in training camp a couple years ago. Yes, and during the season, because that's what your third string quarterback does. Your third string quarterback is usually your scout team quarterback for the defense. And now that scout team quarterback for the Cowboys, at least when they're giving those looks, when you're trying to simulate what the opposing quarterback's going to do, if they're going to face a dual threat quarterback, and like I said, they'll face one at least in 5 games, I guarantee you Trey Lance is going to be given that visual, and it's going to be a much more accurate visual. So in addition to the insurance policy behind your starting quarterback, you can also use these quarterbacks, at least Trey Lance, as a scout team quarterback to give you a more accurate visual for the dual threat quarterbacks you're going to face on your schedule.
That's well said. All right, so that's why the pick, and the obvious question is: does this put any pressure on Dak Prescott at all? The fact that you traded for a guy that you once had a high second round grade on, and obviously Dak Prescott, he's not going to take it as any competition. But we do remember when Carson Wentz was the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles, and they drafted a guy, Jalen Hurts, in the second round, who was supposed to just be insurance and developmental player. Well, now he took Carson Wentz's job eventually. Yep. I don't know if that can be Trey Lance because he's thrown so many passes, so few passes in his football career, but the Cowboys now have a developmental player at that position. Plus, it can help him.
It might keep Dak from playing hardball in those negotiations. Tom Brady didn't play a lot of hardball with the Patriots because the Patriots kept drafting quarterbacks, and there was always that card that Belichick could play. Was like, man, I drafted you in the 6th round. I drafted this guy in the 4th round. I might give him a shot.
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo was the 2nd-round pick for them, or late second. All right, we come back. It's Bullish or BS. Get you some tales from the Moody Center. The Gambler Days are in the books, and they were phenomenal. Also, some other Bullish and BS topics coming back here on Ian Rod B. Yeah, bullish or BS. The weekend at Moody Center was outstanding. Great job to J.J. Gotch and the entire team of the Austin Gamblers. They went 3-0. Huge crowds. I mean, Saturday was a complete sellout. Yesterday we were there. Tremendous crowd and a lot of fun. A lot of fun. That is an adrenaline-filled sport that's growing like crazy. I mentioned Michael Dell is now part owner. He was in the dirt area right next to us and watching his team. He's a part owner of that team. Of the Austin Gamblers. So a lot of fun out there. That was very, very bullish. How about this, Rod and Ty? Are you bullish or BS that, according to CB, they had the first college game day on Saturday for the college football season, and Desmond Howard picked Texas to be in his college football playoff. He typically makes horrible picks. Also, all the analysts there at ESPN picked Texas to be the Big 12 champions in 20 and 23. Through it all, are you bullish or BS on Desmond Howard taking the Longhorns in the Final Four?
I'm BS on Desmond Howard. I'm bullish on everybody else picking, but yeah, Desmond Howard makes terrible picks. He picked the Aggies to make the college football playoff a couple of years ago.
Last year.
Was it last year he did?
They had won 5 wins.
Yeah, and yeah, he just seems he's got the kiss of death thing working. But everybody else picked him too, so maybe you can balance out that bad mojo. But Desmond Howard, he makes horrible picks. I want to say something. Did he pick Brock Bowers to win the Heisman? Or
yes.
Something? Yeah, he just
said a tight end's going to win the Heisman.
A tight end, not a running back, not a wide receiver, which we've seen from both of them, but a tight end is going to win the Heisman. It's like, okay, he's just, I don't know why he makes it. You know what? But we're talking about him. Maybe, That's why he makes bad picks. He's like, you know what? Nobody will talk about me if I make a sensible pick. I make terrible picks, it'll go viral. Brilliant.
Also, there are some at the University of Texas, including a group of professors that are calling out the Embrace the Hate moniker that Texas has adopted in their athletic department, saying that it's not on brand. Are we bullish or BS on pushing back against Embrace the Hate, or just, come on now? Everybody doesn't need to be offended all the time.
It's BS, but like I said, we'll see if they took the shirts off the shelves or if they left them up there. We'll see that. But you will see Embrace the Hate on game day. I just don't know if it'll be officially endorsed and sold at the University of Texas Co-op. That's, I think, will be the question.
Well, somebody texted in that they called in to the co-op and said that they didn't pull it off the shelves. It just sold out that quickly.
Yeah, they sold out.
Oh, nice.
They're a hot commodity.
There you go.
And
but they make more.
The minor pushback and blowback has created it to be more of a sales piece. The cancel crowd.
Oh, maybe they did that on purpose.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe that was Texas, the genius of Texas marketing. You're like, nah, we need people to hate us, literally, and then we'll see people buy it on the other end. The blowback.
What do you have for us, Ty, in bullish or BS?
Talk about a little bit about the Cowboys running back room. We talked about the Texas depth chart earlier. I'm looking at the most updated Cowboys depth chart, and at the running back position, they have Tony Pollard as a starter, Rico Dowdle as the second stringer, and Deuce Vaughn as updated as the third guy on the depth chart. Bullish or BS? Deuce Vaughn is more than just a gadget guy, kick return type of player this year. Like, he can make a legitimate impact on the season.
I think you're going to see Deuce Vaughn just as much as you're going to see Rico Dowdle.
Agreed.
Because I think
bullish on that.
They'll have packages for Deuce Vaughn. They'll have specific packages, personnel groupings they'll use just for Deuce. They're not
like
going to have.
Used to do for Pollard when Pollard was a young player behind Zeke Elliott.
They're not going to specialize anything for Dowdle. He's not special enough for that. He's serviceable, but I think they're going to specialize packages and plays just to try to get Deuce in open space one-on-one against defenders, which is a nightmare, and everybody knows it. So, yeah.
I'm bullish.
Bullish on that, bro.
I like that.
Hey, we rest in peace to the late, great Bob Barker, who passed away on Saturday of natural causes, and good of him. He died at 99. He didn't go over $1.
99.
Close to going over, but didn't go over. But no. Is he on the
Live a Full Life?
Is Bob Barker on the Mount Rushmore of game show hosts?
Yes.
Is that for sure? We did have these sexual.
I got to go do the research on this.
Did he do something bad?
He liked to. You may have the Barker's Babes back when you could call them Barker's Babes, and he might have give him a little massage or times or two, a little sexual harassment thing happening there.
Yeah. I'm sure he's probably in the conversation.
It was the 90s.
He's definitely in the conversation. Yeah, but talking about the goats of.
Yeah, you're talking about Pat Sajak, Monty Hall,
game show hosts,
Alex Trebek, Richard Dawson.
I don't know if he's on. I don't know if he's on the Mount Rushmore though. That's interesting.
Mount Rushmore of game show hosts. Where does Bob Barker land as he passed away on Saturday? Bullish or BS? We'll be back.
We're rolling take A, we're rolling take overdub. Double dub.
Monday on E and Rod B. It is good, bad, and ugly from the weekend. Not a good. Ties Texas Rangers pretty ugly over the weekend. They've lost 9 of 10. Mariners are taking over. Have taken over in the AL West. Have an ugly weekend for Scotty Scheffler. I don't know if it's either ugly or bad. He just didn't play that great. And Victor Hovland is your FedEx Cup champion. How about Hovland? He's made $32 million this year. That's a new record.
What did he take from that? $18 million just from?
Yeah, between this week and last week, he made $21.6 mil.
Yeah, man, that's a nice couple of weeks.
And he was locked in. That guy, like Tiger Woods at times, just long and straight off the tee, just laser beams right at the pins, and he was outstanding for, the last 2 weekends, without a doubt. This says, guys, Mount Rushmore of game show hosts. Come on, that's easy. Pat Sajak, Alex Trebek, Chuck Woolery, Bob Barker. Okay?
It's a good list.
Richard Dawson, I always liked him on Family. I mean, when's Steve Harvey going to get some love for his work on Family Feud?
Yeah.
He's very
true.
funny.
No, Steve Harvey just continues. He just works all the damn time. He does like 3 or 4 of these damn shows. I was thinking another one, too.
I was always a fan growing up of Wink Martindale. And,
isn't that the defensive coordinator for the
Yes, that's funny. Yeah, that's Martindale, the defensive coordinator. They call him Wink because of the famous game show host. That's how he got his nickname, because his last name is Martindale, and his real name is not that. But I think that's where he took his nickname from, because Wink Martindale was a goofy.
I don't think I actually even knew that.
Yeah, he was on a show called Tic Tac Doe for a long time.
I gotcha.
Oh yeah, but now Wink Martindale, is the defense coordinator of the Giants. And I think that's where he takes his nickname. But, hey, guys, before we get to the headlines and back into some behind the burnt orange curtain talk, it's game week for the Longhorns. Depth chart talk today. We were playing bullish or BS before the top of the hour. And now that the preseason is all over in the NFL, the 3-0 teams in the preseason, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Washington, and that's all. Which one of those teams are you most bullish on this year, Rod?
Pittsburgh
3-0, Jacksonville 3-0, and the Washington Commanders 3-0.
I think Jacksonville will be the best of those 3-0 preseason teams. Not that it means a damn thing, because I believe the Detroit Lions that went winless, didn't they go undefeated in the preseason that year?
Yes.
I believe, I'm not mistaken, they went undefeated in the preseason that year and then went winless in the regular season. So
I mean, if
it
you're
don't mean a damn thing.
You're watching all weekend. It's a bunch of guys that they're all going to get waived here today.
Yeah.
And tomorrow.
Bunch of jabronis hoping to make the XFL, or what's the other league?
USFL.
Is it USFL? Okay.
Put some tape out there.
There you go. So they didn't have those leagues when I was around. I had to go to Canada if I wanted to play more ball. Yeah. See?
Did you?
Yeah, I did. Hamilton, baby. Hamilton Tiger Cats. Go Tiger Cats!
How long were you in Hamilton, Canada?
Not long. It was like half a season. I was like, yeah, this is probably not for me. I was pretty good. Actually ended up making a lot of plays up there, but I didn't like the pay scale. It wasn't worth it.
Wasn't worth your cash.
It wasn't worth it. Yeah, it wasn't worth it trying to get dual citizenship to be a Canadian. But the women were fantastic. I did.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Really enjoyed my time up there.
Hamilton Tiger Cats.
Where is Hamilton on the West Coast?
Oh, yeah. Don't let me lie to you. Because I don't know my
it's in Ontario, correct?
Regions. Yes, it's Ontario.
Yeah, so that's
so I would say I don't want to be lied to you about exactly what it is, but I'm just saying it was I enjoyed my time there. It wasn't bad. More of an industrial town, I think Hamilton is. Yeah, not the most exotic parts of Canada, which like that's Vancouver and Toronto's like obviously.
Well, Hamilton's New York City. Far from Buffalo. I mean, it's barely into Canada. So
yeah, it's right across.
Right across there. Between Buffalo and Toronto. Hey, so also on the other side of that in the NFL with 3 preseason games in the books, the winless teams, the teams that did not win a game, Cincinnati, Philadelphia, Minnesota,
exactly,
Carolina, and the Rams. So
I mean, those are going to be good teams. Well, not all of them, but
Cincinnati's
going to be a good team.
Real good. Joe Burrow didn't play us down.
Yeah.
Because he got hurt early.
Yeah.
You
know they'll be good. Philadelphia is going to be good.
Because Philadelphia and Philadelphia and Cincinnati both.
You know what? And Minnesota, I know that Minnesota's got a lot of weird stats about last season, but Minnesota actually may end up being a decent team this year still. But they had it's crazy. They're the first team that won. They won 13 games, I believe it was.
Yes.
And had a negative point differential. It feels like that's hard to do. But they had so many close, tight games, so many come from behind wins. They had so many got a fourth quarter comeback wins. Usually there's a regression to the mean when you have that many kind of abnormalities and extremes. But we'll see. I like Minnesota though as a team, and that wide receiving core now with Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson.
The question is their defense because
that is the question.
Their defense, and it's hard to overcome a bad defense, and they did so many times last year in those close games. But I think the rest of that division is better too. With Detroit as one of the favorites, and Green Bay, who knows? Jordan Love had a good preseason, so now they're excited. And Chicago feels like they're on the come. I would also ask you all this before we do the headlines because we're on the NFL. We're going to hear from Mike McCarthy coming up. Was asked how Dak Prescott did calling plays. Which he did on Saturday night. So we'll hear Mike McCarthy. And as you pointed out, this isn't the first time Mike McCarthy's let his quarterback call play.
No. He let Aaron Rodgers do it a couple of times. That's why Aaron Rodgers likes to do it now. He did it most recently. He did
it's a good way to get your quarterback mentally sharp and in the flow of the game without having him playing and risk injury. But I would also say that the word is out now that Jerry Jones did not consult Dak Prescott or mention it to Dak Prescott that they were acquiring Trey Lance.
Or Mike McCarthy.
He
didn't mention it either
Should
one.
They have? I think that's a fair question. Is that their responsibility to tell their highly paid starting quarterback that, hey, we're acquiring this quarterback, or just you're just part of the team, deal with it?
Yeah, it's a courtesy, I think, for the quarterback. For the head coach, probably should have at least reached out to the head coach, let him know, hey, I'm having a conversation, having a conversation about acquiring Trey Lance, just so you know.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's a courtesy to the quarterback, though, and you should, by the way, you should respect that courtesy. Remember, Deshaun Watson. One of the things, and you remember this, that initially, and I know Texans fans don't care anymore because there was a lot more on Deshaun Watson's plate at the time, more so than his dissatisfaction with being a Texan. But remember, one of the things that initially disgruntled him was the fact that they traded DeAndre Hopkins and never reached out to him. He found out on the crawl on ESPN.
Yeah,
he found out how we all found out.
Which is probably how Dak found out.
Yes, and I think...
Because I got a text. That came down. That was like a Friday news dump.
Mm-hmm.
I was, having dinner. I got a text from my buddy. I hadn't even seen it. He said, Cowboys got Nance. I was like, well, who's Nance? I meant typo. I mean Lance.
Nance.
I was like, who's Nance?
Who the hell is Nance?
Why are you so
Nance about this guy?
Jim Nance is coming to the Cowboys? Sweet.
That's funny. But no, you're right. I think Jerry probably should have displayed a little bit more awareness, and either one of those guys should have gotten a heads up, either Dak or Mike McCarthy.
Just so you know, Dak. Hey, let's get to but you know what? Maybe we'll rattle the cage a little bit.
And maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point.
Raise it up, Dak. Raise it up.
That's exactly what he wants.
Let's get to the headlines, the other trending topics of a good, bad, and ugly Monday morning. Top Gun Lawn and Equipment Rentals bring you the news. Texas football that week for the Longhorns. Game week as they open their final season as members of the Big 12 this coming Saturday. Of course, before they play any conference games, 3 straight non-cons, including this Saturday's opener with the Rice Owls. Texas currently a 35-point favorite, according to Vegas. 2:30 the kickoff. Rice has been picked to finish 12th in the 14-team AAC, coming off a 5-8 record. Texas, of course, picked in the preseason to win the Big 12. College football season did open this past Saturday. A couple of games of note, including 6th-ranked USC rolling past San Jose State 56-28. Heisman Trophy winner Caleb Williams threw 4 touchdown passes in that game. He's off to a good start. In Dublin, 13th-ranked Notre Dame walloped Navy 42-0. Their new quarterback, Sam Hartman, also threw 4 touchdowns. 2 of them to Austin's own true freshman, Jaden Greathouse, kid from Westlake. Major League Baseball, streaking Mariners are now in sole possession of first place in the American League West. They swept the Royals this weekend. Rangers, meanwhile, lost 9 of 10, and they have lost their lead on first place. Have held it every day since April the 8th. They now trail Seattle by a game. Houston walloped Detroit yesterday 17-4 in the rubber game of that series. They're also 1 game back, and the Mariners tied with the Rangers right now, percentage points separating the two. At the Dell Diamond, Round Rock won again. They rolled Salt Lake 11-2. Also from baseball, about the moment in Williamsport, Pennsylvania yesterday, young Louis Lappy lived every kid's dream. His team from California locked in a 5-5 tie in the championship game with Curacao of the Little League World Series.
Challenge!
What a call. Carl Ravitch on ABC yesterday. California wins the Little League World Series. Also in golf, 25-year-old Victor Hovland ran away from the field at the Tour Championship. He wins the FedEx Cup and cashes that $18 million check. Also this weekend, Austin FC fell to 9th place in the Western Conference. They lost at FC Dallas 1-0 with the goal coming in stoppage time. Austin returns home Wednesday to host Seattle. Meanwhile, at Moody Center yesterday, what a weekend for the Austin Gamblers. They finished off a 3-0 weekend on their home dirt with a win on Gambler Days in front of a packed house. Gamblers are now 12-1 on the year in the PBR Team Series.
I know we're going to get into the Dallas Cowboys a little bit and talk about Dak's play calling debut in the preseason, but I will give the Cowboys some props. Brought this up earlier. Man, the Cowboys, and I'd put them up there with almost any team right now, at least this offseason, or at least in the last few months, that have been really aggressive in the trade market in the NFL. I always talk about the NBA-ification of the NFL. Trades are a big part of that. Now teams are embracing the trade market more than ever. Cowboys have basically gotten themselves 3 starters out of trades over the last few months, including going back into the season when they got Jonathan Hankins for a 6th-round pick, starting D tackle for him. Got Brandon Cooks, obviously, this offseason. That was for a 5th-round pick. Got cornerback Stephon Gilmore, former Defensive Player of the Year, for a 5th-round pick. Those are starters at key spots. They needed somebody to plug the hole and be really someone that can be stout in the middle of their defense to shore up their rush defense. That was Jonathan Hankins. They need another threat on the outside in their wide receiving core, especially after losing Dalton Schultz and some other weapons over the years. Brandon Cooks is that guy, and they needed a cornerback opposite of Trevon Diggs who could basically stand up and be not only serviceable, but be somebody that can make plays, because teams are staying away from Trevon Diggs more and more because of his playmaking ability. Well, now you got, to pick your poison. You're going to throw at Trevon Diggs, you're going to throw at a former Defensive Player of the Year in Stephon Gilmore, or throw at the slot in Deron Bland, a rookie who had 5 interceptions last year. Then you have Trey Lance, of course, not a starter, but we talked about his value, and we'll get back to that in Rod's Round of the Day again. But I love the way the Cowboys are attacking the trade market. They don't like free agency. They think it's too expensive. They love the draft. That's their homegrown team, probably the most homegrown team in the NFL. And also their model is about undrafted free agents. They're one of the top 5 best undrafted free agency teams in the NFL as well. Those are the 2 primary ways they construct their roster. But now you're starting to see them fill in some of the gaps with the trade market. And I love that. That's new for the Cowboys. They haven't always been this aggressive.
Well, Jerry used to be. And then when he was going crazy and trading picks for acquiring Roy Williams and acquiring Joey Galloway and making these crazy trades, finally Stephen and Will McClay have calmed him down, and they've been not active enough, in my opinion, right? If you don't want to compete in free agency, I get that, because it's where a lot of times average players get overpriced because the market is pushing the price up, especially at a need position. I get that, and so you want to build through the draft. But you saw the Eagles kind of go for it last year with the A.J. Brown trade. I mean, the Rams before them with Sean McVay went for it and went to win a Super Bowl. And people were accurately asking Jerry Jones, hey, why aren't we going for it? I mean, you're this close. You're in the divisional round. Why wouldn't you try to acquire a couple of players that can put you over the top? Those precious 5th-round draft picks or 4th-round picks, if they can help you win a Super Bowl, wouldn't that be worth it? And the Cowboys this offseason, which is why there's so much pressure on Dak Prescott. Because this season's all on Dak, right? Yep. They've reacquired Dan Quinn. They re-signed all their key free agents on the defensive side. They traded for the guys you just mentioned, and now they've traded for Trey Lance to give them more quarterback security, and they're all in. There's no doubt. Jerry Jones, this team is going for it right now. They see a window with because if we can get past Philadelphia. Because you gave the great point earlier that having Trey Lance on the team, a 4th-round pick may be heavy, but at the same time, he can give you a great simulation of Jalen Hurts in your preparation for games against the Eagles and the Giants. You played Josh Allen this year. They're in. And so the pressure is on Dak. Can we hear Mike McCarthy after the game on Saturday? Because Dak didn't play again. He did call the plays, though. And he and Will Greer got in a really good rhythm, and they threw 4 touchdown passes. Here was Mike McCarthy a little bit on his thoughts on how Dak did as a play caller.
Mike, was it kind of a good exercise, the role reversal with you and Dak tonight? I mean, you're both kind of getting on the same page as play caller and quarterback, and just to kind of reverse the roles and And I mean, was he kind of calling it the way you would? Did you?
No, to be honest with you, I did it, David, to keep his head. I wanted his totally in the game, and whether he realized it or not, our post practice. I don't know if you guys stayed out there for this in Oxnard, but we had post practice periods where we would walk the field and call the 2-minute. So the last 2 weeks there, I had both him and Cooper calling it. So he didn't know at the time, but I was preparing him for this because I really wanted him to take this opportunity. So it was first time, and like I said, I thought he was outstanding.
All right, there's Mike McCarthy. Did a good job.
I love that, and I think it. First of all, you want to empower your quarterbacks, right? That's part of the quarterback nurturing experience. You want to empower your quarterbacks, and you want them to have ownership of the offense. I remember talking to Tom Herman about Sam Ehlinger. This had to be maybe 2019, somewhere around there. And then Tom Herman told me, he said, Sam actually gives me suggestions about my offense now. And he was saying it in a way that he was proud of that. He was basically saying that it's Sam's offense now. Sam knows my offense as well, if not better than me. That's how well. And he was empowering Sam to take ownership of the offense in that way. Like, no. You got suggestions to streamline this offense. Some stuff that I put in there was nonsensical to you. Throw it out there, and then we'll streamline it and make it even better and make it as quarterback friendly as possible, or Sam Ehlinger friendly as possible. I think that's part of this experience that Mike McCarthy is trying to put Dak Prescott in as well. He is trying to empower him, number one, but also he wants him to take ownership of the offense. That is Dak's offense, to the point where he can even call the damn plays.
Yeah.
That's how well he knows and how comfortable he is and familiar he is with the offense.
Yeah, down and distance, comfortable play calls, things you're
right?
going to do. I like that. I do too. I think that's and again, this year's on Dak. And on Mike McCarthy vis-a-vis that. He's got to get the most out of Dak Prescott. But I think Ty brought up a great point in Bullish or BS. If they're going to be a run-based team and then play action off of it, is their running back room good enough to handle the rigors of an 18-week season and 17 games? And Tony Pollard has never been asked to be the bell cow running back at any level of college or pro. Then you got Rico Dowdle and Deuce Vaughn. I think that is an area of concern because this is the time of year now, right? You're going to get down to 53 players.
Yep.
All the cuts are going to happen today and the next couple days. And the couple storylines to watch. The 49ers don't have a kicker right now because of an injury rash that they've had. Remember, they drafted a kicker in the 3rd round this past year out of Michigan because they let Robbie Gould go. Niners don't have a kicker, so they're looking for a kicker. And does Jonathan Taylor get traded? Does that happen?
Yeah, you're right.
Remember,
about
the deadline
that.
is tomorrow. I think the what Jim Irsay said, look, put yourself out there, find yourself a trade partner. The report into the weekend was that the Colts turned down an offer from the Dolphins, so that the Dolphins actually did make an offer. Wasn't up to what they wanted. So, deadlines make deals. If tomorrow is the deadline, we'll see if Jonathan Taylor gets moved. We've heard the Bears. We've heard the Dolphins. We've heard the Eagles as teams who may have interest in the young running back.
Ooh, the Eagles. Oh, man. That should scare Cowboys fans just a little bit.
I know.
If the Eagles make that kind of move, because what it would say is not only that, of course, you're adding one of the best running backs in the league to an already potent running attack with one of the best dual threat quarterbacks, and we know Devontae Smith and obviously A.J. Brown, great threats on the outside, but it would signal a shift in Howie Roseman's mindset that he believes they need to go all in, that they're right there, they're on the cusp, and he's done that before when he believes the Eagles are on the cusp. When they're on the cusp of being able to win a championship, that he'll go all in. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But if they take that kind of move, when he usually doesn't invest in running back to that extent,
that would be a zag when everybody else is zigging, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's why would you acquire a young running back with the market as it is? But same time, the window, right? I mean, the window.
The window.
I mean, if you're looking over there, I know the Cowboys have put it all into this season, and they're coming for you. And they've got this great defense. You can as many weapons as you can to throw at Micah Parsons and Dan Quinn and the Cowboys. If they are indeed the Eagles involved in the Jonathan Taylor conversations, that would tell me that Rashad Penny, who they signed from Seattle, and DeAndre Swift, who they traded for from Detroit, have not been everything that they had hoped potentially. Because remember, they still have Kenneth Gainwell there.
Oh, yeah.
Who was a big part of their backfield last year. Miles Sanders is the big departure, but you wonder if they've been underwhelmed with Swift and Penny And that's why they're thinking, you know what, we got to go get a running back because we cannot rely on Jalen Hurts as much this year running. He's still going to be a part of our run game, but we know what happened last year. He got hurt, missed 3 games at the end of the season, and it almost cost the Eagles and Jalen Hurts some playoff games.
Yes, it did.
So you got to wonder if they're thinking we need more from our backs this year, and Jonathan Taylor would give us. Gosh, think about the weaponry you'd have. You'd have Hurts and he in the backfield with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert and a really good offensive line. That'd be a problem because the Cowboys' defense is a problem.
Yeah, and I think the only real weakness of the Cowboys' defense, well, it used to be too, it was the cornerback spot opposite Trevon Diggs, and it was their rush defense, specifically their interior rush defense. Well, you shored up the cornerback spot opposite Trevon Diggs. You got a former Defensive Player of the Year there in Stephon Gilmore. But the truth is, Mozzie Smith is not this year going to be, in my opinion, a force player. He's not going to be someone to reckon with in the interior of that defense. So still right now, it's just Jonathan Hankins and Leighton Vander Esch are pretty much our primary interior rush defenders. And if either one of those guys gets hurt, like we saw last season, I'm knocking on wood for you Cowboys fans, then that rush defense becomes a liability for the Cowboys. And if you're the Eagles, you're thinking, how do I beat the Cowboys? Well, you got to figure out how to solve that defense. You got to figure out how to exploit that defense. And the best way to exploit the Dan Quinn defense is pretty much interior run game, like the run game right up the gut. You got that with not only the Eagles and the way they run the ball, the tush push included, but if you get Jonathan Taylor, talking about a power running back who also can break away speed.
To me, it would be similar to the Niners last year getting Christian McCaffrey. I mean, you're just getting a maybe the final piece, and because we know there are no Hall of Fame quarterbacks currently playing in the NFC, but a lot of weaponry in San Francisco, a lot of weaponry if you were to get Jonathan Taylor in an already loaded Philadelphia. All right, we'll come back. When we do, it'll be halfway through our 5-hour program on this Monday, so we'll be at the turn. We'll get you some golf, including how good was Victor Hovland this weekend in Atlanta, and then we're going behind the burnt orange curtain. It's 5 days to kick off.
Game week, baby.
Game week. Get out your programs. It's game week time. Depth charts. We're talking Texas football coming up. Also, before the end of the hour, we'll go off the record, but Texas football coming next. Hello, friends. Hello, friends. We were at the turn, Rod. It's 8:30. That means we're halfway through. We were
It was fast.
taking our halfway break, 5 hours each day, and so bottom of the 8 is our turn. So we play golf. You know you've played 9. You got 9 to go. We'll turn for home. So it's at the turn. And the story is all about Victor Hovland over the last 2 Sundays, Rod Babers. Last 2 Sundays, 17 birdies. 17 birdies.
The man is in the zone.
Finished minus 16 his last 2 Sundays. Won 2 trophies and $21.6 million. $21.6 million.
It's a lot of cash.
And he's won $32 million for the season. That's pretty good. I sent you, Ty, can we play this? Because I sent it to you. Victor Hovland asked about how much does he think about money? Because remember, this was the same guy, Victor Hovland, because another one of his big paychecks this year was at Jack Nicklaus's event, the memorial outside Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah.
And he won that. But he had already told a buddy of his who was playing in an amateur tournament from Oklahoma State. Victor Hovland said, I'll caddy for you. And not only, but so he won the Jack Nicklaus tournament this year in a playoff. So he had to play extra golf, and he played late into Sunday. Yet he still got on a plane and went and showed up that Monday and carried that dude's bag because he said he would. This Victor Hovland is a good dude. Plus, he's a great golfer. Here he is. He was asked about how much does all that money mean?
Just all the hard work that I've done and just the team that's helped me every single week, and it's just pretty surreal to be standing here right now. Played basically my best golf the last 2 weeks, and couldn't have happened at a better moment in front of all these people. So just want to appreciate y'all for being here and being awesome. So thank you guys.
There you go.
Take us inside.
There you go. Victor Hovland, your winner. And by the way, don't feel too bad for Scotty Scheffler. He didn't play great this weekend. His putter continues to be a problem. 73-70 over the weekend, but still finished tied for 6th. Made $2 million.
$2 million. Hey, you know what?
That's all right.
Nice
got
payday.
A nice check.
Yeah, I'm talking about, man.
Got a nice check on the way out.
He had made, I think, close to like $21 million this season too. So he was already doing pretty well, but I guess that $18 million on top of that would have been real nice.
Next up in golf will be the Ryder Cup. That'll be a big event. Also, last week, Rod, this could be an off-the-record topic, but it's golf-related. Last week, our former president, Donald Trump, said he was 215 pounds when he was booked.
Yeah, maybe when he was in high school.
I think
he was coming out.
Well, I don't know if you saw this, but over the weekend, the Donald tweeted, the former president, that, hey, I don't care who needs to know, but he says he won his club championship and shot a 67.
Do we have witnesses? Is there a scorecard here?
And how about Donald Trump's tweet? There was no hanky-lanky. Hanky-lanky. He says he shot 67 and won his club championship.
Is there a scorecard or witnesses to this?
Secret Service was there.
Well, they don't.
Well, if you're playing in your club championship, you are going to be playing with other members.
That's what I'm saying. So there's got to be somebody else who witnessed this that can be like, "Oh yeah, I was there."
And he said there was no hanky panky.
Hanky lanky is what he said.
Lanky. Oh, that's a golf thing.
That's a golf thing. I think he mistyped.
Oh, I thought it was like a golf. I thought it was like a golf pun.
I've never heard that before.
Oh, okay, you're a golf guy. Then. All right, I thought it was like a golf thing.
No.
Okay. Well, 67. Yeah, well, he's obviously in great shape. He's 6'3", 215. He's in the best shape of his life.
Best shape of his life.
You know what I mean?
This guy's got it all figured out. He's 215 and he's shooting 67 in his club championship.
Yeah, it's basically, he's Bryce Harper. He's like Bryce Harper's size, basically. I think Bryce Harper's like 6'2", 220 or something like that. There you go.
Yeah, 77 years old and shooting 67. Beating his age by 10 strokes.
Hey.
And his weight by 50 pounds.
That's what I'm saying.
At least.
Like I say, he's an advanced human.
I love it.
That's all.
There's your At the Turn, a little golf chatter each morning at the turn at the halfway point. But that means it's time to jump right in and get behind that burnt orange curtain because it's game week.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
I'm not sure what the president meant by that. No hanky-panky in golf?
Hanky-lanky.
Hanky-lanky. But is there hanky-panky in golf? Isn't hanky-panky like... about getting intimate, getting your groove on? Is that what hanky panky is?
That's kind of what
Hanky panky is, that's
I'm not sure
getting
exactly
down.
what hanky panky is now. Now the president's got former president's got me.
That's
freaking
slang
out.
for
I thought it was hanky panky for like getting it on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
messing around.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Like if you're a parent and you're like, hey, no hanky panky tonight, guys. No hanky.
Exactly,
They're
hanky
like, oh, man,
panky.
Dad,
Yeah,
you're so old.
It's like the 1940s term for getting it on. I don't even know why we still use that.
The
anyway.
meaning is hanky panky, sexual activity, especially when regarded as somewhat improper.
Yeah, so I guess improper.
So the dirty dreidel is
But
hanky
he
panky.
wrote. There's a wide spectrum of hanky panky.
All right, so he
that could
just
be anything from casual petting to the full Monty.
No, the full Monty.
But same time, I don't know that there is anything called the hanky lanky.
I was say, was it a typo or did he actually mean that hanky lanky? Anyway, all right, there you go. Okay, let's talk about the Texas Rice game a little bit, Jim. I've been diving into the rabbit hole about the Rice Owls, and I will say this. I'll throw this out there. I've had Rice Owl fans, because I'm from H-Town, so I do know some Rice Owl fans, tell me that this team is one of their more talented teams overall. And it starts with JT Daniels, who is the starting quarterback, by the way, fourth school. Started at 3 Power 5 schools, which means you got to have some skill to start at 3 Power 5 schools.
Oh yeah,
I mean, started
5-star player.
Right, started at USC, Georgia, and West Virginia. So I mean, Longhorn fans are like, man, JT Daniels doesn't scare me. He started at 3 Power 5 schools, and by the way, he did start at Georgia, but the year they won the national title. Early on before he got hurt.
Yeah. Well, Mike Bloomgren, the Rice coach, says he's recruited him every time.
Because he recruited from Stanford.
Yeah,
he wanted to have him at Stanford, right?
Yeah, because he was at Stanford.
Yeah.
With David Shaw, and so when JT Daniels was a hotshot high school quarterback,
he wanted him there,
trying to recruit him. And then every time he's gotten the portal to transfer, he's tried to recruit him, and he finally got him.
Finally got him. Now that he's dropped his standards a bit, he's like, "All right, you know what? I'll give you a shot, coach." But because of that, actually, how about this? So if you go look at the 12 highest ranked recruiting classes in Rice Owl history, because I had a friend who's a Rice Owl told me, "No, man, we actually been recruiting really, really well." And I was like, "All right, let me go check it out."
Your inside source here,
I
Ron.
know. If you go look at the 12 highest ranked recruiting class in program history, 3 of those have come in the last 4 years. Yeah, in 2020, 2022, and in 2023. And how about this? 12 of the 16 highest rated recruits ever that has ever been recruited. We're talking about modern recruiting, so we're talking about basically the last 25, 30 years, since the internet, basically. And 12 of the 16 highest rated recruits in the history of the Rice program have come in the last 4 years. So they're recruiting a different caliber of player now than they were recruiting in the past, and they're starting to stack some really good class on top of one another. 5 of their 10 highest rated signees in program history actually came in the 2023 class, the one they just signed. So just throwing it out there for Rice, right? They have a pretty talented squad. Luke McCaffrey is going to be a wide receiver for him this year. He was
Christian's brother.
Yeah, he was a highly recruited player. We obviously talked about JT Daniels being another highly recruited player. So they do have some talent. Remember, they also are upping their level of play. They're going from the Conference USA to now the American Athletic Conference, which is a little bit more competitive than Conference USA.
And that's a 14-team league, and they're picked to finish 12th in the preseason.
Yes.
But I think the sense out of Rice is, they're 35-point underdogs to the Longhorns, and that's a monumental task. But they're good enough to compete in the AAC, or at least try to play for for a bowl game, right? They're not.
That's what their goal is. Their goal is a bowl game. That's their goal.
And JT Daniels does bring a ton of experience, and he's their most talented quarterback they've had in a while.
Long time,
I would say. And they've got some dudes. Same time, that's all at the top level. Texas is going to play 2 and 3 deep. The question for Texas is, is a depth chart going to be released today? Because I saw this, Rod, even from our friends over at Inside Texas.
Shout out.
They've got a story this morning in which I'll just read it to you. It says, in a bit of a surprise, last night we received a message stating that C.J. Baxter would get the start over Jonathan Brooks. He says, now we haven't confirmed that to the degree we'd like to, and we're not reporting that's the case. Just a message we got. So, again, if
so shakeups are happening, like Sark said, even down to the last minute.
Yeah, if the depth chart is, remember they did their mock game on Saturday, and that was their way of getting, especially the young guys, just trying to get an understanding of how fast and how a game goes, what the pace is like. what it's going to be like with Rice, and of course you want to be repping that and prepping that for the Alabama game and beyond the following week. But it was a competitive game, and so Gavin Holmes, Terrence Brooks at corner, maybe C.J. Baxter, Jonathan Brooks at running back, maybe right guard, DJ Campbell, Cole Hudson, who's going to be the starting player there. Because obviously this week it's not nearly as important as next week, right? Next week, who's your best 11?
And
they're going to be on the field.
Yeah, who the guys you trust. You'll find out who Sark and that coaching staff trust versus Bama, because that's the only people they'll put out there. If they don't trust you ain't going to see the field versus Bama.
We say it all the time. It's a broken record now, but Sark is, if he's good enough, he's old enough.
Yep.
And they did that with Kelvin Banks last year. They did it with Xavier Worthy as a freshman. Would you run a freshman running back and C.J. Baxter
if I trust him
out of Orlando onto the field against Alabama to start the game?
And Sark, you're right. You just brought up a lot of great examples that Sark has proven. No, if this guy can earn a job, he can earn my trust, I will put him on. If he gives us the best option at that position, I will put him on the field.
Because there are a lot of people in and around the program who believe by end of September, even the midseason, C.J. Baxter will be the starting running back. Jonathan Brooks has kind of waited his turn, and the kid from Hallettsville who had a really nice bowl game, and every time he's had a chance,
he's a good player.
He's produced, but obviously you're playing behind Roschon and Bijan. You're not going to get many options and opportunities there. But we'll keep an eye on that. Depth chart, 11 o'clock. Now, we don't carry the press conferences anymore. We're not able to, but we will certainly have full coverage, and as stuff breaks, you can follow us on social media, and we'll get you the very, very latest on our Twitter page and Instagram. If a depth chart is released, we will certainly give you the full scoop here on the Horn.
When you have a veteran player such as Jonathan Brooks, and he is competing against a freshman, just got on campus, all right, and C.J. Baxter even come in early?
Did he come? He did.
Early
He was here in January.
So that matters a little bit. So he's not totally just stepped on campus. He's been able to acclimate himself, and I think that helps him in the competition because I came early, helped me too. But when you are weighing that competition as a coach, usually if it's close, and obviously it's close, if it's close, you go with the younger player usually because the veterans should have separation because they've been on campus, they know the system, they know the personnel, they know the expectations from the coach. They've, they have a certain comfort level that they have been able to establish that the young player just has not been able to establish in terms of the baseline and all of that. So usually you just go with the younger player because if the younger player is even close to the veteran, in that situation, and Jonathan Brooks has been on campus for a couple of years, if he's even close to that player, then that would mean that the developmental rate and the developmental track of that younger player is basically it's going to accelerate past point. It's going to accelerate past Jonathan Brooks, and it probably will be sooner rather than later because he shouldn't be that close to him.
Especially in year 3 with this coaching staff.
Yes, it shouldn't be that close to him in competition.
Right, there should be separation, and if not, then you can pretty much.
You can
project that the ceiling is higher on the young player than it's going to be on the.
Then why waste reps with the veteran when I can get this young guy, this prodigy, up to speed quicker?
Kelvin Banks, there was no brainer at left tackle last year, but at the same time, if C.J. Baxter is your best and most explosive running back, and you got to be able to run the football in this offense, then that's the way that'll go. But obviously, turnovers are a challenge. You make sure. It doesn't mean C.J. Baxter's a fumble guy. I'm just saying he's a freshman, and that's going to be a big moment. I mean, think about that. You were running out there 18 years old against a Nick Saban defense and saying, come on, welcome to college football, young guy.
No, you're right about that. But like I said, if that does indeed happen, it says that Sark really trusts that young guy in that situation. And Sark, the young guys that he has trusted to be starters, I would say he's done a good job.
I would guess it's going to be Jonathan Brooks. As Viking fans Jimmy says, absolutely no way Baxter starts over Brooks. Sketchy report. No, they didn't report it. They said we heard a report.
They said it's rumors. They said it was a rumor. Yeah,
it's a rumor. It's for rumor, which will be like off the record coming up.
But I do think you'll have those two backs play a lot. I think it'll be a committee of sorts at the running back position anyway, because Keelan Robinson's going to be thrown in there as a complimentary piece too.
Yeah, Keelan Robinson for sure as a game changer, and we'll see. We'll see where that goes for the Longhorns. So there's Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. 11 o'clock today is the media availability for Sark. We'll have more, obviously, throughout this morning and throughout this week on the Longhorns and the Rice Owls. We'll also talk a little bit more about what the games we got to see this weekend. Sam Hartman and Notre Dame looking good, and local product Jaden Greathouse was a star on Saturday. Also Caleb Williams in USC, but Lincoln Riley's defense might still be a problem out in Southern California. But coming back, we're going off the record. Some stories you need to know that Rod and I have dug up that maybe you won't hear anywhere else. Off the record coming next. Oh, man, Off the Record never sucks with Ian Rod B. Got good stuff, including it's now, I'm going to go ahead and call what we heard over the weekend the worst contract ever signed. Because some are calling Trey Lance and the decision by the Niners to trade all the picks to go get him and now trade him to the Cowboys. That becomes the worst quarterback draft pick of all time. We'll debate that coming up.
Yeah, some people were saying that.
I now have the worst contract.
You got it?
I got it.
Give it to me.
I'll give it to you in a minute. Give it to you in a minute. But the first thing is the star of The Price is Right for so many years, Bob Barker. Bob Barker died of natural causes at 99 years old. Did not go over, but he lived a long, great life. Can you hear? We have this, Ty. This is his final sign-off back in 2007 as the final time he signed off of the world-famous show Price is Right.
I want to thank you very, very much for inviting me into your homes for the last 50 years. I am deeply grateful. And please remember, help control the pet population. Have your pets spayed or neutered. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Bob. Goodbye, Bob. Dun, 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 dun.
Hey, he's consistent. He always give the shout out to be aware of spaying and neutering your pets.
What? Yeah, he was big on that.
Oh, he's big on that.
Over pet population.
Forever. He's always mentioned that as far back as I can remember. That was like a consistent message for him.
Consistent.
Spay and neuter your pets.
Between that and molesting the Barker's babes. Groping the Barker's babes.
And I love that music, too. Isn't that music great? Doesn't it bring back such nostalgia?
This says, and we asked the greatest game show host, Mount Rushmore, Bob Barker, Monty Hall, Pat Sajak, Alex Trebek is his nominee.
That's good. That's a great list. Pat Sajak. I like that. Throwing up in
Wheel
there.
of Fortune. I'm going to say I'm BSing on that here and off the record because well, you know who's not on that list? Remember after he retired, they gave it to Drew Carey. I don't know that I think Drew Carey's very good at that.
Yeah, I've seen him on there. It's just, he doesn't have the same, kind of mojo. He just doesn't have that. Yeah, I mean, he's good. Drew Carey's, he's funny
enough.
Yeah, exactly. Something like, Bob Barker embraced the cheesy, didn't he?
Yeah, well, and he had the pencil-thin microphone, it was like the long, skinny mic with a little ball at the top. And, I was big into Bob Barker, man.
Oh, I was too.
Drew Carey not on my list of great.
Now you're trying to replace all those, right? You're trying to replace Alex Trebek on Jeopardy.
Do you think Drew Carey
and Pat Sajak being replaced too? Who'd they get for Pat Sajak? Who was it?
They haven't decided yet, have
they? They haven't decided yet? Okay.
No, they're trying to figure that out.
They're replacing all those.
Remember, Vanna White's mad.
Well, because Vanna wanted the job.
Oh, no, it's Ryan Seacrest. Damn,
he got another job?
Yeah.
He's got like 5 jobs.
I know. He makes a lot of money.
He makes a lot of money. But, I think Vanna White wanted it, and then she didn't get it.
Well, when they brought in like a younger guy in Seacrest, she's thinking, I'm about to be out of here.
Oh, yeah, she does.
I'm 60-something years old.
Well, of course. Well, come on, Vanna. How long are you going to keep that gig?
Well, they haven't given her a raise in 20 years. Give her a raise every now and again. Not just free clothes.
I mean, is she just touching the letters, though?
I know she doesn't do a lot. She stays in her lane, Rod.
What's
she
the
stays
raise
in her
for?
lane. She never went into the adult entertainment industry or tried to be a movie star or something.
That's true. She just wanted to
no sex tapes with Vanna White. That never happened.
I don't know. I think there's some nude photos of her out there.
Oh, that's fine.
Probably something she did for Playboy or something.
Hollywood.
Yeah, something classy. It's Vanna.
Yeah, be classy, Lana.
Classy. She's fun. Yeah, I love me some Vanna White.
All right, so we'll take your game show all time.
Oh, how about this one? Did you know this was okay? You guys have Netflix, I'm sure.
Yes.
The streaming platform. Did you guys know they were still mailing DVDs?
Today?
They still mail DVDs. I got this article from New York Post. It says Netflix is winding down its shipment of envelopes containing DVDs, mailing the final batch on September 29th. They mailed their final batch of DVDs, so now they're officially done.
Okay. Well, that was the last one, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I thought it was done years ago. Apparently, there's some people out there that are still getting DVDs from Netflix. He said if you're a DVD Netflix subscriber, you could enter a chance to, kind of basically shift over to the streaming platform. They're giving you that chance. But some people were still getting DVDs via the mail from Netflix. Didn't make that up. That's crazy.
I love that. Also, we'll pick this up coming up after the top of the hour, but as bears mentioning, when we talked about it on Friday that Chris Del Conte declared that for the athletic department that they're embracing the hate, Rod, that has gotten some blowback in this day and age, that people are not happy with the word hate. They don't think we should be embracing any type of hate. And so, including on the university's own campus, professors are not happy with it. So we'll talk about that coming up. Should it be a controversy? But here it is, Rod. Worst contract ever now is official.
Give it to me.
Steven Strasburg.
Hey, I remember that guy.
Right-hander of the Washington Nationals. This now is easily the worst contract ever signed. I mean, it may be sports history. Remember when they won the World Series in 2019, they beat the Astros.
Go Astros!
And he helped lead them there. He was the number 1 overall pick. He was the future.
Oh, yeah.
And he went 18-6 that year, helped them win the World Series. He was the MVP of the World Series. So they gave him a massive contract. $245 million, right?
Ooh.
7 years.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Since that contract,
Good
he has
agent.
made 8 starts
Oh!
in 4 seasons since.
Just 8.
He's been miserable. How do you ever make 8? He's missed. He's been terrible. And now he's retired.
Oh, good for you, baby. Yeah, that's guaranteed cash, ain't it? Good for
He's
you,
mailbox
Steven.
money for the rest of his life.
Oh, it's guaranteed, man. And healthcare for life.
Yep.
Oh, God, his agent. Hey, have that agent over.
7 years, 245. It's a sad
Yeah.
tale because of injuries have derailed him.
Hey, don't
But
be sad.
He got his bread.
That agent should be over for Christmas. All the holidays. Good job.
Yeah, man. All right, we'll come back.
Stick it to the man.
We'll get back to the Longhorns and the big conversations. Also, how about the first weekend of high school football? There was some big-time performances. We'll get you details on that, including a Longhorn commitment in the state of Texas. Details coming as we roll on. 5 hours, 5 morning as a week. Austin's only local sports conversation here on the Horn.
I woke up to the morning sky first.
Indeed, you should wake up every morning with E and Rod B. 5 hours, 5 days a week. Austin's only local morning sports conversation. However you find us, 101.9 on the FM dial, AM 1260, of course, and the best and easiest way to find us, I believe, the Horn app, which digital numbers are growing steadily and strong. Appreciate you finding it, downloading it. Touch of a button, you're listening to our show and all the shows here on the Horn on your smartphone, in your car, at home, work, also on your smart speaker. Also at hornfm.com on our Twitch channel and the YouTube channel, which is also growing strong. Talking all things weekend, also all things Texas football this game week Monday with Ian Rod B. And we're getting it cranked up. It's that time. Do you played enough football, Rod? You get a little butterfly because it's that week. It's time to play.
That's game week, baby. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're a football player who played for at least a number of years at the higher levels like college or pro, around this time, I think it's hard to turn it off. So I think kind of naturally you get some of those same feelings from back in the day and get some of those same butterflies. Hopefully not the bubble guts.
Yeah.
Butterflies.
You can internalize and remember, like when you go to the first day of camp, you're like, oh man, this is the healthiest I'm going to feel for a while. Before I start knocking myself around. And then, then you get to this week, and it's time to go. It's time to go. The Longhorns are a 35-point favorite over over Rice this week. Alabama is a 39-point favorite in its matchup against Middle Tennessee. We can expect both teams to be very vanilla.
I think you're going to see all three quarterbacks for Alabama, too. I think you'll see. I mean, and for Texas, the hope is that you see all three quarterbacks, right? The hope is that, you're beating Rice so badly that you can throw Malik Murphy out there and get him some work, and then Arch Manning can get a little bit of work too. Remember, you still got the red shirt rule where you can play in 4 games. You can still red shirt him. So you wouldn't freak out about that. You're just trying to get him some snaps, trying to get Malik Murphy some work, and then you're trying to get Quinn Ewers, to get him out there to showcase, his ability a little bit, and then get the score comfortable, get the margin and the lead comfortable enough where you can take him out and get everybody some rest. That Bama game, I guarantee Alabama, they're going to intentionally probably even rotate their 3 quarterbacks just to try to keep Texas and I guess any other future opponents, try to keep them from getting an exact bead on who's going to be starting quarterback. Therefore, you got to devote I don't know how many more hours of preparation to all 3 quarterbacks because you have no idea who's going to be their starting quarterback.
Yeah. And new offense, as we've said, new offensive coordinator,
new
what
defense.
That's going to look like. And, look, I think Alabama's always going to have elite lines of scrimmage. They're always going to be big and physical. And so, the more offensive linemen you can play on Saturday, the more guys you can rotate in to get their feet wet, especially some younger guys. It'll be good. All the quarterbacks could play. And, look, I'll give Texas this. We haven't seen them play a game yet. And there are high expectations. We talked last hour about the expectations for Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, and now they've gone after Trey Lance to further fortify their quarterback room. Leave no stone unturned, right? Well, it's been the same for Sark. The parallels are there, that Sark understands how important and how critical this third year is with all the coaching continuity. This is the last of the Big 12 years. It gets tougher from here, and you're your preseason favorite. And I could argue that Sark has left no stone unturned, right? The analysts that have been brought in all 3 phases, offense, defense, and special teams with the experience. Here's what's exciting for me is just an observer and a guy who's observed a lot of seasons and preseasons of Texas football. They were going to be a pretty talented team this year anyhow, but it seems like you give them credit for their due diligence in the transfer portal because all you've heard is Jalen Catalon has had a great camp and has changed kind of the mindset of that back end, more aggressive, better tackling. A.D. Mitchell, for some people, has been the star of the camp, the MVP on the offensive side. Ryan Sanborn at kicker, right? He's had a great camp, and they're excited about what they have there. So they got it. Gavin Holmes is right now competing with Terrence Brooks to be the starting corner. So, the portal's there to use, but at the same time, if you can add, really talented players and really evaluate that to a high level so these guys can come in and be impact players. The one name that you have not heard, the only name that I've heard that hasn't had a good camp who came in through the portal is the kid from Minnesota, Trill Carter.
You haven't heard much of anything.
Yeah, that he has not, he's been underwhelming so far. But they brought him in for depth from that Minnesota team. But, the name you've heard there is Alfred Collins. Alfred Collins had a great camp to go with Byron Murphy, and that Ethan Burke, the second-year man out of Westlake has essentially won the end to defensive end position opposite
Barron Sorrell. Mm-hmm. That'd be really good.
So that to me, that's when you're a healthy program. You're able to recruit at a high level, and Sark has done that.
He
from
has.
the high school ranks, and then you're able to develop those players. But now in the era of the transfer portal, you're able to go get guys who can really become the separators in your program. Like the A.D. Mitchells can be a game changer because, well, now you got another elite receiver potentially, which just makes it tougher to deal with X-Worthy and deal with Jatavion Sanders in your passing game. Jalen Catalon brings a veteran player in the back end who can bring some physicality, which you're looking for back there. Gavin Holmes. So point being, you can go from a good team to a great team just by hitting on those portal prospects that can change the game for you.
Yeah, you can, and you just said it. Sark identified areas of possible regression, or that he identified areas where they indeed regress. He brought the passing game last season after the season was over and said, we got to fix the passing game. We got to find a way to fix the passing game because last season we were essentially, he basically said they were underwhelming, all right, as a passing offense, and that included pass protection, that included drops, it was injuries to the wide receiver position. There were a lot of different factors that were involved in that regression, and I think he wanted to address that, and the way that he addressed it was depth in the wide receiving room. And you're right, he went after A.D. Mitchell. He knew he'd have Isaiah Nayor coming back, and that essentially is going to juice up the passing game now because Xavier Worthy will present the defense with a mathematical equation they just cannot solve. They can't double X-Man, double J.T. Sanders, stack the box, and double A.D. Mitchell too. No, A.D. Mitchell will probably get man-to-man coverage, one-on-ones. So will Jay Witt, because there'll be so many of their resources allocated to stop X-Man and to stop J.T. Sanders. If you're a defensive coordinator, that's definitely how you're going to build your defensive game plan, which means we expect A.D. Mitchell to get a lot of one-on-one coverage. I think he's probably been getting that in practice too,
right?
Which is why he's been beating it consistently.
Well, if you're doing fantasy football drafts these days, you're looking at the Bengals, right? And you're going to take Jamar Chase. But there's a lot of people that believe that T. Higgins is a number one receiver for a lot of other teams, right? So now you got two of those guys, which makes T. Higgins valuable for the Bengals, but certainly in fantasy because Jamar Chase is going to take the double team. T. Higgins will be facing single team. Well, A.D. Mitchell is going to be seeing single coverage.
Yes, he will be.
I mean,
that's unfair.
That's a matchup you love as a quarterback or as a Sark as a play caller. And as you said, Jordan Whittington and Isaiah Nayor. I mean, it's just a mathematical issue. One other note, then we're going to get into Rod's rant. Congrats to the high schoolers that started their high school football season this past weekend. Speaking of passing game for Texas, you see the Longhorns have a kid committed that's a four-star player from Lucas Lovejoy High School.
Oh, yeah.
Parker
Livingstone. Yeah, he's good. He's smooth.
6'4", 190.
Yeah.
Lovejoy beat College Station 50-37, and this dude had 12 catches, 252 yards, 3 touchdowns. Also had a 99-yard kickoff return that was called back for a touchdown, and he threw a passing touchdown. So keep an eye on Parker Livingstone, part of the next year class. And congrats to everybody that got off to wins, including, how about Lake Travis, Rod? They held off Arlington Martin in a really low-scoring game, 13-6. How about the Vandergrift team right here on the Horn? They beat Dripping Springs 27-7. Start the year.
Wow.
27-7.
Made a statement.
We'll talk to Drew Sanders, our weekly visit with the Vandergrift coach on Thursday. Weiss hammered Round Rock 37-7. And how about Austin High? At House Park, or Stony Point beat Austin High 24-21. So we'll get to some of the big scores of the weekend. But congrats to everybody got off to that 1-0 start this weekend. And one other note, there was a kicker at Westlake, Rod. Kicker at Westlake, because Ty likes the best lake. He kicked a 59-yard field goal.
59-yarder?
Yeah.
In week 1?
Yeah.
That's what we do, kickers and quarterbacks. Westlake.
They won 31-21. Spencer Barnett.
No, he's a
booted a 59-yard field goal.
What year is he? Do we know?
I don't know what year. His brother, Charlie Barnett, I think, was the kicker before.
So he's got it in the family?
And of course, Justin Tucker went to Westlake. The best kicker in the NFL ever.
I was going to say, of all time.
Yeah.
GOAT stuff. Future Hall of Famer.
The kicker my year kicked a field goal directly into the line to win the state championship, though. So
yeah, maybe we should
not as much my year.
Like directly into the light, like the
it
would have
got. It was Clavion Chase on. He would have blocked it regardless, but it went straight. It got like a foot off the ground.
That dude's already in the NFL, isn't he? Clavion Chase on.
Yep.
Yeah, he is. Actually, you're right about that.
Running around the National Football League. All right, there you go. There's some Texas football, little high school. We'll keep an eye on that, of course, as we will. But congrats. We'll talk to Drew Sanders on Thursday. But can we dive into Rod's rant of this 9 o'clock hour late in the show?
Mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, we're going to talk about the Cowboys acquiring Trey Lance because I just think it's such a healthy step for the Cowboys to take as an organization. I've pointed out my criticism of the Cowboys several times, even on this show, the short time we've been doing it together, that the Cowboys have a really unhealthy organizational habit of just not drafting quarterbacks. They don't draft them. I don't know why. That's been something that even prior to Jerry Jones taking over, they really didn't draft a ton of quarterbacks. And maybe, going back in history is a different conversation. But in the last 34 years, and going back pretty far, Cowboys have only drafted 7 quarterbacks in the common draft. I didn't go to the supplemental
this is a
draft.
stat that is staggering.
Yeah, it is. It's mind-blowing.
34 years. So
34
starting
years.
10 years before Ty was even born.
Yes. Yeah.
The Cowboys weren't drafting quarterbacks.
It's only 7 that I've counted in the last 34 years. 7 of those. Yeah, exactly.
Well, when you draft Troy Aikman, you're probably not drafting quarterbacks
yeah,
for
so
a while.
they did that in 89. And then after that, basically, that starts this run where they really overlooked the quarterback position.
One of those 7 is Quincy Carter.
One of those is Quincy Carter. One of those is Dak Prescott. One of those is Mike White. Mike White's not a bad quarterback. They actually, when they do draft quarterbacks, they're not terrible at drafting them. They just don't do it. And to give you perspective, a little context on it, listen, the Eagles, so same division, they've drafted 7 quarterbacks in the last 15 years. The Patriots drafted 14 quarterbacks since 1998. They actually drafted 10 quarterbacks while Tom Brady was still on the roster, and after he had won his first Super Bowl, they still ended up drafting 10 quarterbacks after drafting Tom Brady. The Green Bay Packers famously have drafted 17 since 1990, 10 since 99. The 49ers, 12 since 99. My point is, these are other organizations. Yeah, you're going to swing and miss because the truth is they don't want to admit this, but nobody knows what the hell they're doing when it comes to quarterback. Nobody. The late, great Bill Walsh, who is probably more famous for his quarterback acumen, his intellectual thoughts about the quarterback position overall. He famously said, very few people can coach the quarterback and even fewer can evaluate the quarterback. And this is a guy that spent his life trying to figure out, to perfect the process of developing and cultivating the quarterback position overall. And Ron Wolf famously said, the Hall of Fame former GM of the Packers, he said, I would draft the quarterback every year if they let me. When he was the GM of the Packers, in that 10-year span, he drafted 7 quarterbacks in a 10-year span because he understood, way before everybody else understood it, that it's the most important position in football, and nobody really knows how to evaluate, develop, cultivate, and coach quarterback. They think they have ideas about it, but nobody has a kind of a guaranteed blueprint or a guaranteed process that is going to give them success. They just don't really have that. So it's a bit of a crapshoot. And if it is a crapshoot, then it's like a lottery. And you can't win the lottery unless you buy a lottery ticket. And the more tickets you buy, the better chance you have to win the lottery. And that's quarterback in a nutshell. And that's why the Patriots drafted 14 of them since 1998 and 10 after they drafted Tom Brady, because they were looking for the next Tom Brady. And that's why the Eagles have drafted 7 in the last 15 years, because they know, well, I might draft the Carson Wentz and I might whiff on that one, but I got a Nick Foles and I got a Jalen Hurts in that group too. But I got to be consistent about drafting quarterbacks.
And in the Hurts case, it upgraded the position. And maybe,
exactly.
You were still relying on Carson Wentz to be the future, but you drafted this kid and it was a different guy. And that's the lottery ticket you're talking about. I mean, the Patriots never needed to replace Tom Brady, but they didn't know he was going to play till he's 40.
Exactly. So they were planning. That. Yes, they were planning on the worst case scenario happening. It's like, man, what if he doesn't work out? What if he gets hurt? We'll always have an insurance policy. San Fran, where would San Fran be if they didn't draft Brock Purdy?
Well,
2 years ago,
hot seat because Trey Lance hasn't worked, right? They'd be in trouble.
I mean, the stat on Trey Lance, I'll give you one stat about him that's crazy. He played the fewest games by a top 5 pick with the original team that he debuted with since 1967. So basically, no top 5 pick has played fewer games with the team that drafted him than Trey Lance.
How many
That was a
played? One?
disaster of a pick.
Did he play one regular season game? Trey Lance?
He had 8 games. He played. He had 4 starts.
Okay.
But that's the fewest amount of games for a top 5 pick with a team that drafted. And look at what they gave up for him. But the Kim Kardashian, Nicki Minaj, Serena Williams size, Cardi B size, Megan Thee Stallion size. But guys, if they didn't draft Brock Purdy in the last pick of the NFL draft in the 7th round, guys, San Francisco would have fired my boy Shano by now. The only reason it
would have
looked
been close.
Yes, because that would have been. You just talked about it, Ethan. We're talking about now that Trey Lance trade has been potentially one of the worst trades in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
But they got saved. How'd they get saved?
Well,
they drafted a quarterback.
It's not even guaranteed yet.
They're
It's not
saved
guaranteed,
for now.
but the only reason they got hope is because they drafted a quarterback. You got to keep drafting quarterbacks, and there's so many reasons, right? So in addition to the quarterback, it's a healthy habit to have as an organization, right? But it's the great insurance policy. Last season, I think people forget, but I know a lot of NFL GMs didn't forget. You had 68 different starting quarterbacks in 2022. That is an NFL record outside of the 1987 year where you had the replacement players, and I think they had like 80-something starting quarterbacks then. But outside of that, this is a record-setting year, or at least last year was a record-setting season for different starting quarterbacks. 68 of them. You had 13, more than a third, 13 teams in the NFL that relied, on at least three starting quarterbacks. That I've never seen that number so high. 21 teams relied on multiple starting quarterbacks last season. Hell, you saw 2 third-string quarterbacks starting games in the playoffs for the NFL. So if you're looking at insurance policy, insurance is something we take out on everything valuable in our life, our health, our cars, our houses. Why not have insurance on the quarterback position? That's what the backup and the third-string quarterback represent, and that's what the Cowboys did. So I love that they have a really good insurance policy behind Dak Prescott. Also, even Jerry Jones said this. He said, quote, quarterbacks are a precious commodity in the NFL. He said, we should have one in the wings, a quarterback on the come. When San Francisco called, I didn't want them to hang up. We want to back Dak Prescott up as well as we can. You can't have enough quarterbacks. We'll see how it works out, but it's worth any risk that we have here. And he's right about that. When you start thinking about the quarterback position, this is why the Patriots did what they did. They drafted, I told you, 14 quarterbacks they've drafted since 1998. How many of those they flipped like a house? You can also use a quarterback as a flipper.
Yeah, they become currency.
Yes, exactly. Cooper Rush, he's on a contract for 2 years. He started 4-0. Their team's looking for a guy like Cooper Rush. Now you got Trey Lance. You got him for a 4th-round pick. Brian Broaddus claims you had a 2nd-round grade on him, so you already acquired value, and now you can flip him like the Patriots did Matt Castle for a 2nd-round pick.
If you can develop him, yes.
If you can develop him. You still can flip Cooper Rush. Because this allows you to flip Cooper Rush.
Yeah, potentially.
Now, because you got another. That's what I'm saying. When you stockpile quarterbacks, you can start flipping them. The Patriots, they traded Matt Castle for a 2nd-round pick. Jimmy Garoppolo for a 2nd-round pick. They traded Drew Bledsoe for a Ty Warren. They traded Jacoby Brissett, for a Philip Dorsett. They traded Ryan Mallett for a 2+ for the Texans. Once you acquire these quarterbacks, other teams are going to want them. And then that is currency. That's a way for you to acquire more value. Green Bay was famous for this, too. They traded Matt Hasselbeck and got picks. Traded Mark Brunell back in the day, got picks. This is what you can do when you're acquiring a lot of quarterbacks. So not only can they be an insurance policy, but they can be a flippable asset for you. Also, if you want a future franchise quarterback, keep drafting quarterbacks because it could be a Brock Purdy. You didn't know Dak Prescott was going to be your franchise QB. He was Viagra. He was a happy accident that turned into a franchise quarterback, much like Tony Romo, because you have been the luckiest and the most irresponsible team when it comes to the quarterback position in the NFL. And you don't want to be that anymore. So, and by the way, this is also going to drive down the price on your Dak Prescott negotiation coming up for his next contract. And that's how the Patriots kept driving down Tom Brady's price. Tom Brady wasn't going to play hardball with Bill Belichick as he's drafting quarterbacks every other damn year to replace him. You don't play hardball like that. So it's so many reasons that this is going to help the Cowboys. And the most important reason it's going to help the Cowboys immediately. He may not even see the field this year. Ideally, that will be the case. That means Dak Prescott is completely healthy and Cooper Rush is your backup. But this year, the Cowboys are going to play 5 games, 2 versus, they have 4 actually of those 5 games versus division opponents. 2 teams, the Giants and the Eagles, who have dual threat quarterbacks who each rushed for 700+ yards last season. You're also going to face Josh Allen later in the year. You don't have a quarterback on your roster that can simulate a dual threat quarterback or an explosive dual threat quarterback on your roster right now in practice for your defense. That ain't Cooper Rush. Dak Prescott doesn't have that role. Usually that would be your third-string quarterback. Remember Shanahan talking about how Brock Purdy, as a third-string quarterback, really impressed them a couple of years ago because he was going up against their defense and he was doing them dirty as a scout team quarterback. Same thing for Trey Lance. He's going to be a scout team quarterback, but especially when you have games against dual-threat quarterbacks, twice versus the Eagles, twice versus the Giants, and the Bills in the future, and now you have probably one of the best simulations of a simulated dual-threat quarterback in practice than anybody in the league, and he can help better prepare your defense for those occasions. That's how it can help you right away.
Rod's rant, all reasons to like the acquisition of Trey Lance. I will say it's a bit disingenuous of Jerry Jones's quote to say it's a valuable commodity. He's been the general manager not drafting quarterbacks.
Yes.
So it's hard to come back and say, well, we know it's a valuable. Well, you haven't treated it like a very valuable commodity for a long time. But that's neither here nor there. It's for this year and for the next couple. I think they've done a nice thing here. We'll see. With Trey Lance, that move came out of nowhere on a Friday afternoon. By the way, it was Robert Griffin III, who also was a Mike Shanahan or Kyle Shanahan player back in the day. He had a tweet right after this trade went down that said, it's official, the 49ers' decision to give up 3 first-round picks to move up and draft Trey Lance is the worst draft day move of all time. All capitalized. Only reason Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch aren't fired is that they hit on the last pick of last year's draft in Brock Purdy. Now they have traded Trey to the Cowboys for a 4th. What an unbelievable ending to his era in San Fran.
And that's why you got to keep drafting quarterbacks. You never know when you're going to draft your savior of your franchise. You never going to draft that last hope. Because she's right. Shanahan and John Lynch will be laughed out of San Francisco right now.
Well, think about this. And you add to that, if Brock, I'm surprised Brock Purdy's so healthy. He had a pretty severe elbow injury in that playoff game, but the fact that he's been given a clear bill of health and he's ready to go, because I do agree with this texter. His name is Niner Minor, but he says, I don't see how people can say the jury is out on Brock Purdy. He won 2 playoff games, and one of them against a top 3 defense. How many has Dak won? He is a great quarterback. Well, the only argument about Purdy, and I agree with you, I think Brock Purdy's going to be fine this year. I think Shanahan loves him, and the system is built for his acumen and his style of play. But at the same time, that the entire league, including this division, have had all offseason to prepare for Brock Purdy. They weren't prepared. The season comes and you're week to week to week, and you're trying to make quick adjustments on the fly. But they've had an entire offseason to get ready for what Brock Purdy's all about. Try to attack his weaknesses. Doesn't mean he can't overcome it. It just means it's what the NFL is all about. Finding your weaknesses and attacking them. But last year, you probably didn't know his weaknesses that well, and he was playing.
Agreed.
Above his pay grade last year. But he played great. So if he picks it up and they got so many weapons, keeps doing what he's doing, he's going to be fine. But by the way, remember the 49ers let veteran kicker Robbie Gould leave in free agency?
Yeah.
And they had a 2-tiered plan to replace him. They drafted former Michigan kicker Jake Moody with a 3rd-round pick.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They also made a trade for Zane Gonzalez. They seem to be in good place, but right now they don't have one. They don't have a kicker because those guys are both hurt.
Oh. And actually, the injury luck for the 49ers, too, some of the worst I've seen for a franchise in the last 6 years. So they got
between them and Baltimore.
Yes, it's really bad. Year after year, they always have really bad injury luck. That's something else they should consider, researching, doing some deep dives into. It's got to be something they can do to at least help that issue, or to try to prevent some of those injuries. They got to, because I would say that Shano, since he's been there, the 49ers have had more bad injury luck than almost any team in the league, in my opinion.
Well, Moody, the 3rd-round pick from Michigan, strained his quad. And the other guy, Gonzalez,
kickers? You got kickers getting hurt?
Come on, man.
Kickers getting hurt? You brought
both
2 of them in. Both of them got hurt. Last year in the playoffs.
Never got hurt? Robbie Gould.
Yeah.
Robbie Gould was like 40 and never got hurt.
You got 4-string quarterbacks playing in the playoffs last year. Do you think of anybody with injury luck like the 49ers?
Well, the Cowboys at kicker, who remember they had the Brett Maher disaster last year.
Oh.
They didn't do much to address it. They have a
They like
28-year-old rookie.
They like him. Did he play in the CFL or whatever?
XFL.
XFL, that's what it was.
He's like a 28-year-old rookie, Rod.
Hey, man. He's mature.
That's your kicker.
He's mature.
He had a 59-yarder in the game.
Yeah, he did. He missed one, too. He missed a long bomb. But they like his leg. And, you see kickers to be reliable. Just make extra points, please. But right now, the Niners don't have a kicker of health.
If you're going to play like the Niners style of basically style of football and what the Dallas Cowboys want to play with defensive-oriented ball control football, you definitely need to make sure your kicker is dependable and on point. Yes. You're going to be winning one-possession games just based on the style of football you play.
You know,
And in the
make sure
NFL.
you make those extra points, Cowboys. The Vegas.
Make
those extra points. Hey, we come back. It is that time again. We're at the bottom of the 9 o'clock hour, which means Horn Top 20 Countdown. Ian Rod B's Top 20 teams. We're in the top 5 now. At number 5, we will reveal number 5 coming up and have a full spotlight and preview and our opinions on their season to come. That's coming in before the end of the hour. We'll play some Who Said That coming out of the weekend.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. It is a
College football is back. We were treated to some games over this past weekend. Notre Dame a winner, USC a winner. Big slate coming this weekend, including that includes this team, number 5 in our countdown. The Bayou Bengals themselves, Brian Kelly's LSU Tigers, Rod Babers, LSU
Tigers.
football. And it's safe to say that in year one under Brian Kelly, the LSU team exceeded expectations?
No doubt. I mean,
to make it to the Big 12 SEC
No
championship game?
Yeah, no question. They exceed expectations. But if you were really high on Brian Kelly, and I think we both were, we knew he was going to go there with that LSU talent because he's proven he can coach. He's a ball coach.
And a program builder.
Yeah, and a program builder, and he's never had access to this type of talent before. And now you're going to add this type of talent to a guy, as you said, who's a proven program builder, and he's a damn good ball coach. And I think he just proved that LSU's going to be a force as long as Brian Kelly's there. Whether you like him or not, whether you think he's disingenuous or he's not authentic, whatever, family.
That Cajun accent wasn't genuine?
It's not, but we know one thing that is genuine, his coaching prowess and his coaching ability. He can coach now.
Well, and the fact that he beat Nick Saban last year head-to-head, that's a challenge he wanted. And as you said, with LSU's athletes, right, they'd be able to, Ed Orgeron was, a flash in the pan and won a national championship with a Comet like Joe Burrow. But they're looking for someone who can, make them a consistent contender in the SEC.
Yep.
And this was a good hire. Remember when it was Brian Kelly, a lot of people thought it was going to be Lincoln Riley. That
they wanted to make a splash. They was going to make a splash.
They were going to make a splash.
They just didn't know who it was going to be. But Brian Kelly, that was a hell of a splash. Didn't seem like it was the right fit, I think, earlier. That's why people were questioning, that's not a good fit, really. Well, I think they're proving sometimes you can force that fit a little bit.
Jaden Daniels is their quarterback. He's bulked up over 200 pounds now. He was an Arizona State transfer last year and stepped in and was just brilliant. Threw for 2,900 yards, 17 touchdowns, just 3 picks. Led the team in rushing with 885 yards as well and 11 touchdowns, Rod. He's back and bigger. He's 6'4". A lot of people think he's the best quarterback in the SEC right now.
Yeah, and they might have, some people think, the best defensive player in the SEC too, with Harold Perkins.
Yeah.
And he's just been phenomenal coming off of his freshman year. A lot of people think he's going to have a breakout year this year and end up solidifying himself as the premier defender in the SEC. So if you're talking about potentially the best quarterback in the SEC and then potentially the best defender overall in the SEC, that's the two foundational pieces for LSU to build upon this season.
Pillars, yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, I think LSU, there's no doubt they have tons of talent. If you go look at NFL players produced per capita, state to state, Louisiana is always in the top 5. I mean, it's just it goes every year, last 5 to 8 years, Louisiana's in the top 5 or near the top 5. They have so much talent there, and there's not a lot of competition for LSU in that state. They pretty much have their pick, and then Texas can come in, and Bama will come in, and Georgia will come in and take some guys, but they usually get the premier players in the state. That's why it's a big deal that Arch Manning, Louisiana guy, left the state to come to Texas.
Yeah. Well, look, and that offense has been offensively challenged for, outside of the Joe Burrow year, quite a bit. They averaged over 450 yards last year. They had 35 points a game. For LSU and the fans, that's what's so exciting about Brian Kelly. Yes, they went 10-4. They lost in the SEC championship game to Georgia. They're not there yet. But if Brian Kelly, because the other thing Brian Kelly has been is a good developer of offense, LSU's also always been great on defense. So if you can combine the two, and develop a quarterback like this guy, Jaden Daniels, which they found in 1 year. He became their best quarterback they've had since Joe Burrow was there.
Yeah.
And so, you're going to run the football. They have great talent. Kayshon Boutte has gone at receiver, but Malik Neighbors is an NFL receiver in the future, they believe. And the defense is anchored by Harold Perkins. And they're going to open with Florida State. This game is coming up on Monday, week from today, or is it the Sunday night? It's the Sunday night. 3rd, yeah. It's the Sunday night of Labor Day. They're going to play that game against Florida State. We had Florida State last week. They're a top 7 team in the ACC. That game is in Orlando. Remember, last year was at the Superdome. This year it's in Orlando. Then they play Grambling State, then go to Mississippi State before they play Arkansas. They do travel to Alabama after an open date in November. They wrap up the season with A&M on the 25th at home. So the schedule is navigatable, I think would be the good word, especially if they can get past Florida State, but that won't be easy in week 1.
Yeah, it's the SEC West. The schedule's going to be treacherous no matter which way you look at it, which way you break it down. It's going to be a tough schedule. But for LSU, to start versus Florida State, we'll find out everything we need to know pretty early about this LSU squad. And one thing I love about this squad, you talked about how maybe in the passing game they got to find some more consistent weapons in the passing game, but their running game, man, they return, I want to say they're all basically all 4 members of their backfield from the 2022 season. And then they added some transfers or some guys who were injured, I should say, last year. They added them, and then they brought in some other recruits as well. So they basically got a loaded backfield. We talk about bringing back the quarterback, bringing back all 4 of their top 4 rushers from last year, and having like 6 scholarship backs, and they added 2 more. They got 8 scholarship running backs.
Yeah. Well,
Which is rare.
That's the thing with Brian Kelly. When I say he's a program builder, like I always saw Mac Brown as a great program builder, right? Because wherever he went, Appalachian State, Tulane, North Carolina, Texas, he just knows how to build the program and meet the right people and create the foundation. And, Brian Kelly did it at Cincinnati. Actually, he did it at like Central Michigan before that, but then he did it at Cincinnati, built that program. That got him the Notre Dame job. He built that program. He left Notre Dame as the winningest coach all time at Notre Dame, which is a mouthful. And now, as you said, now he gets to recruit Louisiana talent, and he doesn't have the academic hurdles that you have at Notre Dame, and you can recruit a better player. And this I think it's why Brian Kelly shocked everybody when he took the job. He wants to be considered one of the best coaches, and he's a competitive guy, and we're better to prove that than in the rigors of the SEC. And in year 1, he played for the SEC championship.
Yeah, and you brought up, that LSU has a history, just a program where they don't have prolific offenses right, throughout their history. They have great athletes, tremendous athletes, but not really a prolific offensive scheme. They had that with Joe Brady, with Joe Burrow under Ed Orgeron, and won the national title. But now with Brian Kelly, you're starting to see the transfer portal. It will be able to help LSU tremendously in terms of the quarterbacks, all right, in terms of being able to bring in top quarterbacks. They did it with Joe Burrow, did it again with Jaden Daniels, and also with Brian Kelly now. You just talked about he's an offensive-minded guy. So those days of the LSU just having extremely high-level elite talent.
Hard to watch.
Yes,
offenses.
but exactly. But not having an offensive system that can maximize and weaponize that talent, I do think those days are done. Those days are over. You don't have to worry about that anymore, LSU fans. The concern now goes to more first-world problems with a guy like Brian Kelly. Can now you beat the best football programs in the country? The Georgias, the Bamas, of the world. That's basically your next step. And with LSU talent, you got talent is not the concern. It'll be coaching that separates.
Developing and then organizing said talent. Now, look, that big game to start the year. We know whoever comes out of that game in Orlando with the win is going to be in an advantage position. Because as far as non-conference opponents and non-conference wins, whoever wins that game, Texas, Alabama, Utah, Florida, this is probably the biggest of the non-conference head-to-head matches. Notre Dame, Ohio State will be a big one. Because if you can win this game for LSU, you'll
be catapulted.
And it's same for Florida State.
Yep.
Because their season is front heavy. But remember in that game, defensive tackle Mason Smith, he's one of the top players on their defense. He was a preseason All-American. He's not going to play in that game because the issue with the NCAA, right? He was signing autographs for money before NIL was allowed.
Before it was a thing,
right?
He's just like Well,
now, right now
they can't retroactively apply it.
No, I guess not.
Yeah.
Well, how about this? How important do they think Mason Smith is for the top 10 showdown? He told Yahoo Sports that they actually thought about and tried to schedule a 0-week game this Saturday, just so he could serve his 1-game suspension in that game, and then be available for them against Florida State. But they couldn't find an opponent.
You thought about changing the schedule to make this guy available?
Yes. Yeah, he said LSU exhausted all options in an attempt to restore the eligibility of defensive tackle Mason Smith for the top 10 showdown against Florida State, including attempting to schedule a week 0 game, Brian Kelly told Yahoo Sports.
Man, I cannot believe that, which means they had to pay some school some ridiculous amount of money just to put them on the schedule. Yeah. And then
you're not playing this week. Come over here and let us kick your heads in so our guy cannot be suspended for the Florida State game.
That's a hell of a compliment for Mason Smith. Yeah, well, but honestly, that shows you that at least Florida State knows what the weakness is. It may not be a weakness, but where they're missing one of their best players, it'd be that interior defensive line.
Well, and LSU brings 8 starters back on offense, including their quarterback and all 5 offensive linemen. They sound a lot like Texas. They come back big and physical up front. Quarterback is back. weapons on the outside. We'll see, but that Florida State game looms. So they're number 5 in our countdown, which, of course, will feature a couple more SEC teams on our way to number 1.
The concern for LSU, I do believe, will be in the back end. They consider themselves to be one of the DBU programs in the country, so they'll have a lot of talent, but it's unproven in the back end for the most part. So that'll be a question whether that defensive backfield for LSU, where they can grow up and mature quick, or do they have to go through some growing pains? And going up against Florida State and their very potent offense is going to be potentially that could be a problem if those growing pains happen in that matchup.
Did we take anything from the games we saw this weekend? Caleb Williams is still really good, and USC's defense is still not.
Yeah, they can't. Yeah, I mean, it's a project, right? Their defense is going to be a project. I believe for Lincoln Riley, he's hoping that by mid-season, the defense won't be a liability, because they don't need the defense to be great. They don't need the defense to be elite.
That
one
game
of the best.
was 21-14 at halftime against San Jose State.
Yeah, they need the defense to, like I said, don't be a weakness. Don't be the phase that drags down every other phase. And right now, I think they're still pretty much in drag mode, where they can drag down every other phase with them.
Yeah, San Jose State scored 28 points on them. And
that ain't
that's
supposed
not
to
a great team.
No.
And they put up almost
400 total yards.
Almost 400 total yards, 200 apiece on the ground and run, so they were balanced. And, and that game was, the long kick return in the second half really separated the game. And, that 21-point third quarter was the difference. But San Jose State kept scoring. So, you said you wanted to see Sam Hartman in Notre Dame, number 13 in our countdown. He's a good player. He's a really good quarterback. He's our best QB. He might be better than Ian Book was.
I think he will be, actually, better than Ian Book was. I'm telling you, nobody watched him because he was at Wake Forest, but I got a chance to watch him, and he was fantastic at Wake Forest. He really
you don't
was.
throw 77 touchdowns in 2 seasons in the high level of the ACC against good defenses and not be a baller.
Thank you. And now the talent around him, you could argue, has been upgraded at every position. Because
he's playing with better players.
Exactly. Nothing against Wake Forest, but even the best of Wake Forest can't compare to Notre Dame football. So he's playing with better players, and he's already a team captain. He's a team. How about this? Here's a great stat for you. He's been a team captain 4 years in a row.
That's awesome.
He just got to Notre Dame. He's been voted team captain. That's just rare.
That is rare.
I mean, first of all, you got to be starting pretty much to be a team captain 4 years in a row.
As a freshman?
Exactly.
At
right?
Wake? Well, you know who was a freshman?
That's like Sam Ellinger. Sam Ellinger probably did that, honestly, now I think about it.
Well, you know who I know
Bam Sam was probably in that category.
You know who was a captain as a freshman at Mississippi State was Dak Prescott.
Yeah, it's rare. Like, how do you do that as a freshman?
Yeah, and he's got good leadership ability.
He's natural. You're right.
Hey, so we'll come back. Did you get to see Jaden Greathouse?
Yeah.
Looking good. Looking good.
Hey, man.
It's my guy.
Jaden Greathouse. Speaking of starting as a freshman, he played on the Westlake varsity team as a freshman. That's a hard thing to do. Tells you just how talented he is.
And he's playing at Notre Dame.
And now he's playing as a freshman at Notre Dame and balling out.
He can go.
That was against Navy. That competition will get better when they play Ohio State in a couple of weeks, but at least for that first game, Jaden Greathouse was looking good, and Sam Hartman's the real deal. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we'll play a round of Who Said That?
Who Said That?
Who said it? We'll tell you next. Who said it every morning here on Ian Rod B before the top of the 9 o'clock hour, right before 10 o'clock. We've already played some good sound this morning, including Mike McCarthy talking about Dak Prescott calling plays on Saturday night. That was a designed idea and a plan that they worked on in training camp, and he did it on Saturday night to a high level. Also, we heard the kid from California with the walk-off home run, Rod. How about that? In a 5-5 game against Curacao, every kid's dream, just jacking one. You know, when you're playing backyard baseball, that's the dream. Bottom of the ninth.
Did he showboat a little bit?
5-5. Oh, he did a bat flip.
Did a bat flip? There you go.
He's 12.
See?
He's 12.
There you go. Did all the old crotchety baseball fans lose their mind on social media when the young kid did a bat flip?
Who cares?
That kid looked like he was at least 18 years old.
Yeah, he looked old. But
he was like 6'3".
So he's not
the pitcher for Curacao had not given up a home run at all in the Little League World Series, and he challenged him, and he got jacked.
Damn right.
And California wins it yesterday. That was awesome. Also, Victor Hovland talked about taking home all that money. FedEx Cup. He's the best golfer in the world right now.
Straight cash, homie.
Got the Mariners taking first place in the AL West. That was wild. They did it with a sweep of the Royals over the weekend. Did you get to see the crowds out there in Seattle, Rod? They were hyped because they're getting behind this Mariners team.
They should be.
Just finished their best 50-game stretch since 2003. 20 years for the for them. They've overtaken the Rangers.
They had 2 double-digit win streaks in the same calendar month.
They went 36 and 14 in their last 50 games.
Yeah, who has double-digit win streaks in the same month? They are on fire.
Meanwhile, the Rangers have gone 1-9 in their last 10 games. Mariners have gone 9-1, and the Astros have gone 4-6, and that's how they've overtaken those two teams. And remember, the Mariners were in the playoffs a year ago. I mean, they were there. Remember Yordan Alvarez, the big home run that just shocked them late in the ninth inning, and the Astros went on to take that series. But the Mariners, this shouldn't be a huge surprise. They can pitch, and the young guy Julio Rodriguez is hitting like crazy. But what do you have? What do we have that we need to hear? Who said what?
All right, I got a couple of clips here. One's an NFL head coach, one's an NFL player. We'll play the head coach first. This should be pretty obvious who this
said
is.
I mean, I always feel like I let Trey down. I mean, I wanted him to come here. I believe in Trey. I believed in him before we took him, and I'm responsible for that. I didn't want to throw him into the heat of battle right away, but I thought he needed to play. So we tried to figure out every way to do that. I mean, if I can look back in hindsight, he broke that finger on a helmet on that 4th preseason game versus the Raiders. I wish I didn't put him in a play that had him break his finger, because I think that really hurt him in his first year. And not only did it hurt him not getting able to mix in much, but it hurt him in the practice time because he had to adjust how he threw and things like that, which I think set him back for his second year. When we went into the second year, we gave him every chance to do it. We were going to make an offense that, to me, gave him the best chance to be successful at that time, which we did do. And when you do that, you hope a guy can stay healthy so he can stay out there long enough. But that didn't last long. It was the first game, and after that, I mean, I always felt for him, and we continue to work with him. But sometimes things just don't work out.
Who was that?
That's your guy, Shano.
That was Kyle Shanahan saying he let Trey Lance down. And I agree with him. I'm not being critical of my boy Shano, but I agree with him only because I heard a quote from John Lynch, and we won't play it, but it was on KNBR, where John Lynch said, quote, this is a quote, guys, from the GM, said, quote, "We didn't tailor an offense that highlights a lot of the things that Trey is able to do." And I think he grew from that.
Well,
he said they did not tailor the offense for Trey Lance. That it was not a quarterback-friendly offense for Trey Lance. If that is the case, then you did let him down.
Well, we know he was he hadn't had a lot of reps coming into the game, and then as he said, the injuries in back-to-back years just stunted any opportunity for him to play. And then circumstances changed. They drafted Brock Purdy, and he was so much better than anybody anticipated. And they traded for Christian McCaffrey, which changed their philosophy on what they were going to be. Trey Lance was supposed to bring a lot of running legs to their offense. Well, they don't need that now. I mean, they've got Christian McCaffrey. They've got they still have Elijah Mitchell at running back. They still have
they do. They always got a running back. Shannon will keep a good
well, and they hand the ball to Debo. I mean, they don't mind doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to get rush yards, and now they just need a point guard at quarterback, which that's where Brock Purdy is. He's just going to distribute the rock to the best players on that team, and they have a lot of really, really good ones. But Trey Lance now with the Cowboys. I'll play this for you. Who said this, Rod, after their final preseason game?
Well, congratulations on the win. Thank you. So you've seen him in rookie minicamp, OTAs, training camp, preseason. Have you seen enough? Has he earned the starting position, C.J. Stroud, to be the Week 1 starter in Baltimore?
Yes, CJ will be our week 1 starter in Baltimore.
Oh, who said that, Rod? You already know.
DeMeco
Ryan.
DeMeco, baby. It's CJ. He was unwilling to admit it prior to the preseason, but now I'm glad they're just saying, no, he's our quarterback.
And I will say, having watched all of his throws, the first game was a little rough. He made some really bad decisions. He didn't have any help up front in that game against New England. But then since that, he's only played like in about 3 or 4 series. But every throw I've seen him make, Rod, has been right on the money. I mean, his accuracy just jumps off. I remember he says ball placement is his key.
Mm-hmm.
He went 2 for 4 last night through a touchdown pass, but the 2 balls that were not caught were really good throws. He dropped one in the bucket to Robert Woods down the sidelines, perfect throw, and then he had another one that Robert Woods. The only question I would have on Stroud on that play is he could have run for the first down, and he said he threw it, and Robert Woods couldn't bring it in, but it was a good throw. So just love his accuracy. His question is going to be developing and reading and progressing through defenses, and but when he decides it and he lets it rip, he's as accurate as any quarterback you've seen.
Yeah, no, you're right, and I believe Bobby Slowick admitted in that first preseason game they were extremely vanilla. There wasn't any of the game plan crafted for C.J. Stroud's specific developmental track or his skill set.
Right.
And I think since they've decided, all right, you know what, let's tailor this thing specifically for C.J. Stroud, because confidence is also key here. We don't want him going out there just because it's like, oh, it's preseason. We're going to do basic vanilla stuff, and then your quarterback has disastrous performances and go into the season without any confidence. So I think that's why they said, you know what, let's expedite this development a little bit, and let's put in the C.J. Stroud-friendly concepts. And they did. And he looks better.
Well, yeah. And that's going to be an offense tailored to him. And they think they're going to have a really good offensive line in Houston.
They should.
And they think that Dameon Pierce is going to be a really good running back. So they have a good running game. And you build it. Dalton Schultz is a security blanket at tight end. So they got to bring him along to be the franchise QB.
I got one more, but it'll take like a second. It's like 8 seconds. We got this. Here it is. NFL player.
To describe this season and the one I...
Super Bowl. Anything less than that, it's a waste.
Waste. I don't know who that is. Who said that, Rod?
Micah Parsons.
Oh.
Second time this offseason where he's basically talked about Super Bowl or bust
Cowboys
for
are
these Dallas
frisky,
Cowboys.
baby.
They are,
That's the way it should be.
I agree.
Frisky.
There you go, Ty. The way it should be, baby.
We'll get back into the embrace the hate conversation because apparently it's not politically correct to say embrace the hate for the Longhorns. Details coming on that front. Also, more on the Longhorns game week preparation. Steve Sarkisian, Game Week News Conference. Will a depth chart be part of the conversation today at 11 o'clock? We will preview, coming back, our final hour of our 5 on this Monday here on Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up. Yeah, what a weekend it was. We recap it on Mondays with the good, the bad, and the ugly. It was good for me over the weekend. Austin Gamblers PBR Team Series action was phenomenal yesterday, Rod. Really was. It was huge crowds all weekend long. They're one weekend with 3 events, Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday. My buddy JJ Gotch, the team president, confirmed that Saturday night was a complete sellout. So
nice. There you go.
A lot of fans in attendance to see some, and they put on a heck of a show. It's intense. Friday night, Rod, they had 2 guys go to the hospital. And this is what the danger of that sport is. One guy, he was, gosh, Rod, say your prayers that he wasn't paralyzed, because he went up about 6-7 feet in the air, got ejected from the bull right off his ass, and he came down and he really just collapsed like sandwiched together, and he broke his back, and they took him off on a stretcher. And the doctors believe it could have been a paralysis situation for the guy, because he came from way up and landed right on his back and kind of collapsed down. But so he was there yesterday though, like he was sitting in the owner's box because he's back from the hospital, and these dudes are tough as nails.
They are tough, man.
There was also a guy that got dragged by the bull and then got stepped on, and he had a collapsed lung and 3 cracked ribs. He had to go to the hospital.
Another day at the office.
Yeah.
That's just, we think that's very traumatic. And it is very traumatic, by the way. But that is every event they compete in. There is something like that happens either to them, their teammates, or to an opponent. That's just part of that sport. Like I said, I don't know if there is a more dangerous sport on the planet.
I don't know.
I know there are some, you talk about,
you see the NASCAR
some of
car
the
flipping?
Yes, exactly. And then it's the X Games where people are like, going down a mountain slope and they're doing it at ridiculous speeds. I get it, there are some really dangerous sports out there. But man, when you got 1,000-pound, 2,000-pound plus beast who is upset with you, like they are mad and agitated at you. They're mad and agitated, period, because they tie up their scrotum. They tie up the scrotum. So
Flanks.
yeah, if somebody tied up your junk,
they flank 'em.
exactly. Somebody tied up your junk and then into like a really tight, was it basically a rubber band or whatever it is?
It's like a flank strap.
Yeah, you would be upset too. So they're agitated anyway, and they're blaming all of that discomfort on you, the person that's riding them, and they're trying to launch you into a stratosphere and stomp you if they can. So yeah, there's no other sport that offers that type of threat.
And you get to see it up close. I mean, it's crazy to watch this from a close distance. These beasts, these animals are unbelievable.
And they're bred, by the way, to be aggressive and to be they're
champion bulls are worth a lot of
they're
money.
from a long line.
They're trained. They're trained to be beasts.
Yes, of these really aggressive bulls.
Look, if you breed and raise,
and the more aggressive, the better. By the way,
grand champion bull, that is incredibly lucrative. I mean, that is big money.
You'll be a multimillionaire.
Much like
before it's all said and done.
Yeah, just like horse racing, right? Breeding a thoroughbred.
Yeah,
very similar. This says, guys, I went on Saturday. It was amazing. Lemmy had to nail his final ride. He did it. The crowd went crazy.
Some say it's not the scrotum. What is it then? I don't know what they
Perineum or whatever it's called.
They flank them though.
They do something. I know they tie up something to jump
those bulls
down there.
I mean, there were bulls trying to jump out of the chutes.
I don't know what
man.
it is.
They're but so right down from us, where I was sitting with JJ and his family, and there it was, the ownership group. We know the Gamblers have, one of the deepest pocketed ownership groups. This is why JJ's been so excited about it. But Egon Dubin, the Silver Lake managing partner, that's a private equity group that he started. They handle over $75 million in assets, or $1 billion in assets worldwide. Well, he's the main owner, and this spring, his good buddy Michael Dell bought in.
Wow,
so he was there.
So they got multiple billionaires investing.
Yeah.
That's a good
in
gig.
the team. So deep pockets in Austin, and it is a lot of money in that sport, and a lot of interest in that sport. So yeah, Silver Lake CEO is the boss, and he was there, and Michael Dell, and it was good to see. But
they wear their cowboy boots and hats.
They did. Well, no hats.
Just the boots though.
No hats.
Got the buckle. Did we get a belt buckle too? You gotta have the
no.
So you gotta go all in. You go hat, belt buckle, and the boots.
Yeah, boots. You gotta have.
Did you have any of that? Did you have
on Friday? I did.
Okay, there you go.
On Friday,
all right, nice.
I wore the boots. On Sunday, I did not wear the boots. I thought it was casual Sunday because it was the middle of the afternoon watching Kevin Fowler out in the front. I was gonna wear shorts and a shirt and wore some shoes. I mean, that was good, but I did on Friday. I would also say this, Rod. Lemay didn't even have to ride on Sunday. They won by so many. They had already clinched because they had 3 or 4 confirmed rides already, and so our man Zeke Mitchell from Rockdale went out there and knocked it out.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
he's
did a great job.
He's a stud.
Don't mess They don't. Hey, so can I get into this real quick? This is one of those. Is it a story or not? This part of me feels like this is FoxNews.com looking for clickbait. Because here's the thing. So we know last week Steve Sarkisian has said it multiple times that the Longhorns have to embrace the hate, right? I mean, that's been kind of an ongoing conversation Sark has had. He said earlier this month the team's mission is to make their final season in the Big 12 one to remember. He talked about how the team had a John Wick mentality. We've seen many of the players, repeat that. He said, I think they've kind of assumed this mentality of, we get it. We're the University of Texas. This is our last year in the Big 12. We can sit here and be a punching bag, or we can go attack the people we're going to play. And I think they've assumed that responsibility, saying, hey, we're going to go after it. I think it's the right mentality to have to embrace the hate. Okay, well, and then Chris Del Conte said the same thing to OrangeBloods.com last Friday.
Yep.
Or last Thursday in an interview that, the whole athletic department, we want to, last year we won 12 Big 12 championships, or 13, and we want to win all 20 in the competitive sports we compete in, all 20 of them. And we know we're going to be a hated team and a hated program in our final year. They think we broke up the Big 12. So that was all good, right? And it was just, okay, embrace the hate.
Yeah.
Well, then this got to social media.
Mm-hmm.
And the University Co-op, our good friends there, they started to promote and sell a shirt that said embrace the hate and burn orange. Okay, so they're taking it and running with it.
It's a good idea.
Right. So here were some of the examples that Fox News cited from social media that said, I'm guessing this is sports related, but to anyone who's not in on that, it appears to be a white supremacist message.
Okay.
Really?
All right. Just jumping to conclusions on that one.
Then this other tweet, or X, said, now what in the no black people work here hell is this? Come on, UT, you're the flagship of Texas. Let's do better. Let me say that again. What in the no black people work here hell is this?
So they definitely throwing out race as one of the reasons why they disagree.
Statement?
They disagree with embrace hate because they have jumped to the conclusion that could be perceived to be about race. Could
or
be.
It's about
and
sports.
It is stupid. Trust me.
So stupid.
It is stupid. That's a illogical conclusion to jump to.
You're looking for something to get pissed
And
off.
here's
A lot of
where
people like getting offended. They wake up trying to get offended.
And no, this is to me it's a non-story clickbait until the University of Texas's chapter of the American Association of University Professors. Okay, so this is the on-campus professors also weighed in and responded with a tweet that said exactly who at UT Austin authorized this literally hateful use of the Longhorn brand, asking for all faculty working to instill a positive learning community in our classes and campus. Surely there are better ways to show UT pride. So there you go.
Yeah.
Right. Just then quit over it. I don't want you.
I don't think they're that passionate about it.
We talked earlier, could it be, should they go and rise above the hate? I don't know, embrace the hate.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
they are the ones being hated.
Rise above the hate sounds even more like a political message, I feel like.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be political. This is about them embracing a John Wick mentality.
When we talked about this on Friday, that the thought of it being bad didn't even pop into my mind.
Nor me. Did you think of that at all, Ron?
I did not. No, I'm not offended by it, but I did not. But I understand some people why they might be offended. I get that, but it is not offensive to me. I don't think it's offensive, and I think, like I said, it's an illogical conclusion to jump to if you're jumping to, that could be perceived as racist or some white supremacist statement like that. Is you skipped a whole lot of steps to get there. You skipped a lot of steps to get there. I
think, and I also will. Point out FoxNews.com, cherry picking 3 or 4 tweets from social media and calling it social media outrage. I didn't see social media and then making a story about it and putting it on a well-traveled and well-visited website.
I saw the story. I will admit I did not see individual tweets on my timeline about it.
I didn't either. And that's where you got to, in the current media climate, they're looking for clickbait. This is going to get people talking. We're talking about it. I don't think it's a huge deal. The shirts have sold out over at the co-op.
And now they're going to sell out even more because now you've upset the people who are considered snowflakes that are offended by this or whatever. They've upset the people on the other end of the spectrum who believe that you should not kowtow to any of the demands.
Hey, if they restock, I'll go buy one.
The uber offended crowd.
I will play the devil's advocate. Only thing you can say, and you can read it in one of those tweets. It said, "I'm assuming this is about a sports thing." Like there are people, Rod, at that university that don't know anything about what's going on with the athletic department.
That's very true.
They have no idea.
I've learned this before too. Yeah.
Like they don't go to games. They don't know anything about the games, and that's perfectly fine, right? They're great students and great Longhorns. But so if they see a shirt that says "Embrace the Hate" and they are not tied
They think literally.
Like, are we really embracing the hate? Like,
Yeah.
what kind of hate? Who are we
Yeah.
embracing that's got hatred in their heart? We
If you
don't want that.
You don't know the background, and you don't know it's not an inside joke, but kind of the inside
And so
understanding
I think
about
that's
it.
who's sounding off on it.
But they could look into it before they start saying stuff that
Well,
they
that's
have
what
no
Twitter
idea
is,
about.
right? Well, that's what tweets are. Tweets are just people saying things that, not always researched or Ty. They just write what they're thinking at the time, which is why it's Twitter and it's free speech. And I don't think UT's going to, I don't think you're hear Steve Sarkisian apologizing for this today.
No, or CDC.
No.
I don't think either one of them will even address it unless they're asked about it directly. But yeah, like I said, you skipped a lot of steps if you want to jump to the conclusion that you perceive that as racist or associated with white supremacy. You can say you don't like speech about hate and watching UT embrace hate, and I'll talk about the word hate and how strong of a word it is and what it evokes and that kind of thing. I get that. But yeah, if you're going to throw in the race stuff,
It's
that's
racist.
wild.
It's racist to jump to those conclusions. I feel like it's more like you know what I'm saying.
Could the word embrace be different? Could it be destroy the hate or crush the hate? I don't know. Who cares?
The rise above the hate is not bad if you wanted something. You want to throw something else out there, as you know what I mean. That's a little bit more PC.
How about borrowing the name of our show? Hook 'em up above the hate. Hook 'em up above
See,
the hate.
But Embrace the Hate did flow. I mean, it was rhythmic. It flew. It
But
flowed
you know
up
what?
to- and everybody understood what it meant. Who was in the know? But as my man E said, not everybody's a sports fan. Not everybody's into this conversation we're
And
having.
they see a shirt at the co-op that says
Said Embrace the Hate. It's
"Embrace
like
the hate."
kids. I wouldn't have put that on my kid. I wouldn't
Who's
have my kid
embracing
dress.
the hate?
Yeah,
You got a
that
bunch
kind
of, we know there are people that have hate in their hearts out there, and we see stories of it all the time. And
There you go.
They're mentally deranged and crazy and
That's
whatnot.
true.
But in this case, it's about sports, and I don't think because again, John Wick didn't care about political correctness, Rod.
Well, we know John Wick. That's but them making John Wick their unofficial mascot, even if the graphics department that runs like the Jumbotron and they make all of the different videos and the graphics for Texas, they can't use most of the John Wick movie scenes because most of them is just gratuitous violence when he's shooting and killing people. They can use some of those scenes, not those scenes, but they can use some of the scenes, but they can't use a lot of that when they do the promo videos on the Jumbotron. They can't.
Well, here it is.
That won't go over well either.
This says that shirt has been scrubbed from the co-op site. Well,
oh, has
we
it
had
really
somebody
been?
call us earlier and say no, they just sold out of them.
See, okay, there you go, sold out and scrubbed. And if they scrubbed it from the website, that means they're not proud of it.
Or they're just not going to embrace it anymore.
Well,
doesn't mean they can't say it in the locker room.
That would mean you're not proud of it.
Yeah,
If
that's
the
true.
University of Texas Co-op scrubbed it from the website, that means they're not proud of it, and they don't even want to get into this conversation. They decide, you know what, it's not worth our time. They won't do this officially, but unofficially, what they know is going to happen, Longhorn fans will start making them on their own.
Yeah, for sure.
And exactly, and you'll see plenty of them on game day, not sold from the co-op. And UT's like, no, we ain't got. All we have to do was start it to start the conversation. Longhorn fans will finish it themselves.
Well, and
so
really,
they'll embrace the hate themselves.
Right. Sarkis said it, but then really when CDC, the athletic director, said it last week as point blankly as he did.
Yeah.
And look, we know what happened after
Brett Yormark.
CDC said that in the morning on a Thursday, and then Brett Yormark went to clearly showing everybody that he is openly rooting for Texas Tech to beat Texas.
Yeah.
And he's the commissioner of the conference. You might want to go ahead and embrace that because that's what's coming. And then you had the head coach at Texas Tech calling Texas and Oklahoma the so-called blue bloods. The so-called blue bloods.
So-called blue bloods.
Even though those two blue bloods won 85% of the conference championships last year.
Yeah. No,
85% of the conference's championships.
But like I said, I understood why the embrace the hate thing came down. Like I said, now I think it'll take on a mind of its own. You don't even got to worry about UT officially endorsing it. And like you said, behind the scenes, hey, they'll say that. And hey, I wouldn't doubt if some players even, you see them on their own social media accounts, referencing that kind of stuff.
Are these the same people that tried to cancel the Eyes of Texas?
Well, a lot of them, but
remember that was a different discussion about the Eyes of Texas.
They still play the Eyes of Texas, though.
They do.
And there's been research done.
Yes, there's been research about it, and yeah, I think at least we had an open discourse and a conversation about the Eyes of Texas, which I think enlightened a lot and educated a lot of Longhorn fans who had no idea about the history of it,
On all
and
sides,
yes, and why it was considered offensive to some. So what I liked about, and there wasn't a lot to like about the Austin, Texas situation, was that I do believe we had, as a community, Longhorn fans, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, whatever, we had a conversation about it, and we didn't all agree.
A deep dive conversation.
We had about a month and a half. We talked about it.
Yeah, they did the committee that looked into it and told the history. And our friend Quan Cosby was on that group. And
so as a Longhorn family, we had the conversation. It was, I think, for a lot of people, it was painful for some people to have that conversation. I think for others, it was enlightening and educational. And obviously, the song is what the song is. And by the way, I never wanted Longhorn fans to get rid of the song. I always said you should just kind of change the meanings of different things, which you can do. But we're not rehashing that. My point is, I didn't mind that because we had a discourse, and the discourse, I believed, helped everybody heal, and it helped us, like, as a family, as a community, it helped us have a better understanding of our history. This is just kind of clickbait, cancel culture, social media, the kind of stuff happening right here. And I understand why people are offended by it. I get it, because hate is a strong word, that kind of stuff, and you don't want to be championing hate. But it's in the context, I think they're taking it out of context.
Yeah. Well, and look, here's Chris Del Conte's exact quote. We know we have to embrace the hate this year. Everyone in the Big 12 is mad at us. They think we broke up the Big 12. They think we broke up the Pac-12 because we left. We left for what's right for the University of Texas, and that's my job. Our job as leadership is to protect the brand and put ourselves in the best position to be successful. Embrace the hate. So there you go. And look, there's a conversation. It's a political year, right? It's a presidential election cycle is up and running, and so there's debates about white supremacy. And I can see if you are completely ignorant to sports and you see a shirt that says "Embrace the Hate," you could at least question that. Like, what is that all about? Well, once you learn what it's about, let's not make a big deal about it. That's why I will again say FoxNews.com probably created this a little bit, and that's a much viewed website. That really is where this story took off and became somewhat, because I don't believe there was a social media outrage about the original, but when Fox News made a story out of it and clipped 3 tweets and called it a viral outrage, well, is it really?
I read the story.
Was it really?
I'll admit, when I saw the story, I was like,
that's what went viral.
I clicked it. So they got me.
That's the story that went around.
Yeah, they got me because I was like, "Oh, really? I didn't know." And I clicked it.
I don't know that they've not written that. I'm pretty certain had they not written that story, and then it went viral, we would be talking about it. I don't think we would have noticed that there was a viral outbreak or outrage on the Twitter machine that people are upset about this. I think that was somewhat created. And here we are. So, good stuff right there. We'll talk some actual football coming up behind the burnt orange curtain, talking all things weekend, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And your boy Rod was hanging out with the billionaires yesterday. What's up? What's up, billionaires?
You were hanging out with the billionaires.
Yeah, man.
I wish I was hanging out with some billionaires.
Nothing fell on the ground or anything, It's one of that. Just, hey, what's up? Oh. There's Michael Dell hanging out, watching the bull riding. That says just embrace the haters. Yeah, or just embrace open minds.
Embrace the haters, not hate.
Not hate.
Haters.
Never the hate.
That's a nice little compromise right there, man. You know what I mean?
Hey, you ain't popping unless you got haters.
Yeah, right.
Well, we'll hit our
if you ain't got haters, you ain't popping. That's right.
We'll play our what's popping.
How's that not a drop on our show? Come on, we got to get Robert Saleh. If you ain't got no haters, then you ain't popping.
You can be popping. We'll
so
have
there
that
you go.
before the end of the
CDC
hour.
should have dropped that one on him. Well, that's what I want to hear CDC and start drop on him. If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping. Maybe.
Ty, we haven't asked you as the Cowboys fan. You said you're not panicked about your Rangers, although you probably should be. I'm a little Astros fan. I'm a little bit panicked, too, about this Seattle Mariners team. They're really good and playing great. But you're not worried about the Rangers?
No.
All good?
Yep, all good.
1-9 in your last 10?
Still way better than it's been the past few years, so I'll take it.
Stumbling and bumbling their way?
It's okay.
They had either a share or were in the lead alone in first place in the AL West since April the 8th.
When's Josh Young coming back?
April 8th.
That's crazy.
Josh Young, September? Well, see, the Astros get Michael Brantley back tonight.
Oh, yeah? Is he actually coming back?
He's going to be in the lineup tonight, they believe. He traveled to Boston for their series with the Red Sox that begins this evening. So Michael Brantley should be back, which gives the Astros another piece. The Astros probably have been pitching more than anything else. They scored 17 runs yesterday. They had a little stretch where they weren't scoring. But Rangers, Astros, they're all chasing now Seattle because they're in first place alone. But I didn't ask you about the Trey Lance side of this thing. Rod made it his rant and likes the pick. Were you happy as a Cowboy fan when you saw the deal?
I was surprised. I'm not. I feel like the 4th round pick is just the right amount for him. That's not too much, too little.
I would have thought it would have been a 5th or a 6th, personally, maybe 7th. But I know that the Niners were trying to get something.
He didn't want to
back.
get off the phone. Remember, Jerry said that. Jerry said, I did not want to get off the phone. So I bet he probably could have tried to throw out a 5th or a later pick. But I think the 49ers were leaving Jerry to take Jerry's offer and go tell somebody else, like, hey, Jerry Jones is offering us a 5th or a 6th. And Jerry knew that. And some other team may get him for a 4th.
The question is, maybe we'll hear the story from the Peter Kings of the world at some point this week, but did they outbid themselves?
Probably.
Probably.
I think it was worth it, though. I'm serious.
You gave all great reasons.
Yeah. I think it was worth it.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see a package with him in it that you see a few times a game.
He's got to play before anybody's going to put value on him.
His goal line?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, package
do
around.
what the Eagles do with Jalen Hurts with
the tush push?
The tush push.
Totally agree.
Should be able to do that.
It's a brilliant idea.
Dak having to do it.
Yeah, because I think there are a lot of useful ways you can use Trey Lance, and
but is he going to be on the roster on game days? I mean, he's going to be your 3rd emergency quarterback?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if he can make himself that more valuable.
What are you going to carry 3 quarterbacks into each game?
It just depends on your situation as a team. Depending on the injuries, you have injuries at a certain position, then you may not. But if you have a luxury to do it, you might.
Hey, let's get him playing special teams. If he's really that athlete.
Come on,
let's get a gunner on punt teams.
I thought Jerry was hammered when he offered a 4th rounder for him. That surprised me, especially on what we've seen for trades. The Cowboys got a 5th rounder for Amari Cooper. I mean, Amari Cooper
was a contract thing.
He's a Pro Bowl player.
Yeah, but he was owed like $26 million.
And he played.
That's true.
Nobody's going to take that.
But the fact that he hasn't played, he's thrown less than 200 pass attempts as an NFL player. Only 8 games he's played in for the 49ers, 4 starts. That is the fewest amount of games played for a top 5 pick with the team that he debuted with since 1967. So we have not seen a top 5 pick wasted like this ever. But that's why I think the Cowboys.
It's the quarterback position, so it becomes a premium.
Yes.
I get it.
Getting back to that point, you just hit the nail on the head. What if Trey Lance just hasn't had enough snaps and hadn't had enough reps to reach his potential? The truth is, Geno Smith threw more passes last season than he's thrown his entire career as a quarterback, going back to high school, guys. High school. So we actually have no idea what Trey Lance is. We know it didn't work out with the 49ers, but I always say this about quarterback. Choosing a quarterback is like choosing a significant other. The woman you marry, she's not the hottest woman you ever dated. She was the one that was right for you, Brock Purdy. All right? And Trey Lance, hottest woman, a really hot woman that Shano dated, wasn't the right one for him.
Well,
he's going for it's about compatibility. Are you compatible with this offense? So I think for Trey Lance, he could go somewhere else and be a lot more compatible potentially with another system, with another offense than he was with the 49ers.
For me, he's just so far, so unproven as a player that a 4th round pick was high. But again, I get it's quarterback. I think Jerry gave up too much. I do think he was bidding against himself in that spot. He didn't want to hang up the phone, just like when he was interviewing Mike McCarthy and heard bells. I heard bells. There's also the video that's circulated on social media. There's the new War Room documentary that's coming out on the Cowboys, that behind the scenes of the Cowboys at their draft. There's a clip that's going around, and in it you clearly see Jerry lean up and ask his grandson, who went to Texas, about DeMarvion Overshown.
Oh, he called him.
Yeah, called him. Come on.
Peyton said he's all right.
Tell me about this kid.
So he practices real hard all the time.
I don't
really
want
athletic.
my GM getting draft choice picks and advice from the grandkids.
It's a data point.
I know it's.
You got lots of data points.
Tell
you
me
got probably 50, 60 data points on every player.
Like in the War Room that night when you're on the clock, you're calling the kid.
Well, it's called show business. And Jerry Jones is really good at it. Really good.
Well, Cowboy fans are like, come on, man.
Even the Deuce Vaughn picked me. There was drama with that one because his dad was on staff. So he's got like 3 picks that are all made for TV kind of picks.
Well, look, I mean, again, the Cowboys traded a 5th rounder to get Brandon Cooks, who's a proven commodity and a really good player.
Yep.
Stephon Gilmore is a one-time, not long ago, Defensive Player of the Year in this league. Then they gave up a 5th. 4th for a quarterback who's never played and has been injury prone. That's a lot.
Quarterback is king.
Yeah, but the quarterback is worth more than any of those positions. Even if it's a serviceable quarterback, it's just worth more.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. I hope it works for the Cowboys. I see all the reasons why you like it and why Ty likes it, and we'll see what the Cowboys do with Trey Lance. They feel like they're leaving no stone unturned and want to have as many QBs as they can in a year. They're going to run for it. As for the Niners, you understand why they traded him. Because they fell in love with this Brock Purdy kid. He is their quarterback. He fits what they want to do. And then Sam Darnold came in. Remember, Sam Darnold was the second pick of the draft, third pick of the draft?
I think, overall, yeah.
And he has a skill set that's comparable to what they're looking for, and he beat out Trey Lance. So all of a sudden you got a third-string quarterback. But even with the Cowboys, Trey Lance is going to be no more than a third at this point. And whether he's a gadget player or whatever they make
Do you think
him
they could keep Trey Lance active during the week and not have Cooper Rush? But if Dak were to really get hurt and they needed a full week to prepare, you put in Cooper Rush. But just because of all the things you could potentially do with Trey Lance, like the goal line packages I'm talking about, I could see them doing that.
Look, there's a reason you do this. I get it. I just think it was more than anyone else was going to be willing to give up. But I could be wrong on that. And I would also say that if you're the Cowboys, don't worry about it. Just go get these players and stop. This is your year to go. You put your coach on notice that he's now running the offense, the quarterback on notice. We've got to get past the divisional round, and we need all opportunities to get there. And I see what they're doing. This is also why, Rod, when they you go to the scouting combine and you do the deep draft, they scout every player because they may want to acquire that player. Just because they don't draft him in April doesn't mean they don't want to know. So the Cowboys have a thorough scouting report.
Yes, they do.
That they did on Trey Lance that they can go back to and say, no, we like this player a lot.
In addition, and because Brian Broaddus said they had a second-round grade on him when he came out. So in addition to what you just talked about, that they did a thorough scouting and evaluation report on him, he can also be, like I pointed this out, their scout team quarterback that prepared that Dan Quinn defense when they face a dual-threat quarterback like a Jalen Hurts twice a year, Daniel Jones twice a year, and I think they face Josh Allen actually later on this season
too.
Do.
December.
So it's 5 games against 3 of the best dual-threat quarterbacks in the league. Hell, man, that can be a difference between you getting favorable positioning in the playoffs or winning that division, exactly, or getting home field advantage, whatever it may be. So I think that's a big part of how Trey Lance can help the Cowboys right away.
Yeah, the scout team.
Scout team quarterback for those weeks when you're going to be playing against dual threat quarterbacks like that.
I think that's the strongest point of all of them because you're right. I mean, those 2 teams with the best dual threat quarterbacks are in your own division, and they were both playoff teams last year. One was in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
You're going to have to beat them to go where you want to go.
I wonder how much Trey Lance can help him. I know he doesn't know all of the 49ers plays, but if you see the 49ers again, you faced them 2 times in divisional round. Maybe he can help you, give you a couple of tips, a couple of tidbits on what the 49ers are doing and what they were trying to do and how they've beaten you schematically the last 2 years.
We'll come back. We will pick it up. We'll go behind that burn orange curtain one more time, talk Texas football. Looking forward to Steve Sarkisian's Game Week News Conference coming up top of this hour at 11 o'clock. Will there be a depth chart? Those are all things we're kicking around on this Monday morning here on Ian Rod B. Now keep an eye on the NFL today. Roster cuts. Here's a website with a roster cut tracker. Probably made you mad back in the day, Rod. You're like, oh man, why are they tracking my?
Oh no, I wasn't keeping up with that. I knew I had a really good chance of being on that cutting floor. I knew that's the way it goes down.
Today's the day. They got to get down to 53, and the preseason is done now, and everybody can get their legs back under them, get healthy as they can. The first games are there's that Thursday game a week from Thursday with Detroit and Kansas City. Then everybody gets going on Sunday.
Ooh, that's a big game now. It's a big game anyway, but no Chris Jones for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Unless he shows up between now and then.
And he says that his holdout, unless they're going to pay him, is going to last up till 8 games.
Well, that's why I think you'll see a lot of moves done, right? This Cowboys deal got done last Friday, but Jonathan Taylor's a guy who could be moved. Chris Jones, try to get that done. I mean, they're trying to get Bosa signed out in San Francisco.
Right.
He's still a holdout.
Yeah.
And now it's deadlines make deal, and the deadline is approaching. The season is going to start a week from Sunday.
That's a good point.
They'll be playing football. So, but now there are no more preseason games. Your training camp kind of winds down, and it's really you can get with agents and try to sort these things out and be done with it for the Cowboys. As for the Cowboys and the acquisition of Trey Lance, Stephen Jones was on the game broadcast with the Cowboys on Saturday night when they beat the Raiders and said, just really felt like it was a chance for us to have a young guy in the room that's on the come, he said. Young guy in the room that's on the come. It certainly has no effect on Dak and his future. We look forward to getting his long-term contract signed sooner than later.
Yeah.
So there you go.
It may not have an effect on the negotiation, but it has an effect on Dak's psyche. Like I said, I think this is what Bill Belichick did when he had Tom Brady on the roster all those years. Even after Tom Brady won a Super Bowl and was considered the franchise quarterback, he still drafted 10 quarterbacks. And a lot of it was not only to try to find the next Tom Brady or to flip quarterbacks like, they're commodities, to flip them like they flip houses. So you want to flip a quarterback too, or insurance policy, whatever, but also to drive down the price just a little bit. Quarterbacks are reluctant to play hardball when there's a possible another quarterback that's going to play. And even Tom Brady, you're like, oh, Tom Brady wouldn't be threatened by that. Yes, he was. Remember, he went to Robert Kraft and said, y'all need to trade Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, Garoppolo.
I don't like how basically I'm feeling insecure around here. You're like, you're the GOAT, Tom. Still, I don't like the way Bill Belichick looks at me when he starts talking about Jimmy Garoppolo. So I think he needs to go.
Well, and of course the Eagles drafting.
Jalen
Hurts was not good for Carson Wentz.
It was not exactly.
He hated it.
He was insecure around it, right?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott, for his part, said, I obviously understand that it's a business. That's a first-round talent. You always try to make your team better. We're going to welcome him as we do with any teammate. Hopefully it makes us better. He seems like a great guy.
Agreed.
Dak always says the right thing.
He does. He's a great leader. He really is. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, he would. Whereas Carson Wentz, he didn't handle the Jalen Hurts drafting very well.
And think about it. Dak Prescott came in a quarterback controversy, like with Romo, he came in and handled that unbelievably for a rookie. So Dak,
Romo handled that so well too.
Romo's classy about that whole thing. You're right.
That press conference you had when they finally announced he was coming back, but Dak was going to be the starter.
That's because it was spinal. His back was done.
Fragile.
He was ready to go play golf.
He was. I think Romo was ready to be done too. That's true. He was ready. He was like, man, this body ain't holding up.
Make $18 million to sit next to Jim Nance on CBS. $18 million.
And make noises.
Ooh, Jim. Go on,
exactly.
Jim. That's how you Irish dance.
It's a pretty good gig if you can get it, man.
Hey, can we go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time? Because we got Texas football on the brain. Certainly do. It is game week. Sarcasm News Conference in about 24 minutes.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Oh, yeah. I actually went down a rabbit hole about Rice football, so I know way too much about Rice, actually. And the deeper you dive into the Rice Owls, you realize they actually are going to have some talent this year, more talent than we've seen on previous recent Rice Owl squads. I had a friend of mine who's a Rice Owl fan. I'm in Houston, so I get these comments, these little inside updates about Rice. The director of recruiting over there, Marco Regalado, he's a rising star. Keep the name in mind. I think Texas might end up trying to hire him at one point. But he has really turned their recruiting department into a kind of a streamlined, multi-purpose new age recruiting model, using a ton of social media, using different methods in their recruiting, more new age methods in recruiting, and it's really helped out Rice. I'll give you a little stat here. 12 of the 16 highest rated recruits ever that Rice has ever recruited in modern recruiting. So we're talking about the last 25, 30 years. 12 of the 16 highest rated recruits ever have come in the last 4 recruiting cycles. Wow. For Rice. 5 of the 10 highest rated signees in program history actually were a part of that 2023 class. That includes JT Daniels, a 5-star quarterback, as we've talked about, who started at 3 different Power 5 programs. This will be his 4th. 3 different Power 5 programs. This will be his 4th school they started at, but not a Power 5 program, of course. And you go look at the 12 highest rated recruiting classes in program history for Rice. 3 of those are coming in the last 4 years. So 3 of their top 12 highest rated recruiting classes ever have come in the last 4 years. They've got some for Rice football. They've actually got more talent than you're accustomed to when it comes to a Rice squad. So just throwing it out there. They got some talent, but Texas still should pulverize them. And we still should see Arch Manning at one point in this matchup get some snaps.
Well, and I think it'll be a good for Mike Bloomgren, their head coach. I mean, it can be a good test for his team, and they want to compete in the American Athletic Conference. That's where they would like to, they want to make a bowl game. And talent like that at Rice, then all that's going to be on the top of their depth chart. Longhorns can go 2-3 deep with guys, and that's what you're going to see on this Saturday. My big curiosity will be here at 11 o'clock if Sark does put out a depth chart. And because usually when they put out that depth chart, Rod, it's when the media gets there to cover the news conferences when it's out, right? They've got the printed version, and you can look at it, and that's where we used to get the Tom Herman so-and-so or so-and-so or so-and-so, and people just like, oh, my gosh. But that may start to percolate out here between now and the top of the hour from the media gathering to cover Sark's news conference. And look, what does it say at running back? Is there an eyebrow raiser with Jonathan Brooks, C.J. Baxter? What about right guard? About corner opposite Ryan
Field
Watts?
Corner, yep.
What about defensive end opposite, Baron Sorrells? And so we'll see. Sark did say last week after the week he wants to have some, every player is going to, he said those who aren't 1s or 2s are going to, it's not going to be surprising because we are honest with our players all the time. But at least now we will potentially know. He did not put out a depth chart last year, so we'll see if he changes and brings it out.
I saw a texter say that maybe Sark won't put out a depth chart because it's offensive to these second and third string guys. So we're trying to make sure we watch out for everybody's feelings.
You don't hurt anybody's feelings.
You don't want to hurt. But I'll say this, and I hope maybe maybe there is something to that, right? Keep the competition going, and maybe the new age method for coaches is they don't have a depth chart, except for obviously one within the team and within the program and organization. But I remember competing on the 40 acres and competing for that cornerback spot, and man, to me, it was a point of pride to see my name at the top of the depth chart. I want to see it. Well, I want everybody else to see it, as a matter of fact, too, so they can know what I have accomplished.
I know, I agree. Well, that's what you want. You want a competitive program, a competitive team. That means if you're going to say you have a depth chart, then have a depth chart.
Exactly.
And there's guys competing for backup spots, too.
Right.
Yes.
In high school, I wasn't the best player. I knew I was going to be a starter, but I sure as hell better be a second string on that depth chart.
Totally agree. Great point.
Now we're going to be looking at the top line. The media and the fans will look at the top line. But, yes, who wins the 2-3 battle? Right, who is actually rising on that chart? Who is pushing for reps? That's what you want. That's why you recruit good players, so you can sharpen steel practice to practice. But there's got to be a reward for it. Someone's got to earn the job. What's the point of having all these talented players if you, as you just said, Rod, you don't earn the badge of I sit in the first chair. They do it in band and orchestra, right? Your first chair, second chair, third chair, you earn the right.
Exactly right.
If you're pitching in baseball, you earn I'm the Friday starter or Saturday or Sunday, or I'm not a starter, I'm in the bullpen. This is how sports is. Am I a starter or not? I don't think it can hurt anybody's feelings.
If it's a meritocracy, all right, then let's go. Go earn it, and then when you earn it, that the reward is, all right, you know what, you're the guy. By the way, there's a responsibility with that.
Oh my
if you're going to be the starter, then you set the tone. All right, then you need to make sure you play to a certain standard. That standard can't drop off, because you drop off, that means the guy behind you, the conversation will start, or at least have the coaches will have the conversation whether they have a better option behind you or whether they made a mistake making you the starter.
Well, that's why I never understood the or thing. Like you don't even have depth chart if it's going to be or nor. I mean, it's
exactly.
Just like, right? Come on.
Yeah, it's either a guy won the job or he didn't win the job. Yeah, I didn't like the or side. Mac Brown did that toward the end of his tenure too. I was like, no or. It's my job. Yeah. I won the job. It's mine.
All right, we'll come back. Yeah. When we do, we will play some What's Poppin'. What are we going to be doing today and tonight? Watching into Gearing Up for. That's our What's Poppin' segment coming next.
Wow. Oh, we might have time to play the two clips I sent you.
Hey, what's poppin'? It's that time again. Final
what's poppin'
segment of the conversation this morning. 5 hours, 5 days a week here on Ian Rod B, Austin's only local morning sports conversation. Good stuff today. Great stuff coming this week with game week. But what is poppin'? How about this, Rod? Would you do this? Upcoming vacations maybe next year. There's the Pensacola Blue Wahoos.
The Blue Wahoos.
They are the AA affiliate of the Florida Marlins. They have their entire stadium listed on Airbnb, and you could rent it.
How much?
I don't see price here. $5,000. Oh, $5,000 a night. $51.43 a night.
$5,000 a night to rent the stadium?
Rentals include the 10 beds in the clubhouse, full access to the field all night.
That's easy. We definitely do that.
Batting practice, full tour, food and merch add-ons. You got to still pay for them.
If you got a bachelor party thing happening, this is perfect for you. In that neighborhood.
On-the-call staff.
Right? Oh man, this is great bachelor party
you're renting a baseball field, and it's right on the water in Pensacola.
Yeah, I don't know what that's too cheap for me. I think that's cheap. $5,143 a night.
Like if they got 10 beds and some of them are bunk beds,
so we can split this thing.
Yeah,
so we end up paying like a few $100 each.
Can you bring the honeys up in there? Is that legal?
Oh, what? Of course we're bringing the honeys up in there. We're renting a baseball stadium, man. Come on, man. We're going to have them stripping out there on the diamond and everyththing.
Oh.
It's going to be clean. We'll have a good time.
All right. Well, there you go. That is
fantastic.
Pensacola Wahoos.
What are they? They're going to, I guarantee you they're probably already getting a lot of action on that.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? But the season's about to be over. It's going to be sitting there empty. Use that damn thing.
No, I think they should have asked for more money. For real.
Put some cameras in. We put that on like HBO.
Right? For real. Okay. You guys know that the NFL, one of the the inside jokes about the NFL season last year was started by Arian Foster. I remember he went on a podcast and said that basically it was an NFL script.
Yeah.
And it went viral. Even Roger Goodell actually started to hint that was a script. He was joking and implying that, oh, man, things went off script this time. The NFL actually has embraced it fully now. They had their own skit for the 2023 season about the NFL script. This is a real thing. It's a two-parter. You ready for this? All right, so I'll give you all the names of the players who are involved in it after. But here is the script for the NFL 2023 season by the NFL itself.
All right, everyone. Last season was a smash. Ratings gold, but this year's script has to top it. So welcome to the table read for the 104th season of the NFL. Let's get to work. Yes, Jalen.
I thought this was the dress rehearsal.
Oh, sorry.
Week 1, 4th quarter, 3:02 left. Jamar leaps up and makes a no-handed catch.
No hands. How? I don't need hands.
I'll just catch it with my abs. We can call it the abracadabra. Might as well send the ball to Canton now.
What if we wrote the Mahomes character out of the script entirely?
Wrote him
Yes.
Guys, not cool. Who said that?
She did.
Who said that?
You're an actor, Patrick. Act like one.
Boring.
What if we played shirts versus skins?
I like it, Kirko.
What if we replace my legs with actual wheels?
I love it.
What if Derrick Henry stiff arms a guy into
Would
another?
it be possible for us to get to page 2? All right, everyone.
All right, there you go.
That was a little taste of it. But I thought it was pretty interesting. The NFL now is like, they're embracing it. The script thing. At first they were they thought it was like
Embrace
shameful.
the conspiracy.
Yeah, that some people actually did kind of believe that the NFL did have a script for the season. But yeah, now they're embracing how silly it is. So they're having fun with it. So it's pretty cool.
All right, there you go. I like it. I like it. What else is popping is this AL West race. And here's the issue. If you're an Astro fan or a Ranger fan, you might want to win tonight because the Mariners, who, as we just said, finished up their best 50 games run in the last 20 years. They went 36-14 in the last 50 games to take over first place in the West. They're playing Oakland. They're playing Oakland, Rod.
No.
So they're going to win. They're playing the 38-win Oakland A's.
They should.
Yes. Astros are in Boston to face the Red Sox with Christian Javier on the mound at 6:10 tonight. That could be the return of Michael Brantley for the Astros. The Astros just put 17 runs on the board in that game. Jeremy Pena went 5 for 6. Can we play this, Ty? The Jeremy Pena, because his first ever 5-hit game. And if Pena gets going, he's been one of those guys all year long. It's just been erratic and not great. Remember, he was the World Series MVP, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
And has been just okay this year at the plate. That he gets going, look out if Michael Brantley's coming back. But here was Pena. He says he's now got bragging rights on Altuve.
Jeremy Pena, what a day it was for the Astros with this guy. 5 hits. Have you had a 5-hit game?
Never. This is my first 5-hit game. And I could say I got it before Altuve.
There you go.
You did not go there.
There you go. I got one for Altuve did. So
nice.
Altuve's at 2,000 hits, but JP's got it now. Astros, Red Sox, Rangers are in New York to face the Mets starting tonight. That's a Mets team you need to take advantage of because they've traded their best players and they're 11 games under 500, but the Rangers were just 1-9 in their last 10. They have John Gray on the mound tonight, and as we said, the Mariners are playing Oakland. So you just got to figure they're going to win.
Well, you got one of the hottest teams in Major League Baseball versus a team that is trying to be the worst team in Major League Baseball and succeeding.
They're awful.
Yeah, so I could see that being very lopsided.
Brewers are also big time hot. They're popping in Major League Baseball. Milwaukee, remember the Brewers swept the Rangers last week, and that really started a big streak for them. And they're playing some really good ball. So we'll keep an eye on the Mariners and the Brewers, teams that people weren't really talking about much all year long. But here they are on the come at the most important time of the year. What is it? The nine games winning streak for the Milwaukee Brewers. They're popping right now. What else is popping, Rod?
What's popping for me is, you know what? I'm going to go home and catch up on the Hard Knocks before Hard Knocks comes on. I think it comes on tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
So I'm going to catch up. I think I might be 2 behind
Did
now.
you catch up on Billions?
No, I didn't watch this week's episode. I'm watching that tonight too with Hard Knocks. And so I'm going to catch up on Hard Knocks before the latest episode, and I'm going to catch up on Billions tonight because they had a new episode of Billions last night that I didn't watch.
I did watch the latest episode. Me either. I did not see it. I got it recorded though.
I'm going to watch that tonight.
I did not. I did see the newest episode of The Winning Time: The Rise of the Lakers Dynasty.
Oh, you're
on
into
HBO.
this? Yeah, you're into this.
I
show.
like it.
Okay,
It's just an easy watch, and I think it's John C. Reilly. I like watching him, and he getting married, by the way. But it's to the point where, and again, it's fictitious in a lot of ways. They take their Hollywood liberties, but it's also based on true facts. So we're to the point where Magic Johnson is at odds with the head coach Paul Westphal, or Paul Westhead, and he wants him fired. And so,
we're at that point now.
Yeah, and Magic Johnson just got the 25-year, $25 million contract.
So they haven't hired Pat Riley yet.
No, he's the assistant.
So he's there. Okay, so he's around, but he hasn't been hired as the guy yet.
And that's Magic's boy.
Yes,
he and Magic are boys.
I gotcha.
Well, the whole episode.
I read some interesting little situation they played out there.
Oh yeah, well, go look.
Basically, I'm gonna say that Magic recommended Pat Riley be the guy. Is that what they're gonna?
Well, that's what's about to happen.
They're gonna imply that. Okay.
That's the history of it. And Magic Johnson did get a 25-year, $25 million, and Jerry Buss gave him a contract for life.
I cannot believe that.
Yeah, essentially, and obviously Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was still on the team, and still not in his prime, but still a really good player, and Norm Nixon and all those guys, and essentially the rest of the team was like, really? Well, we now know that's your boy, Buss.
Hey,
that's Buss's boy,
man,
and that leads to that's bad.
Was that a good contract for Magic? That's a bad deal to sign for Magic, wasn't it? It's a horrible deal.
Magic was also the one that turned down the Nike deal that Magic Johnson got a couple years later.
Oh,
Magic could have had that.
He got the MJ deal.
The MJ deal.
Wow.
Phil Knight
Where he got a share of the revenue.
Yeah, the Nike Airs.
Yeah.
But that was the kind of the beginning of the story from what was it called with Ben Affleck?
Air. Is it Air? Yeah, it was good. Actually, I thought it was pretty good.
So Magic had turned it down.
I didn't realize that. That makes sense, though, because in the movie, they do talk a lot about Magic and Bird and how they want to do it differently. They want to brand themselves differently than Magic and Bird. Yeah.
Well, they went Converse, remember?
Yeah.
Because they had the big orange, the green Converse for Bird.
Well, back then, Converse, that was the leader in the industry. Right?
That's right.
The leader in the market.
Because Magic was like, what?
Nike? What are you talking about, man? You got a running shoe. Nike wasn't a basketball shoe. They were a running shoe. They were trying to break into the basketball market.
But big picture, Magic has done pretty well as far as business goes.
Yeah,
he owns
doing
a little bit of everything.
Any part of the Washington Commanders group now? Is he in on that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's in on everything. Yeah, hey, man. Magic's doing really. I saw him donating blood the other day.
And the guy who plays Paul Westhead, he does a good job donating blood. The guy who plays him does a good job. You just want to punch him sometimes. You're like, would you?
Right?
Yeah, because Westhead was not a good coach.
He looked. He was almost one of the luckiest coaches ever. Then.
Well, they won the championship in Magic's rookie year.
There you go. So he just couldn't get along with Magic. Even back then, the key was you got to keep your stars happy.
There's a storyline there too, because that was back when the coaches still ran the team, right? And they, players know their roles.
So that was probably the first time a player actually called the shots.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Oh yeah, got a coach fired. A championship winning coach.
See. Been happening ever since.
Hey, Rod, keep popping, brother. Keep popping.
You too, brother. Good stuff.
Sark News Conference coming up at top of this hour. We'll certainly have all the highlights tomorrow, and Patrick will be talking about it this afternoon on the Sports Complex. And keep up with our socials, Twitter and the Horn on Insta and all that. We'll be posting the latest, if any news breaks from the Sark News Conference that we'll have all the coverage of tomorrow for 5 hours on a Tuesday. TY, do you have a Gamblers Poppin' pick of the night?
Let's go with Chris Sale and the Boston Red Sox against the Astros tonight. Favorite.
Okay. I like that. Astros hit left-handed pitching pretty good, though, and they've hit Sale pretty well in their history. All right. Chris Sale is the pop-in pick of the night. It's the Sex Panther pick. Sometimes it's right all the time. You know what I'm saying? We'll do it again on a Tuesday.